The cold asphalt cradled my broken body, its rough surface, biting into my skin as I lay still, my breath shallow and labored. A dull hum filled my ears, growing louder with each moment, a cacophony of city life muffled by the fog settling in my mind. Sirens wailed in the distance, and voices rose and fell in panic around me, blending into a tapestry of chaos I could no longer grasp. My mind reeled, trying to anchor to something, anything, but every attempt to focus felt like grasping at shadows. My thoughts slipped through my fingers, each one more elusive than the last. What happened? Slowly, clarity seeped in. My senses connected the scattered fragments of memory. Headlights, the screech of tires, pain. Oh, I'd been hit by a car. The realization settled over me with finality, and I felt my consciousness ebbing like the tide drawing away from the shore. Fear warred with acceptance, clashing in a turmoil that left me exhausted. Then, a whisper slid through the darkness, curling around me like soft, beckoning fingers. I struggled to make out the words, but they remained just out of reach, teasing my ears with their melody. Images flickered in the periphery of my vision, fleeting glimpses of towering deities, indescribable in form but immense in presence. They loomed above, watching. Two voices emerged, distinct yet harmonious in their exchange. The first, a feminine, melodic timbre, laced with amusement. Ah, what a rare find. This soul could bring such delightful entertainment. The second voice, aged and resonant, questioned with curiosity, a curious choice. Why this one? Amusement threaded through the air, a celestial laugh echoing faintly. The perfect blend of potential and untapped skill lies within this mortal. I see the makings of a spectacle. My confusion deepened, the words dancing around me, slipping in and out like a half-remembered dream. They spoke of me, yet I couldn't grasp their full meaning. Who were these entities, and why did my soul draw such interest? The deep, resonant voice softened. You wish to take him then? His fate lies in your hands? I do, came the amused reply. And worry not, dear counterpart. I shall share my blessing upon this soul. A pause. Silence, thick and expectant, blanketing the air before the elder voice spoke again, earnest and resolute. Human souls from this world are fragile. I will grant him my own blessing. He may need it in the journey ahead. Amusement rippled again, crackling like a warm fire. Very well, let us shake on it. Together our gifts shall forge something remarkable. The air pulsed with their agreement, a binding contract beyond mortal comprehension. My vision faltered, swirling between vivid flashes and aching reality. I felt the pull, a gentle tug, like a whisper on the wind, guiding me to something new, something great. My soul slipped free from my body with a seamless whisper, the world below falling away like a receding tide. I drifted upward, weightless in this new form, untethered by the burdens of my earthly existence. The sight of my own body, a crumpled figure outlined by crimson stains on the pavement, seemed distant and unrecognizable. I found no fear in the view, only an odd sense of calm, as if the universe itself were soothing my fractured spirit. Slowly, the sounds of the city faded away, replaced by a serene silence. I rose higher, beyond the din and chaos, into a vast expanse of stillness. The sky yawned overhead, impossibly vast and welcoming, inviting my ascent into realms unknown. I hung there for a moment, suspended between worlds, before a pull, a gentle yet compelling force, drew me onward. It was not a tug of gravity, but something more profound, bidding me to follow. With no reason to resist, I yielded to its call. The boundaries of reality stretched and blurred as I moved. I flew, not in the way one imagines birds do, with effort and intent, but rather surrendered to an effortless glide across stars and possibilities. The passage was swift and serene, a journey through the very fabric of existence. As I traveled, the universe unfolded to reveal wonders beyond dreams, shimmering landscapes painted with hues unknown to mortal eyes. Then I began to descend slowly over a new world. Continents sprawled across an unfamiliar planet, their edges kissing oceans that gleamed like polished sapphires in alien light. Mountain ranges pierced the clouds, their peaks dusted white against russet landscapes. No sign of Earth's familiar geography remained. My consciousness drifted lazily through the atmosphere, weightless and formless. Strange constellations winked overhead, stars arranged in patterns I'd never studied, never dreamed of. 2 moons hung in the sky, one pale as bone, the other tinged with subtle azure. This new world pulsed with something Earth had long forgotten. Magic. I felt it even as a disembodied spirit. currents of energy flowing through everything like blood through veins. The sensation was intoxicating, wild and ancient. I descended, pulled by an invisible thread. The landscape rushed up to meet me, forests dense with trees too tall to be natural, plains where creatures I couldn't name roamed in herds. Cities appeared, some sprawling like my fantasized versions of Beijing, others perched impossibly on cliff sides or nestled in massive tree crowns. My path shifted suddenly downward, beyond the surface. I plunged through soil and stone as if they were merely illusions, descending into darkness that deepened with each moment. Yet I could still see, a spirit's sight penetrating the gloom. Vast caverns opened beneath the world, networks of tunnels and chambers stretching for miles. Underground rivers glittered with bioluminescent life, casting eerie blue-green light across stalactites. Deeper still I went, until reaching a vast subterranean city. Spires of dark stone rose toward distant ceilings, bridges of crystalline material spanned abysses, and everywhere, people, not humans. Their forms were elegant and predatory, movements fluid as water, dark elves, drow. The pull concentrated now, focusing on a single chamber within a spire wrought from obsidian and silver. Inside, a body lay upon an altar of smooth black stone. I hovered above the form, taking in every detail. Skin the color of twilight, a deep violet purple that seemed to absorb the dim light. Hair white as fresh snow, spread across the dark altar like spilled moonlight. The face was mine, yet not mine, features sharper, ears elongated to delicate points. The body was smaller than I'd been in life, lean and compact. This was to be my vessel, my new flesh. Darkness enveloped me. I sank through layers of shadow, the transition blurring my senses. Sensations blossomed around me. The cool air brushed against violet skin. The faint pulse of blood echoed softly in new ears. A heartbeat thrummed steadily, a rhythmic reminder of life renewed. I opened my eyes. Shadowy surroundings came into focus, revealing a cavern lit by the pale illumination of bioluminescent fungi clinging to jagged surfaces. The light played against dark rock, casting dancing reflections across the walls, painting the underdark in hues both eerie and beautiful. I drew a breath, my first in this new form. The air filled my lungs, rich and full, a tapestry of earthy scents, wet stone, and whispered life. All at once, I was grounded, tethered once more to the physical realm, yet now inextricably linked to something more. Slowly I sat up, my movements testing the boundaries between thought and action. Each shift, each sensation, felt both foreign and familiar, as though my spirit had found the perfect vessel after lifetimes of searching. These limbs, lean yet strong, moved in perfect symmetry, a testament to the primal grace of my new drow form. The white cascade of hair settled around my shoulders like a soft mantle. My fingertips brushed against it, experimenting with texture and the sense of self it provided. I explored the curves of my face, fingers tracing the contours of high cheekbones, the line of my jaw more defined than I remembered. My ears startled me, long and pointed, sensitive to the subtle echoes bouncing through the cavern. Every whisper of air, every distant drip of water registered with crystal clarity. The world sounded different, richer somehow, filled with layers of sound my human ears had never captured. My hands traveled down my arms, feeling lean muscle beneath violet skin that seemed to hold a faint shimmer even in this dim light. I flexed my fingers, noting their length and dexterity, perfect for the bow. I dreamed of wielding the spear forms I'd practiced in another life. So this is what it means to be drow, I whispered, my voice softer than before, carrying an unfamiliar cadence. I glanced down at my attire, running my palms over the fabric. The clothing felt practical yet alien, nothing like the street clothes I'd worn in my past life. A tunic of some dark, supple material hugged my torso, its weave tight, enough to offer protection while allowing freedom of movement. Beneath, a fitted undershirt extended to my wrists, the fabric lighter but equally resilient. Leggings of similar material encased my legs, tucked into boots that rose mid-calf. The footwear surprised me most, soft enough for silent movement but reinforced at toe and heel for durability. Every element seemed designed for stealth and survival in this unforgiving realm. My fingers found a hood attached to a cloak that draped from my shoulders, flowing down my back in elegant folds. The material felt heavier than the rest, with a texture like liquid shadow. When I pulled the hood forward, it cast my face in deeper darkness, obscuring my features from casual observation. At my waist hung an empty belt with loops and fastenings meant for weapons and pouches, currently barren of either. A sudden vulnerability washed over me at this realization. To be unarmed was to invite death. Basic provisions for a basic drow, I murmured, adjusting the cloak. The bioluminescent fungi cast their pale glow, illuminating the cavern. And my own thoughts, a dance of light on the rough-hewn walls. It was an environment that would have dwarfed my human self, imposing and unfamiliar. Yet, somehow, it felt right. As I came to terms with this body, this new reality, I couldn't help but sift through the pages of my past. Life had been a relentless trial, a solitary struggle from the moment I lost the warmth of my family. I closed my eyes, letting the memories wash over me like a bitter tide. The cramped apartment in Beijing had been a far cry from our modest home in Japan, but my parents had smiled through it all. "This is where opportunity waits," my father would say, his voice confident. Despite the dark circles under his eyes from working double shifts, my mother would hum traditional songs as she prepared simple meals in our tiny kitchen, transforming meager ingredients into dishes that tasted of home. Those evenings when my father would teach me basic stances, hands gently correcting my posture, balance, righto, find your center, felt like treasures now, moments, preserved in amber. Then came the accident. I was only 9. A factory collapse. 23 workers dead, including both my parents. The memory still carved a hollow space in my chest, even in this new body. I remembered standing at their funeral, a small boy drowning in borrowed clothes, surrounded by strangers who spoke a language I barely understood. No relatives came forward. We had left them all behind in Japan. The social workers spoke in hushed tones, their eyes skimming past me as they discussed options. Foster care was mentioned. Documents were shuffled, but bureaucracy moved slowly, and I slipped through the cracks. The streets of Beijing became my education. I learned to sleep with one eye open in abandoned buildings, to judge which shopkeepers might offer day work for a few yuan, which alleys to avoid after dark. Hunger became a constant companion, a gnawing presence that eventually faded to a dull ache I could almost ignore. I survived on discarded food, odd jobs, and occasionally, when desperation clawed too deeply, petty theft that left me sick with shame, but at least with something in my stomach. The worst parts weren't the cold or hunger but the invisibility. I became a ghost drifting through crowded streets, another anonymous face among millions. No one looked too closely at the ragged boy with fierce eyes. No one asked questions. No one offered help that didn't come with strings attached. Except for the old temple. Those worn stone steps became my refuge, the only place where I could pretend to belong. The wushu masters there saw something in me, perhaps just pity, perhaps potential. Either way, their reluctant instruction gave me purpose when nothing else did. "Your stance tells your story," the oldest master once told me. "Yours speaks of someone fighting to survive." The memory of wushu practice brought a bittersweet smile to my lips. In those stolen moments of training, echoes of my father's gentle instructions had always returned to me. Though karate and wushu differed in form, the discipline bridged the gap between my past and what became my lifeline. "Keep your back straight, Raito," my father would say, his hands adjusting my shoulders with gentle precision. Power flows from stance to strike like water through a stream. The wushu masters spoke differently, their Chinese idioms sometimes lost on me, but their physical corrections and nods of approval needed no translation. When I held the wooden practice spear for the first time, something clicked, into place, a connection to both my lost childhood and a possible future. I wonder if this body would retain the muscle memory my human form had fought so hard to develop. My thoughts then drifted to Jake, the American who had appeared at the temple one summer. Tall and awkward with his Mandarin but graceful in movement, he'd come to study Chinese martial arts for his university thesis. While the masters taught him forms, he taught me English between sessions, noticing how hungrily I absorbed information. "You remind me of my little brother," he'd said, reaching into his backpack. "Always watching, always learning." What he pulled out changed everything, a worn paperback with a dragon coiled across its cover. "Dungeons and Demons," he explained. "Best fantasy series ever written." Night after night, huddled near temple lanterns, I deciphered the English words, losing myself in tales of elven rangers and noble quests. Jake would correct my pronunciation, explaining concepts foreign to me. Medieval castles, magical systems, races of beings that existed only in imagination. "This is the world's greatest escape," he told me, tapping the book. "No matter how bad things get, you can always find sanctuary in these pages." He left after 3 months, gifting me his collection of fantasy novels. Those books became my most precious possessions, hidden carefully wherever I slept. In their pages, I found what reality denied me. Heroes who rose from nothing, outcasts, who found purpose, darkness that could be overcome with courage and friendship. Now, as I examined my drow form in this strange underground realm, I almost laughed at the cosmic irony. My obsession with fantasy had somehow manifested into reality, though not exactly as the novels portrayed. A sharp, splitting ache crashed into my skull without warning. I stumbled, pressing a palm against my temple as the pain intensified, radiating through my mind like lightning splitting a stormy sky. My vision blurred, the cavern's dim glow fracturing into fragments of light and shadow. Then came the flood. Information poured into my consciousness at impossible speed, each fragment searing itself into memory with burning clarity. Languages, dozens of them twisted and coiled through my thoughts, their syntax and grammar embedding themselves with violent precision. Undercommon Elvish Draconic, Dwarven the guttural cadence of Orcish. Words I'd never spoken now sat on my tongue, ready and familiar, as if I'd used them all my life. My knees buckled. I braced myself against the cavern wall, fingernails scraping against rough stone as the torrent continued. Geography unfurled like a map across my mind's eye, vast networks of tunnels, treacherous paths carved through endless darkness. I saw it all with startling detail, the labyrinth sprawling beneath me, a maze of twisted corridors and deadly passages where even seasoned travelers lost themselves to madness or monsters. The labyrinth. I was in the heart of it, deep within the Underdark's most perilous region. The realization settled with cold finality just as the pain began to ebb, leaving me breathless and shaking. Then I heard her. That voice, the same melodic feminine timbre from before, whispered through the air like silk drawn across skin. It carried no echo, no source, simply existing in the space around me. Grow stronger, little soul. The words wrapped around me, intimate and commanding. I will be watching. Entertain me. Amusement laced her tone, a promise and challenge woven together. Before I could respond, before I could even think, the air shimmered before my eyes. Reality bent, twisting in on itself as something materialized from nothingness, a weapon, elegant and deadly, suspended in midair. A wushu spear. Instinct seized control. My hand shot forward, fingers closing around the shaft as it fell. The weight settled into my palm with perfect balance, the weapon's sleek form an extension of my arm. Polished wood gleamed faintly in the bioluminescent glow, the blade honed to a razor's edge. I stared at it, heart thundering in my chest. The weapon felt right, familiar in a way that defied explanation, as if it had been crafted specifically for me. The goddess's laughter echoed faintly before dissolving into silence, leaving me alone once more in the depths of the labyrinth. I twirled the spear experimentally, testing its weight and balance with a cautious reverence. The first rotation was tentative, my new body still unfamiliar territory. But as the weapon cut through the air, something awoke within me, muscle memory transcending reincarnation. My second rotation gained confidence. The third flowed like water. I shifted into the first form I'd leaned as a human dancing dragon seeks water. My feet found their positions without conscious thought, the stance settling into my bones as naturally as breathing. The spear extended my reach, becoming less a tool and more an extension of my will. Each movement unlocked another, flowing together in a dance I'd practiced countless times in that dusty temple courtyard. But this was different. My drow body responded with effortless precision that my human form had never achieved. Where once I'd struggled for balance, now I pivoted with perfect control. Where once muscles had protested, now they sang with power. I launched into more complex forms. The spear blade whistled as it sliced patterns through the still cavern air. The shaft bent slightly with each powerful movement, storing and releasing energy like a living thing. Perfect, I whispered, executing a complicated thrust and sweep combination that would have left me breathless before. Now it felt as natural as walking. Reality settled over me like a cold mist. This weapon, this gift from a goddess I didn't understand, might be the only thing standing between me and death in these merciless depths. I glanced at the narrow tunnel leading from my chamber, its passage barely wider than my shoulders. How am I supposed to navigate these corridors with a full-length spear? I murmured, eyeing the weapon's considerable reach. As if responding to my thoughts, the spear quivered in my grasp. The shaft began to contract, metal and wood flowing like liquid, shortening until what remained was an ikulwa, a shorter spear with a broader blade, perfect for tight spaces. I stared in disbelief, turning the transformed weapon in my hands. The craftsmanship remained flawless, the balance still perfect, just condensed. The same divine energy hummed beneath my fingertips. Practical magic, I breathed, testing a few quick thrusts with the shortened weapon. It retained the same responsive quality, just adapted for close-to-quarters combat. Thank you, I added softly, uncertain if the goddess could hear my gratitude. I stood at the threshold, the cramped tunnel extending into darkness beyond my sight. My spear, now transformed for close combat, rested comfortably in my grip, its weight reassuring against my palm. The eerie glow of fungi faded here, leaving only shadow and possibility ahead. What waited beyond? Danger, certainly. Death, possibly. But also opportunity, a chance to forge something new from the ashes of my past life. I need to get stronger, I whispered, the words both prayer and promise. The goddess had gifted me this second chance, this body, this weapon. Whatever her reasons, amusement, boredom, or some unfathomable divine purpose, I owed her a debt paid in survival, in growth, in becoming something worthy of her attention. I closed my eyes briefly, drawing a deep breath that filled these new lungs with the damp, mineral-rich air of the Underdark. When I opened them again, my vision adjusted to reveal subtle gradations in the darkness ahead. Another gift of my drow nature. Goodbye, Reito of Earth, I murmured. That boy who had survived Beijing's streets, who had clung to martial arts as his only connection to a lost family, who had escaped into fantasy novels to flee his harsh reality. He belonged to another world now. His experiences would guide me. His determination would fuel me. But the path ahead demanded something new. I straightened my shoulders, adjusting the cloak with my free hand. The Underdark waited, vast and merciless, a labyrinth that had broken countless souls far more prepared than mine. Yet something stirred in my chest, not confidence exactly, but resolution. One step. That's all it would take to begin. I took it. The tunnel embraced me in darkness, closing around me like a shroud. The soft tread of my boots echoed slightly against stone walls, each step carrying me deeper into the unknown. My crimson eyes cut through shadow, revealing the path ahead one fragment at a time. This was my reality now, not the pages of a fantasy novel, not the dreams of a desperate street child, but a world where darkness hid both terror and wonder in equal measure, and I would meet it head-on. The tunnel widened slightly as I advanced, my footsteps silent against the cool stone. The shadows seemed alive here, shifting, breathing entities rather than mere absence of light. My new drow senses detected subtle changes in air currents, temperature variations that suggested larger caverns ahead, the faint mineral tang of water somewhere distant. Minutes stretched into what might have been hours. Time felt meaningless in this eternal darkness. I moved cautiously, testing each step before committing my weight. The spear hummed softly in my grip, its presence reassuring. A sound broke the silence, the faintest scraping of chitin against stone. I froze, every muscle tensing. The noise hadn't come from ahead but from above. My gaze shot upward just as something detached from the ceiling. It descended in a blur of obsidian limbs and crystalline edges. A creature that seemed built from polished black glass and nightmare. 8 limbs, each ending in razor-sharp points, supported a body that reflected the sparse light in fractured patterns. Where a face should have been, there was only a cluster of crystal shards arranged in a grotesque approximation of eyes. A night-glass reaver. The knowledge appeared in my mind unbidden, another gift from the goddess perhaps, though in this moment, it felt less like a blessing and more like a cruel joke. The creature landed with unnatural grace mere feet away, its crystalline appendages clicking against stone. No warmth radiated from it. This thing was cold as the void, its movements precise and predatory. I had barely a heartbeat to prepare before it lunged. The first attack came as a blur, limbs striking from multiple angles simultaneously. I twisted, the spear moving almost of its own accord, deflecting 2 strikes, while a third grazed my shoulder. Pain flared, hot and immediate, blood welling from a shallow cut. Too fast, I hissed, backpedaling into the narrow portion of tunnel. The reaver followed, its crystalline body scraping against the confines of the passage. I had one advantage. In these tight quarters, it couldn't utilize all its limbs at once. But the disadvantage was equally clear, nowhere to run. It struck again, crystal limbs stabbing toward my chest. I parried with a spear shaft, the impact sending painful vibrations up my arms. The creature's strength was immense, each block strike threatening to tear the weapon from my grip. I needed strategy, not just reaction. The tunnel walls, perhaps I could use them. The next time it lunged, I didn't retreat. Instead, I pivoted sideways, pressing my back against the tunnel wall, allowing its momentum to carry it past me. The Ilwa flashed in my hands, slicing across one of its limbs. The crystalline appendage shattered with a sound like breaking glass, fragments scattering across the stone floor. The creature emitted no cry, no sound of pain, only pivoted with mechanical precision to face me again, now with 7 limbs instead of 8. Black ichor dripped from the severed limb, hissing where it touched stone. The air filled with an acrid smell that burned my lungs. "One down," I muttered, tasting copper as blood trickled from my split lip. When had that happened? The Reaver attacked again, more cautiously this time. It probed my defenses, testing for weakness, each strike coming a fraction slower than before but with greater precision. I blocked, countered, slipped sideways to avoid being pinned against the wall. My breath came in ragged gasps. This new body, though stronger and more agile than my human form, was untrained, untested. Muscle memory from years of wushu practice translated imperfectly, leaving me half a step slower than I should have been. A crystalline limb caught me across the ribs, the impact stealing my breath. Another sliced my thigh, blood instantly soaking through the fabric. Pain blossomed, threatening to overwhelm me. Focus. I needed focus. I recalled an old master's words from that dusty Beijing courtyard. The spear is not a weapon, it is a bridge between intention and action. The Reaver lunged again, all remaining limbs extended for a killing blow. Instead of retreating, I stepped into the attack, dropping to one knee as its limbs passed overhead. The spear thrust upward, finding the soft joint where limb connected to torso. Black ichor erupted, showering my face and arms. It burned like acid, drawing a hoarse cry from my throat. The creature thrashed, impaled on my weapon, its weight threatening to tear the spear from my grasp. With the last of my strength, I twisted the blade, driving it deeper. Something crystalline cracked within the Reaver's core, a sound like shattering ice. Its movements became erratic, limbs spasming wildly. One final strike caught me across the chest, drawing a deep gash from shoulder to sternum. Pain exploded through my body, vision swimming with red and black. Still, I held on, teeth gritted, arms trembling with effort. Finally, the creature stilled, its limbs collapsing with a sound like wind chimes in a storm. I remained kneeling, spear still embedded in the Reaver's body, unable to find the strength to move. Blood, both mine and the creature's caustic ichor, pooled around us, mixing into a strange smoking concoction. "Is this how it ends?" I whispered, vision darkening at the edges. First battle, last battle? My body felt suddenly distant, as though I were floating above it. The pain receded, replaced by a cold numbness spreading through my limbs. The spear slipped from nerveless fingers, clattering against stone. Was the goddess watching? Would she be disappointed in her chosen champion, fallen so quickly after his arrival? "Not yet," I tried to say, but no sound emerged. My body listed sideways, cheek pressing against the cool stone floor. Not finished. The last thing I saw was the Reaver's crystalline body beginning to crumble, fracturing into countless glittering shards. A small victory, perhaps my only one in this dark world. Then consciousness slipped away, darkness more complete than even the Underdark closing over me like water above a drowning man. The darkness shifted, transforming from the cold stone of the Underdark into something more profound. I floated through an endless void yet again, neither alive nor dead, suspended in a place beyond physical reality. Pain vanished, my wounds, my exhaustion, all gone. A soft laughter rippled through the nothingness, musical and light. It surrounded me like water, coming from everywhere and nowhere. "You entertain me, little one." The voice was feminine, powerful yet playful. Most perish in their first encounter with the beasts of the deep. You, however, you fought with such delightful desperation. I tried to focus, to see the source of the voice, but could discern only a silhouette. Against the darkness, a figure of deeper shadow, edges shifting and flowing like smoke. Though I couldn't see her face, I felt her gaze upon me, intense and evaluating. "Who are you?" I managed to ask, my voice sounding distant even to my own ears. The laughter came again, sharper this time. "You dwell in my realm, wear the flesh of my children, wield a weapon of my making, and you ask who I am." The darkness pulsed with her amusement. "I am Eris, goddess of the drow and chaos incarnate in this world." Her presence expanded, filling the void around me with crackling energy. The weight of her divinity pressed against my consciousness, threatening to crush me beneath its enormity. I struggled to maintain my sense of self, my thoughts scattering like leaves in a storm. "Do not fight it," she advised. "Few mortals can withstand a god's full attention. That you remain sane at all speaks to your potential." I forced myself to breathe, or the spiritual equivalent of breathing in this formless place, focusing my thoughts. Why am I here? Am I dead? Dead? No. Though you came remarkably close. She circled around me, a predator evaluating prey. You are here because you have grown. Your battle with the Reaver, brief though it was, has strengthened your soul. In this world, we call that leveling up. Leveling up? The gaming term sounded absurd coming from a goddess. Indeed, when mortals surpass their limitations, they may acquire new abilities. It is tradition that I offer you a choice in what skill you wish to develop. Her voice dropped to a purr. Choose wisely, little one. Your survival depends on it. My mind raced through possibilities. Combat skills would help me survive. Magical abilities might offer versatility. Enhanced physical attributes could give me edge against stronger opponents. The logical choice would be something immediately useful for survival. Yet something else pulled at me, a deeper need beyond mere survival. I choose. I hesitated, then committed. I want to see you, truly see you. The silence that followed was absolute. The darkness around me stilled completely, as if the void itself held its breath. What did you say? Her voice had lost its playful edge. I want to see you, I repeated. Not shadows or silhouettes, I want to see the face of the goddess who brought me to this world. How curious. She moved closer, her presence enveloping me. In thousands of years, my children have asked for power, for vengeance, for dominion over others. They have begged for skills to kill, to enslave, to manipulate. Not once has any requested simply to see me. I felt her studying me, peeling back layers of my consciousness. Why this request, little one? What do you hope to gain? Understanding, I answered honestly. If I'm to walk this path, I want to know the one who set me upon it. Something changed in her energy, surprise perhaps, or approval. You continue to surprise me, Raito. This reassures me that I chose correctly when I selected you for my entertainment. The darkness pulsed, and I felt something changing within me, specifically behind my eyes. A burning sensation spread through my optic nerves, radiating outward into my skull. It wasn't painful exactly, but overwhelming, like staring directly into the sun. I grant you the eyes of a god, a skill that no mortal has possessed. It will develop as you grow stronger, but even now, it allows you to perceive what others cannot. Her voice softened slightly. Including me. The burning intensified, then suddenly cleared. The darkness around me remained, but now I could see through it, as if the shadows were merely a thin veil. And there she was. Her form was both drow and something far beyond. Violet skin that shimmered with cosmic energy. White hair that moved like living silk, flowing and shifting with currents of power. Her features were sharp, regal, impossibly perfect. Eyes like crimson stars gazed back at me, ancient and knowing. A small smile played across lips that seemed carved from the essence of night itself. Our time grows short, she said. Your body calls you back. The vision was already fading, the connection breaking as reality reasserted itself. As the darkness closed in once more, I managed a final whisper. You're beautiful. Her laughter followed me back to consciousness, surprised, pleased, and tinged with something that might have been genuine warmth. I blinked away the last vestiges of unconsciousness, surprised to find myself still breathing. My hand instinctively went to my chest where the Reaver's limb had torn a deep gash. But instead of open wound, I found only smooth skin beneath tattered fabric. The same with my shoulder and thigh, all healed, not even a scar remaining as evidence of my near-death experience. Is this what leveling up means? I whispered to the empty tunnel, voice echoing softly against stone walls. The concept seemed absurd, video game mechanics in a living world, yet the evidence was undeniable. My body had knit itself back together while I spoke with Eris. I sat up slowly, expecting pain that never came. How long had I been unconscious? Minutes? Hours? In this lightless realm, time was impossible to measure. My stomach didn't feel particularly empty, and my mouth wasn't parched with thirst, suggesting it hadn't been too long. The crystalline fragments of the Reaver surrounded me, glittering faintly with internal light. I reached out to touch one, then froze as something unprecedented happened. As my gaze fixed on the largest shard, a faint blue glow appeared around it, and text seemed to hover in the air. Nightglass Reaver remains fractured, threat level, medium-high. Caution, toxic residue present. I jerked my hand back, startled. The text vanished when I looked away, reappearing when I focused once more on the fragment. Experimentally, I shifted my gaze to another piece of the creature, and similar information appeared. Eyes of a god, I murmured, recalling the goddess's gift. I turned my attention to my spear, lying beside me where it had fallen. Name, none. Short form divine quality, bound to Raito. The information was basic, obvious even, but it confirmed my suspicion. This new visual ability allowed me to perceive details others might miss, though at my current level, it seemed limited to simple identification rather than deeper analysis. I retrieved my weapon and stood, scanning the tunnel ahead. Faint blue outlines appeared around certain features. A crack in the ceiling marked unstable, a puddle of water labeled potable. The skill wasn't providing comprehensive information, but even these basic identifiers could mean the difference between survival and death. I gathered a few of the Reaver fragments, avoiding those marked highly toxic, selecting instead pieces labeled potential value. They might prove useful as currency or components if I found civilization. As I continued deeper into the tunnel, I tested the limits of my new ability. It seemed to work only on what I could physically see, not through walls or at extreme distances. The information provided was elementary, danger levels, basic properties, occasional warnings. Perhaps as I grew stronger, as Eris had implied, the skill would develop further. A chill ran through me at the memory of the goddess. I had seen her true form, something apparently unprecedented. What did that mean for my future in this world? Was I still merely entertainment for a capricious deity, or had our interaction changed something fundamental in our relationship? I pushed thoughts of Eris aside. Divine mysteries could wait. Survival couldn't. Each step forward came easier than the last as my body grew accustomed to its new strength. The tunnel began to widen, ceiling rising until the space felt less confining. My enhanced vision revealed paths invisible before. Faint scratches on walls that my eyes, now marked as traffic indicators, subtle air currents revealing hidden passages. The Underdark was a labyrinth, but no longer one I navigated blind. A distant chittering echoed from somewhere ahead. I slowed, adjusting my grip on the spear. The sound grew louder, multiple sources, not just one. My newly heightened perception detected subtle vibrations through the stone beneath my feet. Warning, multiple entities approaching. The text flashed urgently before my eyes just as the first. Shapes emerged from a side tunnel, pale skittering forms with too many legs and grotesque mandibles. More followed, a swarm of creatures moving with disturbing coordination. No time for fear, no room for hesitation. This world would show no mercy, and neither would I. I stepped into a ready stance, spear leveled. The battle with the Reaver had nearly killed me, but I'd grown stronger. This time would be different. The skittering creatures hadn't been much of a threat, not compared to the Reaver that nearly killed me. Since that first battle and subsequent level up, I'd found myself increasingly capable of handling the Underdark's dangers. The monsters weren't any weaker, but I was stronger, faster, more aware. Weeks had passed. At least I thought they were weeks. Without sunlight, my sense of time had become detached, measured only by periods of exhaustion and hunger. Perhaps 3 weeks? Maybe 4? The tunnel systems formed an endless maze, and I'd taken to scratching crude markers into the stone, small arrow signs visible only to those who knew to look for them. My own breadcrumb trail through this dark underworld. I sat cross-legged on a relatively flat stone, examining my rough map scratched onto a flattened piece of fungal leather. The paper had been a discovery in itself. Certain shelf-like growths, when dried properly, formed a crude writing surface. With charcoal from my small fires, I'd begun to create a tangible record of my explorations. Passages to the west lead to water, I murmured to myself, updating the map. North Tunnel's house Reaver nests. I'd encountered the crystal predators several times since my first battle. They were still dangerous, hitting with enough force to shatter bone, but their movements seemed almost lethargic to me now. Where once they moved in terrifying blurs, now I could track their attacks, counter with precise spear thrusts. Was this the difference a single level made? If so, further advancements might transform me into something truly formidable. My stomach growled, though not painfully. Another strange discovery. This drow body required significantly less sustenance than my human form. I could go days with only minimal food and water, suffering little beyond mild discomfort. A handful of the phosphorescent beetles that populated these caves, supplemented by the occasional blind fish from underground pools, proved sufficient nourishment. Underdark beetle, edible nutrition, low toxicity, none. I popped one of the crawling insects into my mouth, crunching through its carapace. The taste was earthy and slightly sweet. Without my eyes of a god ability, I likely would have poisoned myself within days of arriving here. So many creatures bore warning labels: toxic, contact poison, do not consume, hallucinogenic, water source, mineral contamination. The skill had grown more nuanced with use, providing increasingly specific information. Water sources were rated for potability, paths marked for stability, and recent use. Creatures identified by threat level and vulnerability. It wasn't omniscience, but it made survival possible. Eris, I whispered the goddess's name, wondering if she still watched. I hope I'm providing sufficient entertainment. No response came, not that I expected one. Our interaction in that void-like space after my battle with the Reaver had been our only direct communication. I rolled up my crude map and stored it in the makeshift pack I'd fashioned from monster hide. Standing, I stretched muscles that had grown leaner, stronger through constant movement and combat. As I gathered my belongings, I surveyed the cavern with newfound appreciation. 4 weeks of wandering had revealed an ecosystem far more complex than I'd initially understood. The Underdark wasn't merely a realm of stone and shadow, it was alive, pulsing with its own strange heartbeat. One of the most perplexing discoveries had been finding actual wood. Not just fungi masquerading as trees, but genuine wooden structures, bridges spanning chasms, support beams in larger caverns, even crude furniture abandoned in forgotten outposts. How does wood even grow down here? I murmured, running my fingers along a wooden post that had been fashioned into a trail marker of sorts. My eyes of a god labeled it plainly: dark wood. Surface origin, age, approximately 35 years surface origin. Someone had brought this down from the world above, whatever that world might be. The thought sparked an unexpected homesickness, not for earth, but for sunlight, open skies, wind not laden with fungal spores. I continued my walk, descending toward the sound of running water. Underground rivers were my lifelines, providing not just hydration, but also direction through the labyrinthine darkness. This particular stream had carved a path through mineral-rich stone, creating breathtaking formations that glowed with bioluminescent algae. Fish darted through the clear waters, eyeless yet somehow navigating perfectly. A complete ecosystem, I whispered, watching tiny crustaceans filtering nutrients from the flowing water. Predators, prey, decomposers, plants, or whatever passes for plants down here. I crouched beside the stream, observing a translucent crayfish battling a much smaller water spider. The spider, despite its size disadvantage, moved with deadly precision, eventually injecting venom into a joint in the crayfish's armor. Nature's eternal dance, the hunted and the hunter, locked in perpetual struggle, yet maintaining perfect balance. Balance through chaos. Is that it, Eris? I asked the darkness. Is this your design? Chaos as the fundamental order? My goddess had introduced herself as chaos incarnate, and everywhere in the Underdark, I saw evidence of chaotic systems producing intricate harmonies. Cave formations built molecule by molecule over millennia. Food chains adapting to lightless conditions. Even the tunnels themselves, formed by water, lava, creatures burrowing, chaotic in their creation yet perfectly suited for life. Ringing laughter echoed in my mind, faint but unmistakable. Not words, not direct communication, but acknowledgement. She was listening. You've created something beautiful in its savagery, I admitted, watching the spider consuming its now immobile prey. Terrible and perfect. The silence that followed felt almost like satisfaction. I stood, about to continue my exploration, when an entirely different sound ripped through the cavern's tranquility. Help me, please, anyone. A woman's scream, high-pitched, desperate, unmistakably terrified, echoed from a tunnel to my east. The voice was unlike anything I'd heard since arriving in the Underdark. I launched forward, my muscles responding instantly to the desperate cries. The Underdark's acoustics played strange tricks, sometimes deadening sounds within, feet, other times carrying them for miles through the twisting passages. These screams echoed oddly, bouncing through corridors in ways that made distance impossible to judge. My feet barely touched the ground as I navigated the labyrinth of tunnels, following the sounds of distress. The screams grew more frantic, interspersed with what sounded like explosions. Sharp concussive blasts that reverberated through the stone. Tunnel junction, unstable, caution. I ignored the warning, leaping over a collapsed section of pathway. Whatever was happening, there wasn't time for caution. Another explosion rocked the tunnel, this one close enough to shake loose debris from the ceiling. Not natural then. Someone was fighting. The passage widened suddenly into a vast cavern, its ceiling lost in darkness. Bioluminescent fungi cast the space in eerie blue light, revealing a horrific scene. 5 night glass reavers, their obsidian bodies gleaming with malice, surrounded a ledge jutting from the cavern wall. Atop it, a stocky female figure swung what appeared to be a hammer in desperate arcs. Each impact produced those explosive sounds I'd heard, temporarily driving the predators back in showers of sparks. Dwarf, female, under attack, night glass reavers 5, hunting pack. Threat, severe the reavers, circled with terrible patience, their glass-like limbs scraping against stone as they sought an opening. One leapt halfway up the ledge before a hammer blow sent it crashing back down in a burst of energy. The dwarf was holding her own, but exhaustion was evident in her increasingly desperate movements. I didn't hesitate. Drawing my spear, I rushed forward, silent as shadow across the cavern floor. The open space was perfect, no confining walls to limit my weapon's reach, no low ceilings to hinder movement. The nearest reaver sensed me just as I closed the distance. It spun with unnatural speed, crystal limbs flashing in the dim light. But I was faster now. My spear flowed through the air in a sweeping crescent, catching the creature's foremost limb and severing it cleanly. The reaver screeched, that familiar glass-cracking sound preceding its attack. I was already moving, sliding beneath its lunge and thrusting upward, piercing its underbelly where the carapace was thinnest. 2 more abandoned their siege of the ledge, skittering toward me with predatory focus. Perfect. I spun the spear overhead, transitioning into a series of flowing forms I'd practiced countless times. The weapon extended my reach, creating a deadly perimeter that forced the creatures to hesitate. One feinted left before darting right. I countered with a low sweep that caught 3 legs, toppling it sideways. The second lunged directly, meeting the spear's point as I stepped aside and used its momentum to impale it through its maw. I dropped flat as crystal claws slashed where my head had been. Rolling to my feet, I snapped the spear up in a vertical strike that cracked the 4th reaver's carapace. It staggered back, ichor leaking from the wound. Not waiting for it to recover, I pressed forward, executing a rapid series of thrusts, targeting the cracks in its armor. The 5th reaver circled, looking for an opening. I maintained constant movement, never presenting a stationary target. When it finally attacked, I was ready, stepping inside its reach and driving my spear through what passed for its throat. The 4th recovered enough to make one final lunge. Twirling the spear, I redirected its charge, using its momentum to send it crashing into a stalagmite. The impact shattered its already damaged body into glittering fragments. Silence fell across the cavern. 5 reavers lay dead or dying around me, their crystalline bodies already beginning to lose cohesion without the strange life force that animated them. My breathing was controlled, not the desperate gasping it would have been weeks earlier. This body was adapting, growing stronger. I turned toward the ledge. "Are you injured?" I called up to the dwarf. She was short and powerfully built, with copper hair intricately braided with metal beads. Rune-like markings covered her exposed arms, faintly glowing in the dim light. Her hammer, the source of those explosive impacts, was clutched tightly in hands covered by reinforced leather gloves. For a moment, she stared at me in shocked silence. Then her gold-flecked green eyes widened in fresh terror. "Drow!" she screamed, backing against the cavern wall. By Moradin's forge, a bloody drow. She raised her hammer defensively, its head beginning to glow with runic energy. I froze, suddenly understanding her reaction. In this world, my appearance, the violet skin, white hair, red eyes, marked me as something to be feared. "Wait," I said, lowering my spear and backing away. "I'm not here to harm you. I heard your cries for help." "Help?" She laughed bitterly, hammer still raised. "A drow offering help? What's next? A dragon offering fire insurance? Stay back or I'll split your skull." "If I meant you harm, I would have let the reavers do the work for me," I reasoned, carefully placing my spear on the ground. I raised empty hands. "I don't know what history exists between your people and mine, but I am not your enemy." "History?" Her voice cracked with disbelief. "Your kind enslaves and tortures anything that isn't drow. Your priestesses sacrifice children to your spider goddess. I winced at this revelation about my apparent race. I am not like other drow then. I follow Eris, not this spider goddess. The name seemed to give her pause, though her hammer remained raised. Eris, the chaos god? That's supposed to reassure me? I saved your life, I said simply. Judge me by my actions, not my appearance. You'll kill me the moment I lower my guard. I had plenty of opportunity while you were distracted by the reavers, I pointed out. Yet here you stand, unharmed by my hand. Confusion warred with fear on her face. Her eyes darted to the dead reavers, then back to me. What do you want from me then? Nothing. I heard someone in danger and came to help. That's all. The hammer lowered slightly, though suspicion still radiated from her every muscle. You're either the strangest drow in the Underdark or the most cunning. I smiled faintly. Probably the strangest. I watched the dwarf woman still perched on her ledge, wondering how she planned to descend. The drop wasn't fatal, but it looked steep enough to cause injury. So, I ventured, keeping my distance. Not that I'm rushing you, but how exactly are you planning to get down from there? She snorted, tucking her hammer into a loop on her belt. You'd think I climbed up here like some mountain goat? Her accent carried a rolling cadence, vaguely reminiscent of Celtic or Nordic speech from my old world. To my surprise, she reached for one of the many devices hanging from her broad utility belt. It was a small brass cylinder, etched with glowing blue symbols. As she twisted its cap, the runes brightened, and she tossed it casually over the edge. Instead of falling, the device hovered in midair, expanding an invisible cushion of force beneath it. With practiced confidence, she simply stepped off the ledge. Rather than plummeting, she descended slowly, as if walking down invisible stairs, the air visibly rippling around her boots. Pressure differential rune device, she explained, catching my impressed look. Creates a density gradient in the air, useful for not breaking your legs in this god's-forsaken place. Now at ground level, I could better appreciate her appearance. She was shorter than me by at least a foot, but her muscular build suggested power that likely exceeded my own. Her face, framed by that copper hair with its intricate metal-beaded braids, was dusted with freckles across sun-starved skin. She wore what looked like a sleeveless leather smithing coat over a dark mail tunic that moved like fabric despite clearly being metal. Every piece of her equipment, from her armored boots to the gadgets hanging from her belt, spoke of craftsmanship and purpose. I'm Raito, I offered, still keeping my empty hands visible. She studied me with those gold-flecked green eyes, suspicion gradually giving way to reluctant curiosity. Bruna, she finally replied, retrieving her hovering device and reattaching it to her belt. Bruna Embervale. Her large bosom rose and fell with still nervous breaths as she subtly positioned herself for a quick escape. Despite her wariness, I noticed her gaze assessing me with professional interest, noting my stance. My weapon, perhaps wondering what kind of drow used a spear with such foreign techniques. Well met, Bruna Embervale, I said softly, careful to make no sudden movements. Though I suspect you'd prefer we hadn't met at all. Aye, she admitted bluntly. But I'd prefer being alive and uncomfortable to being dead and digested. So there's that. I studied Bruna, curious about how a dwarf ended up stranded in this unforgiving dark. So, Bruna, if you don't mind me asking, how did you come to be here? It's not exactly the most welcoming place for visitors. She let out a low chuckle, though her eyes flicked warily to the surrounding darkness. Was part of a dwarven exploration team. We were investigating a new vein of ore in the eastern mines. A rich find, or so we thought. Her words carried the weight of one who'd seen too much. I leaned against a rock, listening intently. Me and the lads were deep into the rock, she continued, her gaze distant, humming along with the pickaxes, thinking of the fortune we'd haul back. Then, she paused, her hand unconsciously brushing the runes on her arm. There was a cave-in. Rockfall came down around us like thunder. No warning, just crushing dark. I winced, imagining the chaos of a collapse in those close quarters. Were there any survivors? I asked gently. Don't know, Bruna admitted, her voice gruff with suppressed emotion. Felt myself falling, dropping through the earth like a pebble in a well. Should have been smashed to bits or buried alive, but I managed to trigger one of my runic toys. This little beauty kept me from kissing the cold stone. She patted the brass device at her belt, a mix of pride and rueful relief in her expression. Landed more soft than I deserved, but far from safety. Woke to darkness and silence, had to find my own way out. Been wandering since. So, you were trying to find an exit, I deduced, glancing around the vast cavern. Came across those reavers instead. Her lips tightened. It was an acknowledgement without words. I thought my number was up when they came clicking and clacking. Lucky I had my hammer charged, she added, casting a glance at the weapon at her hip. But then you showed up, waving that spear like Odin himself. Twice lucky it seems, I commented, earning a reluctant nod. Bruna tilted her head, a gold-flecked eye studying me anew. So, now that I've spilled my story, it's only fair you share yours. How did you end up alone in these cursed tunnels, with a spear in hand? The question hung between us, heavy with expectation. For a moment, I considered confessing everything, the car crash, the divine voices, my new drow existence, but decided against it honestly. I started, weaving both truth and uncertainty into my response. I'm not entirely sure. I woke up some time ago amidst this darkness, memories scattered like broken glass. I think I fell too, but it's all jumbled. Fragments of understanding, without the thread binding them. Her gaze narrowed, skeptical. A dwarf's instinct likely sniffed for deceptions. Amnesia, then? She surmised, an undertone of incredulity in her words. Something like that, I affirmed, offering a rueful smile. Only solid memory is, I need to keep moving, surviving. This spear feels natural, though everything else is hazy. Bruna grunted, though there was a flicker of sympathy in her gaze. Hard roads echo in harsh lands. Seems it's fate that all wanderers in the dark have forgotten something, past home, maybe what warmth means. Her voice softened slightly. It seems that way, I agreed, pushing a bit of humor into the shared moment. So what next? Are we allies for the time being? Bruna studied me, her freckled face caught between suspicion and puzzlement. She absently ran a thumb over her hammer's runes, which pulsed faintly at her touch. You're the oddest drow I've ever encountered, she finally declared. And I don't just mean your fancy spear work. How so? She gestured vaguely at all of me. Everything. You're polite. You helped without demanding payment. Haven't tried to enslave me or sacrifice me to your spider queen. Her eyes narrowed. And you're not sneering. Drow always sneer. I laughed softly. Sorry to disappoint your expectations. What else have you heard about drow? Bruna's expression darkened as she leaned against a nearby stalagmite. Only the worst tales told around forge fires. Drow are creatures of pure malice, born evil, raised evil, die evil. They raid surface settlements, taking prisoners back to their underground cities for torture and sacrifice. She shuddered visibly. Their priestesses worship a spider goddess who demands blood offerings. They view all other races as either potential slaves or corpses in waiting. As she spoke, a chill ran through me. These were my people now? This heritage of cruelty was what my violet skin represented? And then there's that language of theirs, Bruna continued, her voice dropping. Like knives on stone it is. Words that cut the ear and poison the mind. I frowned. Their language sounds that terrible? Aye. Surface scholars say it's impossible for non-drow to properly learn, something about the sounds being unnatural. She tilted her head curiously. Though your dwarven is flawless, I'll grant you that. Perfect accent and everything. Where'd you learn to speak it so well? My breath caught. Dwarven? I glanced down at my hands, suddenly aware of something I hadn't even considered. Since awakening in this body, I'd assumed I was speaking, what? Some universal language? Common tongue? I've been speaking Dwarven this entire time? I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Bruna's eyebrows shot up. Course you have. What, you didn't know? I shook my head slowly, realization dawning. I don't. My mind raced back to those first moments in the Underdark, when knowledge flooded into me, languages, geography, instincts. When Eris brought me here, I murmured, more to myself than to Bruna, she must have given me languages. Not just one, but many. Bruna paced the cavern, her boots scuffing softly against the stone. Despite her earlier suspicion, a resigned acceptance had settled over her features. It seemed the way out wasn't just a path she could forge with her hammer alone. I reckon we've no choice but to work together for now, she finally stated, a hint of reluctance in her voice. Not that I'm keen on trusting a drow, but beggars in the Underdark can't be choosers, eh? Her gold-flecked eyes caught the sparse bioluminescent glow of the mosses clinging to the rock. It cast an ethereal light in shades of greens and blues, but its effect was more ghostly than illuminating. So, you're really just wandering blind down here? A bit of skepticism crept into my words. No wonder her swings with the hammer had been hasty rather than precise. She huffed, crossing her arms defiantly. Aye, my night vision's about as useful as a soggy smith's rag down here. Those overgrown mushrooms provide just enough light to trip over your own feet. I took a slow breath, considering. This place was threatening enough with my enlarged senses. Without them, it must have been terrifying. I can guide us, I offered. At least until we find an exit. An expression flitted across her face, something caught between gratitude and lingering mistrust, but she simply nodded. That'd be a start. But what about your plan for where we head? I hesitated. Wandering aimlessly was what had kept me alive this long. I hadn't stumbled into a solid direction yet. Do you have any idea how to get back to the surface? Bruna clicked her tongue, gaze drifting thoughtfully. Aye, there's a means. I've no map, but the rock speaks. Talks to those who listen close enough. I blinked, taken aback. Speak to the rock. Is that a dwarf thing? The corners of her rough-hewn mouth lifted, a ghost of a smile. Nay, lad. Even among dwarfs, that talent's uncommon as a sapphire in a coal bin. I leaned against a pillar, intrigued. Then, how? Her fingers skimmed across the rock face, her eyes closing briefly. It's part of me, like knowing the weight of a hammer's head by feel. I sensed the whispers of the hidden metal veins, or even the echoes within stone walls as they shift. My mind reeled at the implications. Sounded akin to a geological sixth sense. So, rocks really talk to you? Aye. Not like we're chatting about the latest forge rumors, but they have their ways. She turned, facing me fully. I've honed it over years of crafting. Makes me a solid blacksmith, but an even better pathfinder in a pinch. The revelation hung in the air between us, and I nodded, respecting her gift. You could lead us to the surface by following those vibrations? She shrugged, one hand resting on the rune-inscribed hammer. Might take time. Paths wind like serpents, whispers of metal can guide, if I find the right accents. 'Tis tricky with the noise these tunnels make, yet given the choices, it's the best shot we've got. I crossed my arms, letting her logic sink in, though I felt it necessary to clarify. So I take the lead with my eyes, and you guide the direction with your talents. Bruna met my eyes with a nod of assent. Exactly. Together we might solve this dark maze. Long as we both keep our word. I agreed, feeling a cautious optimism beneath our tentative alliance. Then we form a team. Purpose has a way of keeping the darkness at bay. Bruna extended her calloused hand toward me, and I clasped it firmly. Her grip was strong, stronger than mine, unsurprisingly, and her skin was rough from years of forge work. Deal then, she declared. We get out of this pit together, or we die trying. Either way beats wandering alone. Agreed, I replied, releasing her hand. She turned immediately to the nearest wall, pulling a small chisel from her utility belt. The tool's edge gleamed with faint runic script, and as she pressed it against the stone, a soft hum resonated through the rock. I watched, fascinated, as she began carving symbols into the cavern wall. They weren't the elegant flowing script I'd seen on her equipment. These were rougher, more primal. Angular lines that seemed to vibrate with purpose even as she etched them. What are those? I asked, stepping closer. Resonance runes, Bruna muttered, focused entirely on her work. They amplify what the stone already whispers, like cupping your ear to hear better. The symbols began to glow faintly, a soft amber light that pulsed in rhythm with something I couldn't perceive. Bruna placed both palms flat against the completed pattern, closing her eyes. For a long moment she stood motionless. Then her eyes snapped open, pupils dilated, and she pointed decisively toward a tunnel branching northeast. That way. There's iron in the rock, old veins running upward. Follow those, and they'll lead toward the surface eventually. I studied the indicated passage, noting nothing particularly special about. It compared to the dozen other tunnels radiating from this cavern. But if she could sense what I couldn't, I'd have to trust her expertise. Then northeast it is, I confirmed, retrieving my spear. 3 days. Or what I assumed were 3 days. Time remained frustratingly abstract in this lightless realm. We traveled steadily northeast, following Bruna's periodic consultations with the stone. Each time we reached a junction, she'd carve her runes and commune with the rock, then point us onward with varying degrees of confidence. I'd killed 7 more reavers during our journey, plus a pack of what Bruna called cave bone harriers, blind raptor-like creatures that hunted by echolocation. They'd been troublesome until I realized their clicking sounds betrayed their positions perfectly to my enhanced senses. Bruna had watched each battle from a safe distance, her hammer at the ready, but never needed. She seemed genuinely impressed by my combat abilities, though she'd muttered something about showing off elves after a particularly elaborate spear flourish. Now we sat on opposite sides of a small fire, fed by dried fungal stalks that burned with surprising heat, eating what passed for a meal in the Underdark. "This is revolting," Bruna grumbled, staring at the roasted beetle in her hand. "Absolutely revolting." I crunched through my own portion, finding the taste mildly nutty. "It's not that bad. Not that." She stared at me incredulously. "Long legs, I've eaten boot leather that tasted better than this. This isn't food, it's survival rations for the desperate." The nickname had emerged on our second day together, her solution to the apparent absurdity of a drow being taller and leaner than typical for his race. I didn't mind it. There was affection beneath the teasing. "What would you prefer?" I asked, genuinely curious. Her eyes glazed over with longing. "A proper stew, thick with mutton and root vegetables. Fresh bread, still warm from the oven, slathered with butter. Roasted boar with crispy skin, ale that doesn't taste like mineral runoff." My stomach didn't respond to her descriptions with any particular interest, but I recognized the deprivation in her voice. While I could subsist on minimal sustenance, apparently dwarves maintained appetites more similar to my human body's needs. "How long can you keep going like this?" I asked. She sighed, tossing the half-eaten beetle aside. "Long enough to reach the surface, I hope. Dwarves are hardy folk, we don't starve easy. But I'll be weak as a newborn if this keeps up much longer." I made a mental note to prioritize finding better food sources. Perhaps the underground rivers held larger fish, or there's another problem. Bruna interrupted my thoughts, her expression grim. I set down my own meal. "What kind of problem?" She gestured vaguely in the direction we'd been traveling. "The iron veins I've been following, they're leading us somewhere specific. Somewhere occupied. Occupied by what? Reavers. A whole bloody nest of them, judging by the vibrations in the stone." She rubbed her temples. "I've been trying to find an alternate route for the past day, but every path either leads us away from the surface or circles back toward the same location. I considered this, studying the tunnel ahead. How many are we talking about? Hard to say precisely. The rock doesn't count for me, just indicates density of movement, heat signatures reflected in mineral structures." She paused. "But if I had to guess, 20, maybe 30. 20 to 30 reavers. I'd barely survived my first encounter with a single one. Now, weeks and at least one level stronger, I could handle them individually with relative ease. But 30 at once? There's no way around?" I pressed. Bruna shook her head firmly. "Not without adding weeks to our journey, and that's assuming we don't get hopelessly lost. The nest is sitting right on top of the iron vein, probably feeding on the mineral content or something. Nature's cruel joke." I stood, pacing the small chamber. My spear felt light in my hands, an extension of my will rather than a separate tool. I was stronger now, faster, more aware. But was I strong enough for this? What if we could collapse the tunnel on them? I suggested. Too risky. Could trap us on the wrong side or cause a cave-in that blocks our route entirely. She stood as well, brushing beetle fragments from her hands. Besides, I'm not keen on bringing half the Underdark down on our heads. We fell into contemplative silence, the crackling fire our only companion. Finally, Bruna spoke, her voice carrying a note of reluctant determination. "We fight through them." I met her gaze, finding resolve there despite her obvious fear. "You're sure?" "Aye. You've proven yourself capable, long legs. And I'm not entirely useless in a scrap." She patted her hammer. "This beauty's got a few surprises left in her. We plan it proper, strike fast and hard. We might just make it through." I nodded slowly, strategy already forming in my mind. "We'll need to scout the nest first, understand their positions, look for choke points we can exploit." "Agreed. And we move before I get any weaker from this God's forsaken diet." She managed a grim smile. "Besides, the sooner we're through, the sooner I can find real food." I returned her smile, feeling the strange camaraderie that had developed between us. A drow and a dwarf, unlikely allies bound by necessity and growing trust. "Then we rest tonight," I decided. "Scout tomorrow, attack the day after, give ourselves time to prepare properly." Bruna settled back against the wall, exhaustion evident in the set of her shoulders. "Sounds wise. Wake me if anything tries to eat us." As she closed her eyes, I took first watch, staring into the darkness beyond our small fire. Somewhere ahead, a nest of crystal predators waited, unknowing obstacles between us and freedom. I gripped my spear tighter, feeling Eris's distant approval like warmth against my skin. We would survive this. We had to. The next morning, we prepared for our scouting mission. Bruna checked her equipment. muttering ancient dwarven words I somehow understood. Prayers to ancestral spirits, perhaps, or simply curses against our circumstances. I twirled my spear, testing my balance, feeling the now familiar flow of energy through my limbs. Ready? I asked, shouldering our meager supplies. She nodded, her copper braids catching the faint bioluminescent glow. As I'll ever be. We moved cautiously through the tunnels, with me taking point. My drow vision pierced the darkness with ease, identifying potential hazards before we encountered them. I'd grown accustomed to this sixth sense, this ability to navigate pitch blackness as if walking through twilight. After about an hour, Bruna broke our companionable silence. Something's been bothering me, long legs. I glanced back. What's that? She narrowed her gold-flecked eyes. How in the hells were you surviving down here without my direction? The Underdark's a maze. Even those with pure night vision get lost without markers or guides. I hesitated. Telling her about the eyes of a god seemed unwise, not out of distrust, but instinct. Some gifts were meant to remain hidden. Luck, I suppose, I offered. I followed water sources mostly. Her skepticism was palpable. And another thing, you know exactly what's edible and what's not. Those beetles yesterday, most surface dwellers would poison themselves within hours down here. My pace slowed. She'd been paying closer attention than I realized. I don't know, I admitted, technically truthful. Instinct, maybe? I eat what doesn't set off internal alarms. Bruna crossed her arms. You're hiding something. Long legs. I turned fully toward her, meeting her suspicious gaze. We all have secrets, Bruna. Does it matter how I know, if the knowledge keeps us alive? Her lips pressed into a thin line, but after a moment, she nodded curtly. Fair enough. Just remember, trust goes both ways. As we continued, I focused my eyes of a god on her, curious what they might reveal. Bruna Embervale, female dwarf, level 2, that was all. No details about her abilities, no vulnerabilities, no background, just basic information. Interesting. It seemed the skill had limitations I hadn't yet encountered. Even more curious was her level, the same as mine. Were we truly equals in power? Her hammer strikes had seemed formidable, but I'd assumed her crafting skills outweighed her combat abilities. The tunnel began to widen, ceiling rising gradually. Stalactites hung like ancient teeth from above, dripping mineral-rich water into small pools. I raised a hand, signaling Bruna to slow. What is it? She whispered. We're close. The air smells different. She nodded, putting her hand on the wall. After a moment, she looked at me. Stone says the same, she confirmed. Just ahead, we crept forward until the tunnel opened into a vast chamber. From our elevated position near the ceiling, we could observe without being detected. The sight below froze my blood. Reavers. Everywhere. Not 30 as Bruna had estimated. At least 50 crystal predators skittered across the cavern floor. And walls, their obsidian bodies reflecting the strange phosphorescent growths dotting the chamber. In the center stood what appeared to be a massive crystal formation, or perhaps a reaver queen, so large its limbs stretched halfway across the cavern. By Moradin's beard, Bruna breathed, her face paling. That's a bloody army. I stared at the monstrous queen, its crystalline body pulsing with unnatural life. Something strange stirred inside me, a heat building behind my eyes, pressure mounting in my chest. Unfamiliar anger rose like magma through my veins. These abominations, these flawed creations. The voice wasn't mine. It resonated within my skull, dripping with divine contempt. They dare claim territory in my realm. Spreading, multiplying, upsetting my balance? Eris. Her fury crashed through me like tidal waves, washing away reason, strategy, caution. My vision tinged crimson, my muscles tensed with borrowed rage. Righto? Bruna whispered, her voice distant through the roaring in my ears. We should retreat, plan another. I barely heard her. My goddess's wrath consumed me, demanding action, demanding blood. These creatures had offended her somehow, their very existence an insult to her chaotic design. They must be destroyed, I heard myself say, voice hollow and strange. What? Are you mad? There's too many. Before she could finish, I leapt from our hiding place, launching myself into empty air. The fall should have broken bones, but divine fury carried me down like dark wings. My spear hummed with eager anticipation as I plummeted toward the unsuspecting horde. I landed among them with devastating impact, my weapon already sweeping outward in a perfect circle. 3 reavers shattered instantly, their crystalline bodies exploding into glittering shards. Yes, more. The nearest creatures turned toward me, glass limbs clicking in predatory excitement. I welcomed them with a dancer's grace, my spear flowing like liquid silver through their ranks. Each movement flowed into the next. Thrust, sweep, spin, slash, a deadly ballet choreographed by divine hatred. A reaver lunged from behind. I sensed it without looking, dropping to one knee as its claws sliced air where my head had been. My spear reversed grip, stabbing backward through its maw. Another approached from the right. My foot lashed out, shattering a leg joint before the blade found its center mass. Destroy them all. I became a whirlwind of violet skin and flashing metal. Blood sprayed from shallow cuts across my arms and legs, but I felt nothing beyond the burning need to please my goddess. 5 reavers fell, then 10, their obsidian carapaces littering the ground like broken glass. The queen screeched, a sound like mountains collapsing, rallying her children. They converged from all directions, a wave of crystal and malice. I welcomed them, spears spinning above my head, gathering momentum before releasing. In a devastating arc that cleaved through 3 attackers simultaneously. Righto! Bruna's distant voice barely penetrated my battle trance. Behind you. I twisted just as massive crystal pincers closed where I'd stood. The queen had joined the fray, her enormous body moving with impossible speed for something so large. One limb caught my shoulder, sending me tumbling across the cavern floor. I rolled to my feet, blood trickling from a deep gash, yet felt only Eris's continued rage. My goddess wouldn't allow me to fall, not while her enemies still stood. Come then, I growled, twirling my spear as the queen's massive form loomed above me. Let's see what it takes to make you shatter. Somewhere in the back of my mind, rationality screamed warnings. This was suicide. I couldn't possibly defeat so many, especially not their queen. But Eris's fury drowned out all reason. I existed only to execute her will, to destroy these affronts to her chaotic domain. I charged directly at the crystal monstrosity, spear leveled at what I hoped was its heart. Bruna's point of view, the little bastard moved like nothing I'd ever seen, and I'd seen my share of fighters. Born into a clan of battle-hardened smiths, I'd watched legendary dwarven champions cleave through enemies like butter. But this was something else entirely. Bloody fool, I growled, crouching at the ledge overlooking the slaughter below. Gonna get himself killed? Except he wasn't. Not yet, anyway. The dark elf, Reito, whirled through the crystalline horde with impossible precision. My eyes strained to follow his movements in the dim phosphorescence of the cavern. One moment his spear danced through 3 reavers simultaneously, the next he was across the chamber executing a perfect aerial strike against another cluster. Moradin's hairy arse, I whispered, clutching my hammer tighter. He's... The words died in my throat as Reito executed a spinning maneuver that seemed to defy gravity itself. His white hair flashed like a beacon in the darkness, his crimson eyes glowing with unnatural light. The spear he wielded hummed with strange energy, leaving faint trails of violet light as it sliced through the air. God blessed, I muttered, the realization hitting me harder than a cave troll's fist. I'd heard tales of them all my life, mortals chosen by divine hands to walk different paths than the rest of us poor sods. Warriors who could face down armies, royals who ruled with supernatural wisdom, crafters whose works defied mortal limitations. I'd never believed I'd actually meet one, let alone some slip of a drow with strange eyes. The queen reaver screamed, a sound that rattled my teeth and sent pebbles skittering around my boots. She towered over Reito, her crystalline limbs slashing with enough force to cleave stone. Yet somehow the mad bastard anticipated each strike, twisting away with heartbeats to spare. It should have been a massacre. Should have been over in seconds. Instead, I watched as he matched the queen blow for blow, dancing between. Her attacks like they were performed in slow motion for his benefit. Come on, lad, I whispered, fingers digging into the stone ledge. Show the bitch what ye can do. A massive pincer caught him across the shoulder, opening a gash that would have laid a dwarf flat. Reito barely seemed to notice. Blood spattered across the cavern floor, yet his movements never faltered. If anything, the injury only seemed to focus him further. The underlings swarmed around his feet, trying to overwhelm him with numbers. He adapted instantly, spear becoming a whirling barrier that shattered any that ventured too close. All the while, He kept the queen engaged, luring her massive form exactly where he wanted. I'd crafted weapons for 40 years, forged blades that sang with runic power, created hammers that could crack mountain stone. But I'd never imagined them wielded with such deadly grace. So this is what it means, I breathed, watching as Raito executed a perfect counter against 3 simultaneous attacks. This is what the gods see in us. For the first time in my life, I felt something beyond pride in my craft, a hunger to create something worthy of hands like his. What could a god-blessed achieve with a truly masterful weapon? What legends might be forged? The queen roared again, her massive body rearing up for a devastating strike. I should have been terrified for him. Instead, I found myself leaning forward, eager to see what impossible feat would come next. I couldn't tear my eyes away as the battle reached its inevitable end. The scrawny drow moved like water through stone cracks, dispatching the remaining underlings with ruthless efficiency. Each strike connected with perfect precision, like he could see the weak points in their crystalline bodies that even my trained smith's eye couldn't detect. Unbelievable, I muttered, knuckles white around my hammer. The cavern floor glistened with shattered reaver remains, leaving only the massive queen facing off against the lone drow. They circled each other, predators recognizing a worthy opponent. The queen's crystalline limbs twitched with anticipation, while Raito remained unnaturally still, his crimson eyes locked on his target. When they moved, my eyes could barely follow. The queen lunged with blinding speed, 8 limbs striking from different angles. Raito responded with a flurry of counters so fast they blurred together, spear deflecting, piercing, twisting. The clashing sounds echoed through the chamber like some hellish symphony. They separated again, both wounded but unbowed. The queen dripped luminescent ichor from a dozen punctures. Raito's violet skin glistened with sweat and blood, his chest heaving. Yet his eyes remained focused, calculating. "Finish it, lad," I whispered. As if hearing my command, they charged simultaneously. The queen reared up, exposing her full terrible height. Raito sprinted directly toward her, spear held low. At the last possible moment, he slid beneath her striking limbs and thrust upward into her underbelly. The momentum carried him through her body in a spray of crystalline fragments. As he emerged from the other side, he twisted mid-air and hurled his spear with impossible force. The weapon streaked across the chamber, a blur of light and purpose, passing straight through the queen's head before embedding itself in the stone wall mere inches from my face. The impact showered me with stone chips as I fell backward, cursing in Old Dwarven. The queen's massive form crashed to the ground, shattering into thousands of glittering pieces. Raito himself slammed into the opposite wall, finally showing signs of exhaustion as he slumped to the ground. Moradin's beard, I breathed, shakily getting to my feet. My eyes locked on the spear embedded in the wall. Steam rose from where it penetrated the solid stone, as if the rock itself burned at its touch. I approached cautiously, my smith's curiosity overriding everything else. I wrapped my calloused fingers around the shaft and pulled. The weapon slid free with unexpected ease, lighter than it should be. Holding it properly, I finally saw what craftsmanship truly meant. The spear defied explanation. Its material wasn't metal, wood, or stone, but something that shifted subtly as I turned it, catching light that wasn't there. Runes flowed along its surface, not carved or etched, but somehow alive, moving like fish beneath ice. The balance was perfect, the weight responding to my grip as if it knew my intentions. This wasn't dwarfcraft or elf work or any mortal making I'd ever encountered. This was divine craftsmanship, a weapon born from a god's will. "By the ancestors," I whispered, running my thumb along patterns that seemed to respond to my touch. The weight of the spear shifted in my hands, suddenly becoming heavy as mountain stone. Not physically, the balance remained perfect, but something deeper, more primal. The weapon grew cold against my skin. I'd held hundreds of weapons in my life, crafted thousands more, but none had ever judged me. "I get it," I muttered, feeling heat rise in my cheeks. Not meant for me. The rejection stung more than it should have. I'd never coveted others' work before. Took pride in my own craft, in the Embervale traditions passed through generations. But this was different. This weapon wasn't just superior craftsmanship. It was perfection given form. Something stirred within me, a feeling I'd nearly forgotten. That burning in my bosom when I'd first apprenticed at the forge. That drive that had once kept me working days without sleep, chasing the perfect balance, the ideal edge, the flawless enchantment. When had I lost that? When had craft become merely work? My fingers traced the spiraling patterns one last time before I carefully lowered the spear to the ground. Yet something remained behind, an ember rekindled in my chest. A hunger I'd forgotten I possessed. I could make something like this. Perhaps not identical, no mortal could truly match divine work, but I could try. By Moradin's forge I would try. My hand moved unconsciously to my utility belt, fingers finding the familiar shape of my rune weaver. The tool responded to my touch, unfolding with a soft mechanical whir as I knelt beside the spear. "Don't worry," I told it. "I won't try to take ye again." I rubbed my fingers over the rune weaver, feeling its familiar warmth against my palm. The small sapphire in its center caught the dim light of the cavern, pulsing gently as if sensing my intentions. What could I possibly craft worthy of such a weapon? My usual practical creations, simple harnesses, basic holders, functional pouches, suddenly seemed embarrassingly mundane. I'd need proper materials back at a forge to create something truly fitting. Just temporary, I muttered to myself. Something to get us moving until I can make ye a proper holder. The spear lay before me, its surface still shifting with those mesmerizing patterns. Divine craftsmanship, a god's gift. And here I was, about to strap it to leather and cloth like some common tool. "Don't judge me too harshly," I whispered to it. "I'll do better when we reach proper civilization." I pulled a length of leather from one of my storage cylinders, sturdy hide from a mountain drake I'd hunted 3 seasons past. Good material, but hardly worthy of this spear. Still, it would serve until I could access my forge supplies. Pressing the leather against the smooth surface of the rune weaver, I pictured what I needed, a backstrap. That could adjust to the spear's changing form, with reinforced loops that wouldn't tear under pressure. Something practical for the long trek ahead, yet respectful of the weapon's power. Form to need, strength with grace, hold what changes, keep its place. I spoke the shaping phrase, the words flowing from memory. I turned the small crank once, feeling the device warm beneath my fingers. The sapphire flared brightly, casting blue shadows across my hands as the rune weaver hummed with purpose. The leather writhed against the stone, folding and shaping itself according to my mental blueprint. Seams formed without stitching, edges sealed themselves. Reinforcement appeared where stress would occur. When the blue light faded, I held up my creation, a dual-form backstrap with adjustable loops and quick-release clasps. Functional, yes, but embarrassingly plain compared to the weapon it would carry. "It'll have to do for now," I sighed, looking over at Raito's slumped form across the cavern. "But I promise ye this, Spear of Gods, when we reach somewhere with a proper forge, I'll craft something worthy of your power. Something that even the gods might nod at in approval." I carefully slid the strap onto the weapon, then slung it across my back. Even through the barrier I felt its presence, a weight beyond the physical, a reminder of what craftsmanship could truly achieve. My gaze shifted to the cavern floor below, where the dark elf lay motionless amid the crystal carnage he'd created. Blood pooled beneath him, his chest barely rising with each shallow breath. "Hang on, lad," I muttered, unclipping my tool again. This time the armature reconfigured into its climbing formation, a series of extendable hooks and magnetized clamps designed for scaling difficult cavern walls. I'd added the enchantment after one too many mining accidents left comrades stranded on ledges. I secured the first hook and began my descent, the familiar routine of climbing barely, registering as my mind raced with new designs, new techniques, new possibilities. Each movement brought me closer to the fallen drow, but my thoughts were already at a forge, hands shaping metal not yet mined. I knelt beside Raito, my fingers finding his neck to check for a pulse. It fluttered beneath my touch, rapid but weakening. "Ye mad, beautiful fool," I whispered, taking in the extent of his wounds. "What god marked you for greatness, I wonder?" The pulse beneath my fingers suddenly strengthened, its rhythm steadying like a forge bellows finding its proper pace. Beneath my astonished eyes, Raito's wounds began to close, muscle knitting, skin sealing, blood retreating back into veins as if time itself reversed. "Well, I'll be damned," I whispered, sitting back on my heels. "Leveling up, are ye?" I'd seen it before. Warriors returning from battle suddenly glowing with inner light, wounds vanishing, strength doubling. My own father had leveled twice before my eyes, once after slaying a stone worm, again after defending our clan from Duergar raiders. I remembered the look of surprise on his face, the sudden knowledge flooding his eyes. I glanced around at the crystal carnage surrounding us, dozens of shattered reavers and their massive queen reduced to glittering rubble. "You certainly earned it, lad. Fine work." I was only level 2 myself, had been for decades. earned it after my first masterwork forge piece. Some folk gained levels quickly, others took lifetimes. The gods had their reasons, my grandmother always said. Raito's eyelids fluttered, those unsettling crimson eyes finding focus. Welcome back to the living, I said. How's it feel being stronger? The world dissolved around me. Crystal fragments, Bruna's concerned face, the cave floor beneath my body, all fading into a void of shimmering darkness. That familiar sensation of being untethered washed over me, my consciousness drifting through what felt like an endless midnight sea sprinkled with distant stars. I'd been here before. The darkness shifted, coalescing into the form of a woman. No, not just a woman. A goddess. Eris materialized before me, and once again, I found myself speechless. Her deep violet skin shimmered like the surface of a still lake beneath moonlight. Her white hair drifted weightlessly around her face, defying gravity and logic, moving as if suspended in water. Those crimson eyes, bright as twin moons, regarded me with amusement and something else, something I couldn't quite name. You stare as if you didn't see me last time we met, she said, her voice like silk sliding across stone. I don't think I could see you 1,000 times and not be struck silent, I admitted, the words escaping before I could think better of them. For a moment, just a fleeting instant, I thought I saw a hint of color darken her cheeks. A blush? On a goddess? But it vanished so quickly, I wondered if I'd imagined it. Eris tilted her head, shadows dancing across her features. Such flattery from my champion. I'm pleased you find this form agreeable. More than agreeable, I said, finding courage in the liminal space between worlds. But I suspect you didn't bring me here for compliments. She moved closer, her presence sending ripples of energy through the void around us. No, I wish to apologize. Apologize? For overwhelming you. Her fingers traced patterns in the darkness, leaving trails of crimson light. My fury flowed through you. I did not intend for it to consume you so completely. I remembered the battle, the hot rage flooding my veins, the perfect clarity of purpose, the way my body had moved with impossible precision and speed. It felt like the ultimate flow state, like nothing could touch me, like I was everywhere and nowhere at once. Divine fury is not meant for mortal vessels. Something like concern crossed her features. You handled it remarkably well, but I should have exercised more restraint. Why did you hate that Reaver Queen so much? I asked, curiosity overriding caution. What made you so angry? Eris's expression darkened, the void around us pulsing with her displeasure. What you fought was an abomination, a corruption of my design. Your design? The Underdark is my domain, a realm of pure, beautiful chaos. She gestured, and the void around us transformed into a sweeping vista of underground landscapes, vast caverns with glowing fungi, underground rivers carving through stone, creatures of strange and wonderful forms moving through the darkness. Every creature, every plant, every stone was placed with purpose. Not order, never order, but harmony within chaos. A perfect ecosystem of uncertainty and adaptation. The vista shifted, showing drow cities with towering spires of carved obsidian. Streets filled with white-haired figures moving in precise formations. Then my children decided they knew better. Her voice carried centuries of disappointment. The drow were meant to be my greatest creation, beings who embraced chaos and thrived within it. Instead, they built rigid hierarchies, strict societies, and bent my other creations to their will. The vision changed again, showing robed drow performing dark rituals over crystal eggs, Reaver eggs. They corrupted the Reavers, twisting them through generations of selective breeding and foul magic. They made them hunt only non-drow races, turning my perfect predators into their personal exterminators. I watched as the images showed Reavers bypassing drow parties to attack dwarves, gnomes, and surface dwellers. So that's why Bruna was so surprised I helped her. The Reavers should have ignored me and focused solely on her. Precisely, Eris's fingers clenched, and the vision shattered. It is but one example of many. The drow have made much of the Underdark serve them, not me, not chaos, but their own rigid designs. They perverted my realm into something controlled and predictable. Understanding dawned. And by killing the queen, the new Reavers born in that region will follow their original nature, not the drow's influence. A small victory, but a satisfying one. A smile curved her lips, dangerous and beautiful, and you were my instrument in achieving it. I recalled the dozens of crystalline bodies shattered across the cavern floor. I'm glad I could help, though I nearly died doing it. Yet, You didn't. Her eyes glinted with mischief. You grew stronger instead. Such is the way of chaos, strength born from the brink of destruction. So what happens now? To the Underdark, to the Drow, to me? Eris drifted closer, close enough that I could have reached out and touched her if I dared. Now you continue. You grow. You disrupt. The Drow who've forgotten me will face a reckoning eventually, but that is not your burden alone to bear. She lifted a hand, her fingers almost but not quite brushing my cheek. You are an unexpected variable in my realm, Raito. A fragment of chaos I did not create but find increasingly fascinating. The void began to brighten around us, the connection between realms thinning. The light continued to creep into our void, stealing away the precious moments we had left. Eris's form flickered at the edges, like a reflection on water disturbed by wind. Before you return, she said, her voice softer than before. Tell me what you desire. Your strength has grown again. You've earned another gift. I paused, considering. Combat skills would be practical. Enhanced agility, strength, perception. All useful for survival in the Underdark. But something else nagged at my thoughts. Sometimes I began slowly. When I fight, when I move through the caverns, I see something. A flow of energy, like currents in water. But I can't quite make it out. It's there, just beyond my understanding. Eris's crimson eyes brightened with interest. You see the ether flow, the currents of magic that permeate all things. Magic exists here? Magic exists everywhere. She gestured, and faint ribbons of light appeared in the darkness around. Us, blues, greens, golds, violets, all flowing in complex patterns. It lives in stone, air, shadow, blood. Most beings cannot even perceive it, let alone shape it, yet you already glimpse its presence. I watch the ethereal streams dance and weave. Why can I see it at all? Your eyes of a god reveal truth in all forms. At your current level, magic appears as mere impressions, shadows of something greater. But as your ability grows, the veil will lift. You'll see spells as they're cast, enchantments as they pulse with. Power, the very threads of aether as they flow through the world. The ribbons of light pulsed brighter, responding to her words. That sounds incredible. It will be. She moved through the magical currents, her form scattering and reforming them. But seeing is not the same as wielding. I cannot teach you spells. Magic must be discovered, earned, understood through practice and will. All I can offer is the spark, the potential to channel aether through your body and shape it into power. I met her gaze. You're offering to awaken my ability to use magic? I am offering you possibility. A dangerous smile played across her lips. What element calls to you? What spells manifest? How strong they become? These things are yours to discover. I grant only the door. You must walk through it yourself. The choice felt monumental. Magic. True magic. Not tricks or illusions, but the fundamental forces of reality bent to will. I accept, I said, without hesitation. Eris extended her hand, palm up, and a sphere of pure white light materialized above it. The magical currents in the void surged toward it, feeding it, making it pulse with raw potential. Then receive my blessing, champion. The sphere drifted toward me, and I felt its warmth even before it touched my chest. When it made contact, energy flooded through my entire being, not painful like the divine fury, but overwhelming in its intensity. Every nerve, every fiber, every cell awakened to a new sensation, like learning to breathe for the first time. Thank you, I managed, my voice thick with emotion. Not just for this, but for believing in me. The void continued to brighten, our time nearly spent. Words rose in my throat, words I'd never spoken to anyone, truths I'd buried beneath survival and cynicism. In my previous life I said quickly, urgency driving me, I had no purpose. I survived, I trained, I dreamed, but I had no real reason for existing. I was just there, going through motions, waiting for something I couldn't name. Eris's form flickered, but her eyes remained fixed on mine. You gave me purpose. The confession spilled out, raw and honest. I don't fully understand what's happening. I don't know what you want from me, what role I'm meant to play in your plans. But you gave me a second chance when I'd given up hope of ever mattering. You granted me strength, vision, and now magic itself. The light grew blinding, reality calling me back. I will have undying faith in you, I declared, my voice carrying absolute conviction. Whatever comes, whatever you ask, whatever chaos unfolds, I am yours. Not out of obligation or fear, but because you saw worth in a broken soul and offered him hope. For just a moment before the void dissolved completely, I saw something in Eris's expression I didn't expect. Not amusement or satisfaction, but something deeper, something almost vulnerable. Then the world rushed back, stone beneath me, cool air on my skin, and Bruna's rough voice calling my name. But the warmth of purpose remained, burning steady in my chest. The world snapped back into focus, but not in the way I expected. Everything glowed. Ito, Raito, can you hear me? Bruna's voice reached me as if from a great distance, muffled and distorted. I tried to respond, but my attention fixed on the ribbons of light flowing through the air around us. Blues and greens twisted together like currents in an invisible river, pulsing with life and energy I'd never perceived before. Aether, magic, the fundamental force Eris had shown me in the void. And now I could see it everywhere. The flow moved through the cavern in complex patterns, streaming along the stone walls, pooling in, the crystalline remains of the reavers and, most fascinating of all, surging through my own body. Threads of violet and crimson wound through my limbs, converging near my chest where the goddess's blessing had struck. The energy pulsed in rhythm with my heartbeat, alien yet somehow natural, as if it had always been there waiting for me to notice. Raito. Bruna's hand gripped my shoulder, shaking me. Lad, you're scaring me. Say something. I blinked, forcing myself to focus on her face instead of the magical corona surrounding her. The effort took more concentration than it should have. I'm here, I managed, my voice rough. Sorry. Just disoriented. But even as I spoke, I couldn't help noticing the way ether coiled around Bruna like protective armor. Dense currents of earth-brown and forge-red magic circled her arms where those ancestral runes marked her skin. Her hammer practically blazed with enchantment, runic patterns etched into its surface channeling power in geometric precision. Even her belt, her bracers, her tools, everything carried traces of magical craftsmanship. She was surrounded by power, and she probably didn't even realize how clearly it showed. Disoriented, she repeated, skepticism thick in her accent. You just killed 50 bloody reavers while looking like a demon possessed. Then you glow like a damn beacon. And now you're disoriented. Something like that. I tried to sit up, pushing against the stone floor. My arms gave out immediately. I collapsed back down, breath hissing between my teeth as every muscle in my body screamed protest. The pain caught me off guard. I'd leveled up, hadn't I? The wounds from the reavers should have healed. But this felt different. Deeper. Like something had scorched through me from the inside out. Easy. Bruna caught my shoulder before my head could strike stone. What's wrong? I thought the healing took care of everything. It did. The cuts, the broken bones, those are gone. I flexed my fingers, watching violet ether pulse weakly through them. This is something else. During the fight, when the fury took over, I think it damaged me in ways that don't heal normally. Bruna's gold-flecked green eyes narrowed. Fury took over. What are you talking about? How could I explain divine possession to someone who probably thought I'd lost my mind already? I settled for a half-truth. I pushed too hard, moved too fast. My body wasn't ready for what I was doing. I managed a weak smile. Consequence of getting carried away. She studied me for a long moment, clearly unconvinced but willing to let it pass. Here, Bruna said, holding out my spear. I made this while you were busy being dramatic. She'd fashioned an elegant leather harness for the weapon, with intricate dwarven knots worked into the straps. The craftsmanship was impressive, functional yet beautiful, with small rune markings etched into the leather. It's perfect, I said, taking the spear and examining the holder. The magical currents flowing through the leather matched Bruna's unique signature, earthy browns and molten reds. You made this for me? Well. She looked almost embarrassed by my admiration. When inspiration strikes, you don't question it. That's a mighty fine weapon you've got there. Never seen craftsmanship like it. Not dwarven, not elven, something different. I traced my fingers along the spear's shaft, watching how the ether responded to my touch. I wish I could tell you where I got it. Ye don't remember? No. Like many things about my past, it's unclear. The lie came easier than I expected, but something in me resisted revealing Eris's involvement. Bruna nodded, her expression softening. We all have our secrets, lad. No need to spill yours just because I'm curious. She extended her hand. Right. Well, you can't stay here. We need to find somewhere to rest proper-like, somewhere defensible. Can you walk? Only one way to find out. With Bruna's help, I made it to my feet this time. Standing took all my concentration, and the world tilted dangerously before stabilizing. The magical currents swirled around me, and I had to close my eyes briefly to avoid getting lost in their patterns again. "Steady now," Bruna murmured, her arms solid around my waist. "We'll take it slow." As she guided me toward the tunnel entrance, something caught her attention. She stopped abruptly, nearly causing me to stumble. "Hold on a tick." She left me leaning against the cavern wall and walked back toward the queen's corpse. I watched through half-lidded eyes as she circled the massive crystalline body, her gaze scanning the ground around it. "Aha!" She knelt, reaching for something that gleamed among the shattered crystal fragments. "Knew it. Rare drops from queens are worth their weight in mithril." When she straightened, she held a shard of crystal the size of her forearm. But this wasn't like the other reaver fragments scattered around us. This piece pulsed with concentrated magic, deep violet light flowing through its geometric structure like blood through veins. My new sight revealed layer upon layer of potential within it, raw power waiting to be shaped and forged. "This here's a queen's core crystal," Bruna explained, walking back to me with barely contained excitement. "With proper smithing, this could become something extraordinary. You mind if I bring it along?" I shook my head, too exhausted to care about loot distribution. "Take whatever you want. You're the one who knows its value." "Bless ye, lad." She turned the crystal over in her hands, examining it with professional interest. Then she reached for one of the small brass cylinders hanging from her belt. I expected her to tie the crystal to her pack or fashion some kind of carrying harness. Instead, she pressed the cylinder's top, and it opened with a soft click. She held the massive crystal over the opening, barely wider than my thumb, and simply dropped it inside. The crystal vanished. Completely. One moment it existed, the next it had disappeared into a container that couldn't possibly hold it. The cylinder didn't bulge, didn't strain, showed no sign that it now contained something 10 times its size. My tired brain struggled to process what I'd witnessed. Some kind of spatial compression? Dimensional pocket? The magical currents around the cylinder hummed with complex enchantments I couldn't begin to parse. "Storage device," I muttered, more to confirm reality than anything else. "Aye, handy thing." Bruna clipped the cylinder back to her belt without fanfare, as if casually defying the laws of physics was perfectly normal. "Right then, let's get you somewhere safe before ye collapse completely." She returned to my side, supporting my weight again, and together we limped toward the tunnel. Behind us, the cavern remained littered with crystal corpses, a battlefield painted in violence and divine intervention. The magical currents continued to flow around us as we walked, and I fought to keep my attention on the physical world, rather than getting lost in the ethereal beauty of aether. Each step took effort, my body protesting the movement, but Bruna's steady presence kept me upright. "How far to a safe spot?" I asked. "Can't be certain, but I'm here in a side chamber not far ahead. Small entrance, easy to defend, should do for resting." We moved through the darkness, my drow vision and her stone sense guiding us. After what felt like hours, we reached the small chamber Bruna had sensed. It was barely larger than a closet, with a narrow entrance that would force any attackers to come through single file. Bruna helped me sit against the cool stone wall, then placed her hammer across. The entrance, a makeshift alarm system that would clatter if disturbed. "Get some rest," she said, settling down opposite me. "I'll keep first watch." I didn't have the energy to argue. Exhaustion pulled at every fiber of my being, muscles trembling from overexertion and magical strain. As I closed my eyes, the ether currents remained visible, pulsing beneath my eyelids like an afterimage that refused to fade. Rather than fighting it, I surrendered to the sensation. I let my consciousness follow those magical streams, tracing their patterns through my damaged body. The experience reminded me of anatomy classes from my previous life, those rare moments when I'd managed to attend a real school between living on Beijing streets. I'd been fascinated by how the human body worked, poring over any medical texts I could find in public libraries. That knowledge served me now as I mentally mapped where divine fury had torn through me. Micro tears in muscle fibers, strained tendons, overstressed nervous pathways. The damage wasn't visible from outside, but internally, my body had been pushed far beyond its limits. I focused on the violet and crimson threads of ether flowing through me, trying to direct them toward the worst injuries. At first, nothing happened. The currents continued their normal patterns, indifferent to my will. But slowly, with persistent concentration, I felt a response. The magic shifted, pooling where I directed it, like water reluctantly changing course. The sensation was extraordinary. Warmth spread through damaged tissues as aether knitted them back together. I visualized cellular repair, picturing the exact biological processes needed. And somehow the magic responded to those intentions. Modern medical knowledge from Earth combined with arcane energy from this new world. A fusion no one else here could possibly replicate. Hours passed as I worked, guiding healing energy through my system with increasing precision. Occasionally, Bruna would check on me, her concerned whispers pulling me briefly to the surface before I sank back into my trance-like state. By morning, or what passed for morning in the timeless Underdark, I opened my eyes feeling completely restored. The pain had vanished, replaced by a vibrant, rested energy I hadn't felt since arriving in this world. Bruna stared as I stood and stretched, testing limbs that had been nearly useless the night before. "By the stone ancestors," she murmured. "Yesterday ye could barely walk." "I heal quickly," I replied with a small smile, unwilling to explain the full truth of what I'd accomplished. She shook her head in wonder, then turned her attention to more practical matters. Retrieving several carved stone runes from her belt, she pressed them against the cavern wall in a circular pattern. Each rune began to glow with amber light as she chanted softly in what sounded like ancient Dwarven. As Bruna pressed her palm to the final rune, the amber glow intensified, spreading outward like veins of molten gold through the stone. The sight was even more impressive through my newly awakened perception. I could see how her magic connected with the natural ether flowing through the rock itself, creating a harmonious resonance. Her eyes closed in concentration, head tilted slightly, as if listening to a distant conversation. After several minutes, her eyes snapped open, a broad grin splitting her freckled face. "Well, aren't we the lucky ones?" She slapped the wall affectionately. "The old bones tell me there's a path leading upward not far from here. Might even connect to a surface exit." "Surface?" The word hit me like a physical force. "How far?" 2 days' journey, if the stone speaks true. She began collecting her rune stones, each one dimming as she removed it from the wall. "Maybe 3 if we encounter trouble, which, let's be honest, we probably will." The prospect of leaving the Underdark sent conflicting emotions surging through me. On one hand, the thought of seeing open sky again, of escaping these claustrophobic tunnels and deadly creatures, filled me with longing. On the other, we set off toward the distant exit, hope pushing us forward through the twisted Underdark passages. The journey took 3 days, but moved with surprising ease. My body responded with newfound strength and agility that felt worlds away from my first desperate fight with a reaver. "That's the 4th different creature we've encountered today," I remarked after dispatching a pair of luminous cavefish that had floated through the air like eerie lanterns before revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. "Hardly saw anything but reavers before meeting you." Bruna adjusted her pack, the metallic trinkets on her belt jingling softly. Most of this level of the Underdark was reaver territory. Nasty buggers claimed a huge section for their queen. And now? Now you've gone and shattered their hierarchy. She flashed a grin. Without their queen pulling the strings, they've likely scattered to the winds. Nature abhors a vacuum. Other beasties are moving in already. I considered this as we navigated around a pool of something that looked like water, but smelled faintly of acid. I suppose I didn't really understand how vast the Underdark truly is. "Ha! No one does, lad. Not even the drow who've lived here for millennia." Bruna's voice echoed slightly in the widening tunnel. "The Underdark stretches beneath the entire continent, maybe the world. Endless tunnels, massive cavern systems, underground seas deeper than mountains are tall. What we've traveled through is barely a scratch on its surface, or under it, I suppose." The air shifted around us, carrying a different quality that took me a moment to place: freshness. After weeks of stale, fungal-laden Underdark atmosphere, the subtle change was jarring, like hearing a familiar song played in a new key. "How do you know so much about the drow?" I asked Bruna. "You recognize what I was immediately." She navigated around a jagged rock formation, her sturdy boots finding purchase where mine slipped. Dwarven folk been sending miners into sections of the Underdark for generations. Not by choice, mind ye. Necessity drives us deeper when the shallow veins run dry. "And you run into drow often?" "Often enough to know to avoid 'em." She paused at a fork in the tunnel, testing the air before choosing the left path. "Though most of what I know is hearsay and stories. Cautionary tales passed round the forges. Warnings for young miners about the dark elves who'd make ye slaves quick as breathin'." The tunnel gradually widened, ceiling rising above us. I noticed a subtle shift in the light, no longer just the bioluminescent fungi, but something stronger, steadier. Sometimes it happens by accident, Bruna continued. A mind that ain't even properly in the Underdark will have a cave-in, or breakthrough, and suddenly you're facing horrors from the deep. That's how I ended up here, exploring a new platinum vein when the floor just gave way. As we climbed higher, I saw streaks of unfamiliar light filtering through cracks in the ceiling, not the cold blue of cave fungi, but something warmer, more golden. I've heard some elves can communicate with the drow, Bruna remarked, eyeing me sideways. But again, that's just what I heard. The golden light grew stronger with each step, pouring through widening cracks above. My eyes, adapted to darkness for so long, began to ache slightly at its intensity. We're close, Bruna whispered, reverence in her voice. Can ye feel it? The surface is just ahead. The tunnel opened without warning, a jagged tear in the mountainside that spilled bright, burning light into my face. I stumbled backward, throwing an arm across my eyes as pain lanced through them. Sweet, merciful daylight, Bruna exclaimed, her voice filled with wonder. I couldn't share her enthusiasm yet. My drow eyes, perfectly adapted to the perpetual darkness of the Underdark, revolted against the sudden assault of sunlight. Every nerve ending screamed in protest as I squinted through watering eyes, trying to process the overwhelming sensation. Gods, it hurts, I muttered, backing deeper into the shadow of the tunnel. Right, forgot about your eyes. Bruna rummaged through her pack, producing a strip of cloth. Here, wrap this round your face, make a narrow slit to look through until you adjust. I fashioned a makeshift blindfold with a thin opening, then cautiously approached the exit again. Even filtered through the narrow gap, the light remained painfully bright, but manageable enough that I could begin to make out shapes beyond the tunnel. What I saw stole my breath. Endless sky stretched above us, a vast blue canvas so open and infinite that my heart hammered in my chest. After weeks of stone ceilings and claustrophobic tunnels, the sheer boundlessness of it triggered a dizzying vertigo. Below our exit point, a sea of green unfolded across the landscape, countless trees with leaves, unfurling in early spring, their canopy rippling in patterns as wind moved through them. Wind, actual wind, carrying scents so complex and varied that my senses struggled to catalog them all. Fresh earth, growing things, water, life. It's so much, I whispered, unable to find words adequate to the moment. Bruna stood beside me, her face turned skyward, breathing deeply. The surface. Makes you realize how small you are, doesn't it? We remained silent for several minutes, simply absorbing the vastness before us. Gradually my eyes adjusted enough that I could widen the slit in my blindfold, taking in more detail. Where exactly are we? I asked finally, my voice still hushed, as if speaking too loudly might shatter this magnificent vista. Mount Aurelia, Bruna replied, pointing to the peak rising above us. In the kingdom of Valoria, one of the largest human nations in this part of the world. I watched golden sunlight paint the mountainside, marveling at how different stone looked in natural light compared to the Underdark's eternal shadows. And these forests? I gestured toward the green expanse below. The Aurelia Greenwood. Bruna's expression grew more serious, not to be taken lightly. Ancient forest that, full of all manner of beasts, fey creatures and wilder things. Some parts haven't seen human footsteps in generations. Ether currents flowed through the forest canopy, pulsing with life energy that made the Underdark seem barren by comparison. I could see how the magic gathered around certain trees, pooled and hidden, glades, and twisted into strange patterns where the forest grew densest. Is there civilization nearby? I adjusted my makeshift eye protection again, trying to spot any signs of settlements. Dawnmere. Bruna pointed to the other side of the mountain slope. Decent-sized town nestled in the foothills. Good folk there, though they'd likely not take kindly to. She gestured vaguely toward my entire person. To a drow, I finished for her. To be fair, most ain't never seen one in the flesh, just heard stories. She scratched her copper hair thoughtfully. And those stories ain't exactly about friendly dark elves coming to trade and share a pint. I nodded, understanding the challenge. How do we get there? We'll need to descend and circle round the mountain base, Bruna explained, studying the terrain. Can't go over. Too treacherous this time of year with the spring melt. 2 days' travel through the edge of the forest should bring us to the Dawnmere side. She turned to me, expression somber. Listen close, lad. That forest down there ain't the Underdark, but don't mistake it for safe. The Greenwood's got moonfang orcs running in packs, thistle sprite goblins, with poison darts and granite-hide ogres that can tear a man in half. Even the trees themselves sometimes get restless. I understand, I said, gripping my spear more tightly. We'll be careful. Right then, Bruna shouldered her pack and adjusted her hammer. Let's get moving before nightfall. I'd rather not be on this exposed slope when darkness comes. I paused at the cave mouth, turning back for one last look at the tunnel we'd emerged from. The entrance was remarkably small, barely noticeable from this angle, just a shadow. Dark crack in the mountainside easily mistaken for a natural fold in the rock. If I hadn't known better, I would have walked past it without a second glance. My newly awakened sight picked up lingering traces of ether curling from the opening like wisps of smoke, the magical signature of the Underdark still clinging to the threshold. How many entrances like this existed, scattered across the world, hidden in forests, mountain slopes, forgotten valleys, doorways to an entire realm beneath our feet that most surface dwellers never suspected existed. A thought struck me, sudden and unsettling. Did Eris want me to stay below? The goddess had reincarnated me in the Underdark for a reason, after all. She'd spoken of her domain, her creations, her disappointment in how the drow had corrupted her vision. Was I abandoning that purpose by climbing toward the surface? Had I misunderstood my role entirely? Doubt coiled in my chest, tightening. Not yet. The whisper brushed against my consciousness, like silk sliding across stone. Eris's voice, unmistakable even in its brevity. 2 words that answered everything and explained nothing, as was her way. Not yet. Not forever abandoned then. Just, not now. Relief and curiosity warred within me. Whatever she intended for the Underdark, whatever reckoning awaited her wayward children, it would come in time. For now the surface called. Ye comin', lad. Bruna's voice pulled me from my thoughts. She stood several paces down the slope, one copper eyebrow raised. Or did you change your mind about fresh air and sunlight? I'm coming. I took one final glance at the dark threshold, committing its location to memory, then turned away. The descent began in earnest, our boots finding purchase on loose scree and weathered stone. Spring melt made the footing treacherous. Water trickled down channels carved by centuries of runoff, turning dust to mud and solid-looking rocks into sliding hazards. Bruna moved with practiced confidence, her dwarven heritage giving her an instinctive understanding of stone. I followed more cautiously, my agility compensating for inexperience as I tested each step before committing my weight. The forest canopy grew closer with each downward stride, individual trees resolving. From the green blur into distinct shapes and species I had no names for yet. The forest swallowed us whole by midday. Sunlight filtered through a canopy so dense it created its own twilight world beneath, dappling the moss-covered ground in shifting patterns of gold and shadow. My drow eyes adjusted gratefully to the dimmer light, no longer squinting against the painful brightness of open sky. I paused beside a cluster of ferns, activating my divine sight. Common silver frond, edible when young, mildly toxic when mature. Used in basic healing poultices. Remarkable. The knowledge appeared as naturally as breathing, overlaying my vision with purpose and meaning. I moved to another plant, a vine with small purple berries. Duskberry vine, fruit causes mild hallucinations. Leaves can be brewed into tea that aids meditation. Ye plannin' to catalog the whole forest, lad? Bruna called from ahead, amusement coloring her rough voice. Just curious, I jogged to catch up, my spear balanced across my shoulders. It's strange, so many plants I've never seen, yet the forest itself feels familiar. Trees, undergrowth, the way light falls through leaves. It's not so different from I caught myself. From forests I remember. Bruna grunted acknowledgement, her boots crunching through dry needles. Forests are forests mostly, though surprised you even been in one coming from the Underdark. She wasn't wrong. The chorus of unfamiliar bird calls, the rustle of small creatures in the brush, even the scent of pine and earth, it all felt like waking from a dream into something more real. Bruna, I ventured after a moment of companionable silence. Tell me about this world. The land we're on? She glanced back, copper eyebrow raised. You really do have memory problems, don't you? Bits and pieces, I lied smoothly, the deception necessary. Nothing connects properly. Right then. She adjusted her pack straps, settling into a storytelling rhythm. We're in the High Kingdom, human lands, ruled by 5 major nations that make up the Alliance, though they bicker like siblings when they ain't facing a common threat. We ducked beneath a low-hanging branch thick with moss. East is human territory, like I said. Cities, farmlands, night orders, all that proper civilization. Her tone suggested mixed feelings about proper civilization. Middle of the continent is where things get interesting. That's beast folk and demi-human territories, dozens of clans and nations, everything from wolf folk to scaled lizardmen to winged harpies. They keep mostly to themselves, though trade happens. I listened intently, committing every detail to memory. And the West? I prompted. Bruna's expression darkened. Demon Lord's army. Been pushing east for near on 5 years now, taking territory, raising villages, killing anyone in their path. She spat to the side. That's why tensions are so high everywhere. War's coming, everyone can feel it. The beast folk and demi-humans, they're fighting the demons too. Some are, others are trying to stay neutral, which ain't easy when your lands are between two armies. She paused to examine a trail marker, a stack of stones that indicated we were still on the right path. And before ye ask, you'll find demi-humans and beast folk in human cities too. Dawnmere's got a few. But treatment varies. The way she said it carried weight. Some places welcome 'em as equals, Bruna continued. Others barely tolerate 'em, make 'em live in certain districts, won't let 'em own property or join guilds. Depends on the lord, the town, the people. She shot me a meaningful look, which is why a drow walking into town might cause problems. I nodded slowly, understanding crystallizing. A world at war, racial tensions, and I bore the face of a people known for cruelty and slavery. We'll figure something out, I said quietly. We will. Bruna's confidence was reassuring. You saved my life down there, lad. I ain't about to abandon ye to an angry mob now. The path narrowed as we moved deeper into the forest. Sunlight faded, leaving us bathed in emerald shadows, the temperature dropping noticeably. So, humans control the east entirely? I asked, stepping over a fallen log. Bruna laughed, the sound echoing among the trees. Control? That's a mighty strong word, long legs. She tapped her hammer against her leg as she walked. The 5 nations claim the land, put it on their fancy maps, but truth is there's plenty within their borders. They don't truly rule. What do you mean? These forests, for one. She gestured broadly at the ancient trees surrounding us. The Aurelia Greenwood might sit smack inside the kingdom of Valoria, but try tellin' that to the forest monsters or the fey circles that appear on full moons. She lowered her voice conspiratorially. Even the road we're following isn't completely safe. That's why we're making camp before nightfall. Monsters? Aye, and not just here. The whole continent is dotted with wild places. Forgotten ruins, ancient battlefields, caves that go deep as the Underdark in some places. Bruna's eyes sparkled with dwarven appreciation for the underground. Humans call them dungeons when they're structured like that, places of power where magic pools and strange things grow. Adventurers seek 'em out for treasure, but most find only death. I considered this as we walked, my spear occasionally brushing against overhead branches. And beyond the continent? Now there's a question worthy of a dreamer. Bruna's face lit up. There's lands across the seas, though few have made the journey and returned to tell of it. The oceans are treacherous, not just storms and reefs, but creatures big enough to swallow ships whole. But some have crossed? The bravest sailors speak of distant shores where magic works differently, where folk, with skin of strange colors and unknown tongues, build cities that touch the clouds. She paused, looking up at the darkening sky. Worlds full of wonders I never thought I'd see, including a decent drow. She winked at me. Who's to say what's out there? As dusk fell completely, we found a small clearing beside a brook. The fire crackled to life as Bruna struck a spark onto the dry kindling I'd gathered. Orange light bathed our small clearing, pushing back the encroaching forest darkness. I arranged smooth stones in a ring to keep the flames contained and settled across from my dwarven companion. That's better. Bruna sighed, extending her palms toward the warmth. Her stomach growled loudly enough to startle a nearby nightbird from its perch. By Thordak's hammer, what I wouldn't give for a proper meal. I thought dwarfs could go weeks without food, I said, remembering fragments of lore from my old world. Bruna snorted. We can survive, doesn't mean we enjoy it. She patted her midsection. Been living on mushrooms and cavefish since I fell into that accursed hole. Dwarven constitutions kept me going, but... Another growl interrupted her, this one even louder. A bit of real meat would do wonders. I looked around at the darkening forest. My drow vision cut through the gloom easily, revealing the complex tapestry of shadows and movement that most races would find impenetrable. I could hunt something, I offered. Bring back meat for both of us. Bruna's laughter echoed through the trees. You? Hunt? In surface woods you've never seen before? She wiped a tear from her eye. No offense, long legs, but there's a difference between stabbing crystal beasties and tracking forest game. I felt a small smile tug at my lips. I might surprise you. Ha! I'd welcome the surprise. But don't get yourself lost or eaten. Forest changes at night. I won't go far, I promised, rising and adjusting my spear harness. Will you be all right alone? Bruna patted her hammer meaningfully. Been a smith and warrior for years, lad. I can handle myself for an hour. With a nod, I slipped into the trees, moving silently through undergrowth. The forest felt alive in ways the Underdark never did, pulsing with small movements. Nighttime creatures beginning their routines as diurnal ones sought shelter. I breathed deeply, focusing my senses. I activated my divine sight, scanning the forest floor. Animal tracks, deer, female, passed through approximately 17 minutes ago, moving northeast. The information flowed effortlessly into my mind. I followed the tracks, moving like a shadow between trees. My time in the Underdark had taught me patience and silence, skills that transferred perfectly to hunting. 20 minutes later, I spotted it, a doe drinking from a moonlit stream. I readied my spear, calculating distance and wind. One fluid motion later, my weapon found its mark. The animal dropped without a sound. Field dressing the deer brought back memories of my past life, survival, skills learned from necessity during my hardest years in China. My hands remembered what my mind tried to forget. I worked quickly, efficiently, then hoisted the dressed carcass onto my shoulders. When I returned to camp, Bruna's jaw dropped comically. She stared at the deer I carried, then at me, then back to the deer. "Well, smelt me down and forge me anew," she whispered. "Ye actually did it." I set the carcass down and began preparing it for cooking. "You shouldn't underestimate me." "Clearly not." She watched me work with newfound respect. I prepared the deer meat, cutting it into manageable portions with my spear. Bruna busied herself stoking the fire, arranging larger branches to create a makeshift spit. "Just need to get this hot enough," she said, arranging the meat directly over the flames. "Ain't pretty, but it'll fill our bellies." I reached into the small pouch at my side. "Actually, I found these on my way back." Bruna squinted at the handful of leaves and small flowers I'd collected. "What's that supposed to be?" "Seasonings," I replied, showing her the various plants. "Wild thyme, garlic flower. And this one," I held up a fern-like plant with tiny white buds, "is mountain pepper. It grows on north-facing slopes." She eyed the herbs suspiciously. "And ye know this how exactly?" "Thought drow lived on mushrooms and spite." I smiled, activating my divine sight once more to double-check what I already knew. Wild thyme, aromatic herb, enhances flavor of game meat, minor healing properties when fresh. Mountain garlic flower, pungent flavor, repels minor forest spirits, good for heart health. Alpine pepperwort, spicy taste, grows only in cool shaded areas, aids digestion. "Let's just say I have a knack for identifying plants," I replied, crushing the herbs between my fingers to release their oils. "Trust me, this will taste better than plain roasted meat." Bruna folded her arms across her chest. "If ye poison us both, I'm haunting ye in the afterlife." "Fair enough." I worked methodically, rubbing the crushed herbs into the meat, constructing a proper spit that would allow the fat to drip without causing flare-ups. With Bruna's help, we arranged stones to reflect heat more evenly around our meal. The scent that rose from the cooking venison soon filled our small clearing with a mouth-watering aroma. "By the forge," Bruna murmured, nostrils flaring appreciatively. "That actually smells good." When the meat was done, I sliced it carefully and handed Bruna her portion on a large leaf. She examined it suspiciously before taking a tentative bite. Her eyes widened immediately. "This is..." She took another, larger bite, speaking through her full mouth. "This is incredible. Where did you learn to cook like this?" I focused on my own portion, memories flooding back of cooking for myself on Earth. When you have little, you learn to make it taste like more. Bruna devoured her meal with dwarven enthusiasm, occasionally making appreciative grunts. When she finished, she leaned back against her pack with a satisfied sigh. "Never thought I'd say this, but that's the finest meal I've had from a drow. I guess it's the only meal I have had from a drow." I smiled, wiping grease from my fingers onto the grass. "Glad you enjoyed it." Bruna studied me in the firelight, her green eyes thoughtful. "You know, we should probably clean ourselves up before we reach Dawnmere." She gestured at our travel-worn appearances. I glanced down at my clothing, stained with reaver blood, cave dust, and now deer grease. Even in the dim light, I could see the accumulated grime on my violet skin. I eyed the brook beyond the clearing, its waters glinting silver in the moonlight. The thought of washing away weeks of underdark grime seemed almost too luxurious to imagine. I hesitated, suddenly uncomfortable. Are you sure that's appropriate? We barely know each other, and I'm a male. Bruna finished, barking out a laugh. Lad, I'm all muscle and callous, not exactly what men write poetry about. She patted her broad chest with rough palms. Besides, if I catch you getting weird, I'll give you a beating you won't soon forget. These fists have shaped metal. Imagine what they'd do to your pretty face. Her expression was fierce, but there was humor in her gold-flecked eyes. Then her face softened unexpectedly. Truth is, Raito, you've had plenty of chances to do me harm. Down in those tunnels, ye could have left me to the reavers or worse. But ye didn't. She gathered her small pack of belongings. Ye fought like the spirit of vengeance itself to keep us both alive. That earns trust in my book. Her candor caught me off guard. In my old life, trust came rarely and left quickly. Here, in this strange new world, this dwarf woman was offering it freely, built on nothing more than shared danger and survival. I appreciate that, I said quietly. Though, Bruna added with a wistful sigh. What I wouldn't give for a flask of dwarven fire whiskey right now. Nothing like a proper drink before a cold bath. She rubbed her hands together, gathering her small pouch of supplies. Keep watch, will ye? Forest gets lively this time of night. I will. I positioned myself against a moss-covered boulder, angling my body so the brook remained visible in my peripheral vision. Necessary for security, predators hunted at night, and Bruna needed protection while vulnerable. But the arrangement sat uncomfortably in my chest, a war between practical necessity and personal ethics. Don't look directly, just watch for movement. Threats, not her. The sound of cloth rustling reached my sensitive ears, followed by the soft clink of metal being set aside. Her hammer probably. Belt buckles. Boots hitting soft earth. I fixed my gaze firmly on the opposite tree line, counting branches, studying bark patterns. Anything to occupy my mind. Then Bruna's voice shattered the night. By Thordak's frozen beard. The dwarven war cry exploded across the clearing, bouncing off trees with startling volume. My head whipped toward the sound on pure instinct. Combat reflexes overriding everything else. Bloody freezing. Bruna's complaint followed immediately, colored with creative dwarven curses that would have made sailors blush. But I barely heard her. Moonlight painted her body silver where she stood waist-deep in the stream, rivulets of water cascading down skin that gleamed pale against the darkness. My breath caught, not because of exposed flesh, though there was plenty, but because of the sheer sculpture of her form. Every muscle told a story written in years of forge work and battle. Her shoulders curved with defined deltoids earned from swinging hammers that weighed more than most weapons. Biceps that could bend steel without magic bunched and relaxed as she scrubbed away grime. Her back displayed the kind of developed musculature that came from loading furnaces and hauling ore. I'd spent years in gyms during my previous life, pushing my body beyond its limits, understanding intimately the dedication required to build such strength. This wasn't vanity muscle grown from supplements and mirrors. This was functional power, forged through demanding physical labor. The dirt and cave dust washed away in dark rivulets, revealing freckles scattered across her shoulders like copper flakes on cream. Her large bosom, which she dismissed so casually, moved naturally with her motions. Neither dainty nor crude, simply present as part of her overall powerful frame. Do all dwarven women look like this? The thought flickered through my mind unbidden. Or is Bruna exceptional even among her own kind? As more grime sluiced away, I noticed details I'd missed before. The elegant line of her jaw, the way her copper braids caught moonlight like forge coals, the confident grace in how she moved despite her stocky build. She possessed her own brand of beauty, rough-hewn and honest, like a well-crafted weapon. My eyes traced the faint glowing runes visible on her back and arms, ancestral. Birthmarks she'd mentioned. Bruna turned slightly, glancing back toward camp. I snapped my head away so fast my neck popped, fixing my gaze on absolutely nothing in particular, heart hammering. Oi! Her voice carried across the clearing, sharp with accusation. Were ye peekin', long legs? No. The denial burst out too quickly, too forcefully. I cleared my throat, trying again. You shouted, I thought something attacked you. Silence. Then suspicious muttering in what sounded like dwarvish, followed by more splashing. Heat crept up my violet cheeks as I stared resolutely at the fire, willing my pulse to slow. I forced my thoughts elsewhere. The crackling fire, the tree canopy overhead. Anything but the image of water cascading down muscled shoulders. My fingers drummed against my knee, a nervous habit from my old life resurfacing. She's a companion. An ally. That's all. Mental discipline served me now, compartmentalizing unwanted thoughts into locked boxes. I'd learned long ago that dwelling on impossible things only brought pain. Footsteps approached from behind, water squelching with each step. Every muscle in my body tensed. Still breathin', lad? Bruna's voice carried its usual rough humor, but closer now. Much closer. I kept my gaze locked forward on the fire, shoulders rigid. Still here. Everything all right? Aye, clean as I've been in weeks. More footsteps. The sound of wet fabric being wrung out. Though these rags I call clothes are barely holding together. Underdark weren't kind to him. My peripheral vision caught movement, pale skin, copper hair plastered dark against her back. I snapped my eyes shut entirely. Sar, righto? Yes? A pause. Then laughter. Deep and genuinely amused. Ye can look at me, ye daft drow. I'm not some maiden who'll swoon at a glance. I gestured vaguely without opening my eyes. You're not dressed. Sharp observation. The sound of wet clothing being laid out near the fire reached my ears. Can't exactly dry 'em while wearing 'em, now can I? I heard her settle onto the opposite side of the fire, followed by the rustle of her pack being opened. Though I suppose you've got a point about modesty, she continued conversationally. Can't have you washing up and us both sitting here bare as the day we were born, waiting for our clothes to dry. Forest might be dark, but it ain't that accommodating. I risked opening one eye, confirming she'd positioned herself with the fire between us. Her silhouette was visible through the flames, mercifully obscured. Still, I focused on the ground near my feet. What do you suggest? I asked. We can't travel in dirty clothes, but we also can't afford to wait hours for them to dry. Metal clinked against metal as Bruna rummaged through something. Ah, there's where you're wrong, long legs. Forgot I had a trick up my, I'd say sleeve, but I ain't got any at the moment. Another metallic sound followed by a satisfied grunt. When I glanced up cautiously, she held a smooth stone disc about the size of her palm, covered in spiraling runes. The object caught the firelight, a silver steel strip around its edge gleaming. Rune Weaver, she announced with obvious pride. One of my finest creations, if I say so myself. With this beauty and the materials in my storage cylinder, I can make us both something to wear. Simple stuff, shirt and pants for each of us. Nothing fancy, but it'll be clean and dry. I blinked, genuinely intrigued despite the awkwardness of our situation. You can create clothing? Just like that? Aye. Though, just like that undersells years of research and craftsmanship. She turned the disc over in her hands, the central sapphire catching light. Generations of ember veils made weapons and armor, but I wanted something more practical. Took me the better part of a decade to get the rune work right. My mind filled with questions. How did the device function? What powered it? How did it transform raw materials into finished goods? The storage cylinders she mentioned, were they similar to spatial magic I'd read about in fantasy novels? But Bruna sat there naked and dripping, firelight painting patterns across her. Freckled skin, and I was still fully clothed and covered in weeks of grime. The questions could wait. That's remarkable, I managed. Truly, I'm rather proud of it. She stood, the disc in one hand while she reached for one of the metal cylinders on the ground. Now get yourself to that stream before I change my mind about helping ye. I'll have fresh clothes waiting when ye get back. I rose quickly, perhaps too quickly, grabbing my own small pack. Thank you, Bruna. I'll be quick. Take your time scrubbing properly, she called after me. Ye smell like dead reaver, and mountain air ain't enough to fix that. Her laughter followed me into the darkness as I headed toward the brook, finally allowing myself a small smile. Despite everything, the awkwardness, the cultural differences, the strangeness of this entire situation, Bruna's straightforward practicality made it bearable, almost normal even. The cold water awaited, and with it, the promise of clean clothes through. Dwarven ingenuity I didn't yet understand but deeply appreciated. The water shocked my system with its biting chill as I lowered myself into the stream. Moonlight danced across the rippling surface, illuminating my violet skin in strange shifting patterns. I washed vigorously at weeks of accumulated underdark grime, watching as the clear water turned murky around me. Not bad, long legs. Bruna's voice carried clearly across the clearing. You got more muscle than most men I've seen. Maybe there's hope for you yet. Heat rushed to my face that had nothing to do with exertion. I sank deeper into the water, mortified. Could you please? I started. Her boisterous laugh cut me off. Just evening the score, now we're both properly embarrassed. I finished washing quickly and returned to camp. True to her word, Bruna had laid out clothing beside the fire. A simple shirt and pants in a neutral brown color. These should fit, she said without looking up from her work. She sat cross-legged, now dressed in similar attire, manipulating her rune weaver over what looked like leather scraps. I dressed gratefully, surprised by the perfect fit. This is remarkable, I said, running my fingers over the seamless fabric. How do the storage cylinders work? They seem to hold much more than their size suggests. Pocket dimensions, Bruna replied. Dwarven specialty. We carve precise rune sequences that fold space like paper. Not infinite space, mind ye. Physics still applies, just differently. And my spear harness? You made that with the rune weaver too? She nodded, a hint of pride in her eyes. First thing I created after seeing that divine weapon of yours. Couldn't let such craftsmanship go any longer without proper housing. We talked late into the night, our clothes drying beside the fire as Bruna explained dwarven runecraft and I asked endless questions. Her patience never wavered, though she occasionally teased my curiosity. Morning arrived sooner than I expected. We packed silently, both aware that civilization, with all its complications, awaited us. Bruna extinguished our fire while I shouldered my spear. Dawnmere's half a day's walk, she said, adjusting her hammer at her belt. Ready for your first human town, Longlegs? I nodded, uncertainty and excitement mingling in my chest. As ready as I'll ever be. We set off down the forest path, leaving our quiet sanctuary behind. I stared up at the massive walls of Dawnmere as we emerged from the tree line. Solid stone rose 30 feet high, punctuated by guard towers and crowned with sharpened wooden spikes, nothing like the small frontier outpost I'd imagined. That's Dawnmere? I asked, pausing on the worn dirt road leading to its gates. Smoke curled from dozens of chimneys within, and I could make out the distant sounds of commerce, hammers striking anvils, merchants calling their wares. Bruna adjusted her hammer's position at her belt. 5,000 souls, give or take. Strategic point for the High Kingdom. Guards the pass to Mount Aurelia, and at an outpost to the Greenwood. It's bigger than I expected. Bruna chuckled. What did you think, long legs? A few huts and a tavern? She clapped me on the shoulder. This is Valoria. Even their small settlements have proper defenses. Her expression turned serious. Now, let me do the talking when we reach the gates. Town guards tend to be jumpy around strangers, especially ones with your complexion. I nodded, anxiety tightening my chest. The spear across my back suddenly felt conspicuous rather than comforting. As we approached the gates, the guards' postures shifted immediately. Hands moved to sword hilts. One signaled to his companion, who disappeared into the gatehouse. Halt, called the remaining guard, drawing his weapon with a metallic hiss. State your business. Two more guards appeared, both leveling crossbows at my chest. Bruna stepped forward, hands raised in a placating gesture. Hold your bolts, lads. I'm Bruna Embervale, smith and trader. Got lost in the caves under Mount Aurelia. This fellow here helped me escape. Saved my life more than once. It's a drow, one guard spat, crossbow unwavering. Dark elf, slaver, murderer. Not this one, Bruna insisted. He's different. Been with him for weeks now, not once tried to kill me or enslave me. That's gotta count for something, eh? The guard's eyes narrowed. You expect us to believe a drow just happened to help you out of the goodness of its black heart? His heart, Bruna corrected, anger edging into her voice. And I do. Because I lived it. The tension thickened. More guards appeared on the wall above, all staring down at us with naked hostility. Stand aside, commanded a deep voice from within the gate. The guards parted reluctantly as a broad-shouldered man stepped through. He wore practical half-plate armor and a green mountain cloak, with a bastard sword sheathed at his side. Dark black hair streaked with silver framed a weathered face, and his sharp eyes assessed me with the calculation of a veteran fighter. I am Lord Garrick Stormvale, he announced, master of Dawnmere. His hand rested casually on his sword hilt. What brings a drow to my gates? Bruna started to answer, but Stormveil raised his hand, silencing her. No. Let him speak for himself. All eyes turned to me. I felt that subtle tension, the warrior's readiness humming between us. This man could draw and strike before most people realized what was happening. I recognized it because I possessed the same capability. My name is Raito, I said carefully, making no sudden movements. I found Bruna injured in the Underdark, fighting for her life. I helped her reach the surface as she helped me navigate unfamiliar tunnels. Stormveil's eyes narrowed. And what were you doing in those tunnels, Drow? Your kind rarely come to the surface without purpose. I was lost, separated from everything familiar. The half-truth came easily. I have no loyalty to Drow kind or their ways. So you claim... Stormveil took a single step forward. The air between us seemed to crackle with potential energy. Yet every Drow I've encountered has tried to kill me. Give me one reason why you should be different. I met his gaze directly. Because I choose to be. Each person decides their own path, regardless of what others expect of them. I lowered my hands slowly. Judge me by my actions, Lord Stormveil, not by assumptions about my kind. For a long moment, silence stretched between us. Lord Stormveil's voice became muffled in my ears. His lips moved, asking about my intentions in Dawnmere, but I no longer heard the specific words. Instead, I perceived something far more primal, his warrior's intent pulsing like heat waves between us. In that strange, suspended moment, I saw him draw his sword in a fluid arc aimed at my neck, not in reality, but in the shared space of our combat awareness. Without conscious thought, my body responded to this phantom attack, my muscles tensing to parry with my spear. I envisioned the precise angle needed to redirect his blade, the follow-up strike I would make to his exposed flank. This isn't happening. Not yet. But it could. Need assurances. His actual words filtered through the combat haze as our imaginary duel continued. In this shared battlefield of precognition, I saw myself leap backward. To avoid his shield bash, my spear twirling to create distance. Stormveil countered with a diagonal slash that would force me to commit to either offense or retreat. I chose offense, seeing my body pivot inside his guard, a death-defying move that would either end with my victory or my execution. Your true purpose here. Stormveil's real voice continued, growing fainter as our phantom combat intensified. My right hand drifted imperceptibly toward my spear, just as his fingers tightened around his sword hilt. In our shared vision, I saw him predict my inside move, pivoting to catch me with his shield edge. I adjusted instantly, envisioning a feint followed by a leg sweep. He countered with a drop step I hadn't anticipated. Each move and countermove played out in milliseconds, neither of us physically moving, yet both perfectly aware of this deadly conversation our combat instincts were having without words. Cannot allow threats to my people, he was saying, but the sounds barely registered. In our shared combat reality, I saw him exploit an opening in my defense, one I'd left deliberately. As his imaginary sword committed to the strike, my phantom self twisted. Impossibly, spear point driving toward his unprotected throat. Stalemate. In that final projected moment, we would kill each other simultaneously. His eyes widened slightly, recognizing what I had seen. My hand now rested on my spear harness, his palm wrapped around his sword hilt. For the love of Thordak's sweaty beard, Bruna's voice shattered our deadly trance like a hammer to glass. She stepped between us, her stocky frame somehow filling the space despite her shorter stature. Are ye two done with your little dominance ritual? She demanded, glaring first at Stormveil, then at me, like two mountain rams about to knock heads. I blinked, reality rushing back. My hand dropped from my spear. Across from me, Stormveil seemed equally disoriented, his fingers releasing his sword hilt. For a moment, silence hung heavy, then Stormveil's face transformed. A deep, rumbling laugh erupted from his chest, growing until it echoed off the stone walls. By the gods, he managed between laughs, I have never met anyone like you, Drow. He wiped a tear from his eye. If you're finished sizing each other up, Bruna grumbled, perhaps we could get on with actually entering the town. Stormveil's laughter subsided, but his eyes retained their amused light. I like you, Raito. He gestured toward the gate. You're welcome in Dawnmere, but understand this, I cannot control how all my people will react to you. Some have lost family to Drow raids, others simply fear what they don't understand. I understand, I replied, relieved but cautious. I'll give them no reason to fear me. See that you don't. His smile remained, but carried an edge of warning. Prove through your actions that you're different from your kind, and you'll find Dawnmere can be welcoming indeed. He turned to the guards. Open the gates, our guests are tired from their journey. As the heavy wooden doors swung inward, I caught Bruna's eye. She winked, an unmistakable message. I told you we'd figure something out. The gates of Dawnmere swung fully open before us, revealing a world I'd only dreamed of in my previous life. Sunlight-bathed cobblestone streets where townsfolk moved through their midday routines, merchants calling prices, children darting between carts, craftsmen hammering at their trades. The air smelled of fresh bread, wood smoke, and humanity. I lingered at the threshold for just a moment, drinking in this impossible vision. A real, medieval fantasy town, straight from the pages of the books that had been my only escape. You coming, Longlegs, or planning to grow roots there? Bruna nudged my side, her copper braids catching the sunlight. Sorry. I stepped forward, feeling the strange weight of being surrounded by civilization again after weeks in the Underdark. It's different. Bruna's expression softened. Overwhelmed, eh? You could say that. The half-truth came easily. I adjusted my hood to shield my sensitive eyes from the midday glare. Let's head to the Adventurers Guild first, she suggested, pointing to a large building near the town square. Need to report I'm alive. My group probably thinks I'm dead in that cave-in. Were you close with them? I asked as we walked, acutely aware of the heads turning in our direction. Conversations, halting mid-sentence as people noticed the violet-skinned stranger in their midst. Bruna snorted. Hardly. Just some fellow dwarves who took the same mining contract. Decent enough sorts, but not friends. A man spat on the ground as we passed. Across the street, a shopkeeper hurried to close his shutters. The townsfolk created a small bubble of empty space around us as we moved. Some merely stared with undisguised suspicion, others retreated entirely. Mama, look, a dark elf. A child shouted, pointing directly at me. His mother's face went pale. She snatched him up, clutching him to her chest, and hurried down an alleyway without looking back. Bruna growled under her breath. Try to pay them no mind, lad. It doesn't bother me, I said, and meant it. After a lifetime of invisibility on Earth's streets, just another homeless. Boy no one wanted to see. Even fear and hostility felt like recognition. Well, it bothers me, she muttered, glaring at an old man who'd made a warning sign as we passed. I smiled down at her. I'm just happy to be around people again. And I was. Even with their fear and suspicion, these streets held more life than the cold tunnels of the Underdark. In my first life, after my parents died, I'd existed on the margins of society, never belonging, always watching from outside. But I'd cherished those small, perfect moments of human connection. Holding doors for elderly shopkeepers who thanked me with surprised smiles, sharing crusts of bread with other street children, exchanging nods with the old man who practiced Tai Chi in the park at dawn. We passed a tavern where laughter spilled into the street alongside the smell of roasting meat. A blacksmith hammered rhythmically at his forge, sparks flying in golden arcs. It was all so beautifully, painfully real. The fantasy world I'd escaped into, during those cold nights huddled in alleyways or abandoned buildings. Now I walk these streets in flesh and blood, not just imagination. What's that look for? Bruna asked, eyeing me curiously. Nothing. I couldn't explain how this place, despite its wary glances and whispered fears, felt like a long-awaited homecoming. Just taking it all in. The Adventurers Guild loomed ahead, its weathered stone walls rising 2 stories high. My steps slowed as I took in the heavy oak doors beneath a carved wooden sign bearing crossed swords over a mountain crest. Light poured from tall arched windows, casting warm patterns across the cobblestones before us. Well, come on then. Nothing special about this Adventurers Guild compared to others, though it's solid enough work. I followed her up the wide stone steps, my heart racing with childish excitement. How many nights had I spent imagining places just like this in my old life? Fantasy novels had been my salvation in that previous life. Worlds of adventure where courage mattered more than birth, where even the lowest could rise through skill and determination. Bruna pushed open the doors, and warmth rushed out to meet us. Inside was everything I'd dreamed a fantasy guild hall should be. A massive circular fire pit dominated the center, surrounded by sturdy wooden tables where adventurers lounged, drank, and shared tales. Weapons and trophies adorned the walls, claws, horns, and strange artifacts, each labeled with names I couldn't read from this distance. The mingled scents of roasted meat, ale, pipe smoke, and leather filled the air. This was real. Not ink on paper, not my desperate imagination. but a living, breathing slice of the fantasy world I'd yearned for. The buzz of conversation faltered as heads turned toward us. Like ripples in a pond, silence spread from table to table until only the crackle of the fire remained. Dozens of eyes fixed on me, my violet skin, my white hair, my crimson eyes that marked me as drow. Bruna led me toward a long counter where several clerks managed stacks of parchment. Behind it stood a stern-looking older woman with steel-gray hair pulled back in a tight braid. She wore a navy uniform with brass buttons that stretched across her ample bosom, the top buttons undone against the hall's heat. "Marla," Bruna called, waving. "Still terrorizing the rookies, I see." The woman looked up, her practiced professional expression cracking into momentary shock as she registered both Bruna and her unusual companion. "By the mountains, mercy." The gray-haired woman stared at Bruna like she'd seen a ghost. "Embervale, we thought you were dead." "Takes more than a cave-in to finish me, Marla," Bruna replied with a half-smile. Marla stepped around the counter, her practiced composure returning despite the shock in her eyes. She clasped Bruna's forearm in a warrior's greeting, then turned to study me with a sharp, assessing gaze. To her credit, she only paused briefly at my violet skin and crimson eyes before giving a professional nod. "The rest of your crew returned after the accident," she informed Bruna. "Said the tunnel collapsed behind you. They tried calling but couldn't hear anything through the rubble." Bruna snorted. "Bet Coldstone didn't try too hard. Never did like sharing credit on fines." "You know the rules," Marla said, not unkindly. "We don't send good miners after fallen ones. Too many double tragedies that way." I know," Bruna sighed. "No sense throwing more lives down a hole. But here you are." Marla's gaze flicked between us, lingering thoughtfully on my face. "And with company, no less. How in the nine hells did you survive the Underdark? And with a," she lowered her voice, "drow of all things." "That's a tale worth telling," Bruna said, scanning the hall. "Got any private rooms? Might need a drink, too." Marla nodded and led us to a small chamber off the main hall. It held a round table, several chairs, and walls lined with maps. After ordering food and ale from a passing server, she settled across from us, folding her hands patiently on the table. Bruna recounted our journey, the cave-in that separated her from her party, her desperate flight from Reavers, our fateful meeting, and our days-long trek to the surface. She spoke of my combat prowess, but carefully avoided mentioning Eris or my divine blessing. "So, the lad saved your life," Marla summarized when Bruna finished, her eyes reassessing me with newfound interest. "Aye." Bruna raised her ale mug. Marla turned to me directly for the first time. "I'm Marla Redwin, senior officer of the Dawnmere Guild. And you are?" "Righto," I replied with a slight bow. "I'm honored to meet you, Miss Redwin." Her eyebrows shot up. "Well now," she said, genuine surprise in her voice. "You speak common excellently. First drow I ever met that could." "I've had to adapt quickly," I said carefully, maintaining the half-truths I'd been telling Bruna. "My memories are unclear." "Unusual circumstances make for unusual allies," Marla commented, studying me. "You're the first of your kind to walk openly in Dawnmere in my lifetime, you know." I nodded, feeling the weight of her words. "I understand I'm not welcome to most, but I hope my actions might speak where my appearance causes fear." Marla's expression softened slightly. "Well said, rookie. Most men your age, regardless of race, don't speak with such consideration." She glanced at Bruna. "You found yourself an odd one, Embervale. You've no idea," Bruna replied with a knowing smile. The server returned with platters of steaming meat and bread, setting down 3 large wooden mugs filled with amber ale. I studied the platter before me, roasted meat, dark bread, and a wooden mug of ale that sent up wisps of yeasty steam. After weeks of foraged fungi and whatever game we could catch in the Underdark, it looked like a feast. The deer I caught was good, but not a proper meal. My stomach growled in anticipation. Taking a cautious bite of the meat, I found it tender enough but lacking in flavor, just salt and perhaps a hint of rosemary. The bread was dense and hearty but similarly plain. Nothing like the complex spice blends and cooking techniques I'd grown up with, or even the cheap but flavorful street food. I sipped the ale and nearly winced. It was room temperature, heavy, and had none of the crisp finish or subtle notes I remembered from the few beers I'd tasted in my previous life. Just flat alcoholic bread water. "Is something wrong with the food?" Marla asked, noticing my expression. "No, not at all," I replied quickly. "It's very filling." I wondered if this was standard for this world. Food meant purely for sustenance rather than enjoyment. Was everywhere like this, or were there places where cooking was an art form as it had been on Earth? Another small adjustment to make in this new reality. I watched as Bruna tore into her meal with obvious relish, taking large bites and washing them down with deep pulls of ale. Despite my own lukewarm reaction to the food, she seemed genuinely pleased with it. "This is good," she said, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "Not as good as that deer ye cooked at the fire, though. Those herbs ye added to the meat made it taste so much better." I blinked in surprise, remembering how I'd automatically gathered some wild thyme and rosemary-like herbs while hunting. Without thinking, I'd used them as I would have in my past life. "Is adding herbs and spices to food rare here?" I asked, keeping my tone casual. Marla and Bruna exchanged glances. "Rare? It's practically unheard of outside noble kitchens," Marla said, leaning forward with interest. "How'd you know which plants wouldn't kill you?" "Most wild plants are poisonous to some degree," Bruna explained, tearing off another chunk of bread. "Folks stick to salt and a few known ingredients because experimenting tends to end with burial rites. Even in my clan, we only use herbs passed down through generations of testing," she continued. "And those are precious, traded weight for weight with silver sometimes." I considered this information, feeling foolish for not having realized sooner. Of course, this wasn't Earth with its centuries of botanical knowledge painstakingly documented. In this world, venturing into the woods meant risking your life to monsters and unknown dangers. Why would anyone risk death just to make their food taste better? "I understand," I said quietly. "Risking your life for flavor wouldn't be very smart." "Exactly," Marla nodded approvingly. "Though I'm curious how you managed it. Most drow use poison, not culinary herbs." I quietly finished my meal, making peace with the bland taste. In this world, simple survival demanded all one's attention. Luxuries, like complex flavors, were reserved for those who could afford to pay others to take the risks of discovery. Another reminder that I was in a truly different world now, where even the smallest comforts I'd taken for granted might be unknown or unattainable. As the last of my bread soaked up the remaining juices on the plate, a server approached our table. She was young, perhaps not much more than 16, with chestnut hair braided tightly against her scalp. Her eyes widened when she noticed me, and the slight tremor in her hands betrayed her unease. "May I clear these for you?" she asked, addressing Marla while carefully avoiding my gaze. "Of course, miss. Thank you for the excellent meal," I said with a small bow of my head. The bread was particularly hearty. The server's eyes darted to my face, startled by the direct address. Her knuckles whitened around the edge of the wooden tray she carried. It's no trouble, sir," she managed, quickly gathering our plates. When she reached for my mug, her sleeve caught the edge, nearly toppling it. I caught it before it could spill, steadying it with one hand while offering the empty vessel with the other. "No harm done," I assured her with a smile. She nodded nervously, took the mug, and hurried away with our dishes. "Well, I'll be damned," Marla said, leaning back in her chair once the server was out of earshot. "You might be one of the most polite people I've ever met, let alone the most polite drow." "You don't seem too bothered by my heritage," I observed. Unlike most people here, Marla's weathered face creased into a small smile. "Kid, when you get to my age and you've seen what I've seen." She shrugged, the navy fabric of her guild coat shifting across her shoulders. "Let's just say this world has crazier things in it than a well-mannered dark elf. Though I'll admit you're up there." "What sort of things?" I asked, genuinely curious. "Stories for another day," she replied with a dismissive wave. "Some need more ale than we've had." "He's been like this the entire time," Bruna added, gesturing toward me with her mug. "So," Marla said, leaning back in her chair, "what's next for you two?" About that, Bruna reached into one of her storage cylinders, the metal tube seeming impossibly small for what she was about to extract. Her hand disappeared up to her elbow before she withdrew it, now holding a glittering crystalline object the size of her fist. "Got something special off that Reaver Queen. Figured the guild might give fair price." The object pulsed with an internal light, sending fractal patterns dancing across the table's surface. My eyes of a god ability immediately activated. Queen's Heart Crystal, core essence of a night glass Reaver matriarch. Extremely rare material component for high-level enchanting. Contains concentrated mana and spatial distortion properties. Marla's eyes widened. "Is that what I think it is?" She reached beneath her collar and pulled out what looked like a brass monocle on a chain. "Mind if I—" Bruna pushed the crystal across the table. "That's why we're here." Marla raised the monocle to her eye, turning a small dial on its rim. The device emitted a faint blue glow as she studied the crystal from various angles. By the sacred mountain, she whispered. Reaver Queen Heart Crystal. Pure grade. Contains concentrated mana essence and spatial folding properties. Extremely rare component for master-level enchantments. She lowered the monocle, looking at us with newfound respect. Where in the 9 hells did you find that Reaver Queen? It must have been an alpha. Do all creatures of the same type drop identical items? I asked, genuinely curious about the mechanics of this world. Marla shook her head, setting down her appraisal monocle. Not even close, rookie. 2 monsters of the same age and strength can drop completely different things. One might leave behind a crude dagger, the other a few teeth and some hide. It all depends on what they experienced in life. Experience? I leaned forward, fascinated. Monster drops are, well, the way scholars explain it is that they're crystallized life essence. A representation of everything that creature learned, survived, and grew from. She tapped the glowing crystal with one calloused finger. This tells me your Reaver Queen had lived a long, brutal life. Probably decades of hunting, feeding, defending territory, evolving. Bruna crossed her arms, frowning. How can ye tell? The size and purity. Marla pulled out a worn leather journal from beneath the counter, flipping through pages filled with cramped handwriting and sketches. She stopped on a page marked with a crude drawing of a Reaver. Standard guild records show Reaver Queens dropping heart crystals about, half this size. Maybe 2/3 if they're particularly old. She looked up at me, her hazel eyes sharp and assessing. The queen you fought was stronger than any we have on record. Significantly stronger. She paused meaningfully. I kept my expression neutral, though I felt Eris's divine fury stirring in my memory. The way I'd moved during that battle, faster and more precise than should have been possible. The goddess had mentioned these Reavers were corrupted versions of her original creation. Perhaps this queen had lived long enough to become something truly monstrous. We were fortunate, I said carefully. Bruna's tactical guidance was invaluable. Tactical guidance, my forge hammer, Bruna muttered, shooting me a look. I told ye to run, and ye jumped into the middle of 50 of them. Marla's eyebrows rose. 50? Give or take, Bruna confirmed. Marla studied me again, her experienced gaze catching more than I was comfortable revealing. She picked up the crystal again. Well, lucky or skilled, this find is exceptional. The guild standard payment would be. She performed some mental calculations. 5 silver lunas. 5 silver lunas? Bruna's copper eyebrows shot up, her eyes wide with disbelief. By the mountain's heart, that's a significant sum, I take it. I asked, unsure what the denomination meant. On Earth, I'd learned the hard way how currency worked, counting coins for meals, knowing exactly what each worn bill could buy. But here, I had no frame of reference. Significant? Bruna laughed, a rich sound that filled our small corner of the guild hall. You could say that, lad. Marla nodded. I'll fetch it from the vault. Back in a moment. She rose with surprising grace for her age and disappeared through a heavy door behind the counter. I'm afraid I don't understand the currency here, I admitted quietly once Marla was gone. In the Underdark. I let the implication hang, reinforcing my amnesia ruse. Bruna leaned closer. Listen well, Longlegs. Luna is the currency of the realm. Small luna is copper, worth not much. 100 small lunas make 1 luna. 100 lunas make a large luna. 100% large lunas make a silver luna. I did the mental calculation. So 5 silver lunas is equivalent to 50,000 small lunas. Bruna nodded approvingly. A skilled smith like myself might earn 20 lunas for a good day's work. A silver luna could buy a small house in some towns. The magnitude sank in. We just earned enough for 5 small houses from a single crystal. I'd gone from homeless to wealthy in a single transaction. Marla returned, carrying a small velvet pouch that clinked softly as she placed it on the table. 5 silver lunas, as promised. Thank you, I said, bowing my head respectfully. The money belongs to you, Bruna, I said, pushing the velvet pouch toward her. I merely assisted. She shoved it back with surprising strength. Don't be daft, Longlegs. You're the one who fought that queen. I was hanging onto a wall. You guided me through the Underdark. You crafted my spear holder. Without your knowledge, I would never have reached the surface. Bruna's freckled face flushed. That's different. I can't take payment from someone who saved my life, lad. It ain't proper. I considered her stubbornness, recognizing the pride in her eyes. In my previous life, I'd learned that pride was sometimes all a person had left. I couldn't strip her of that. Then consider it a business arrangement, I suggested quietly. We are partners in this venture, equal contributors deserving equal shares. Her eyes narrowed. You trying to use fancy words to trick me? I'm trying to honor your contribution, I replied, carefully dividing the silver coins into 2 small piles. One pile with 2 coins and the other with 3. Please, allow me this. She stared at the gleaming coins, conflict clear in her gold-flecked green eyes. Finally, her shoulders relaxed slightly. Fine, she muttered, scooping up the pile with 2 coins. But only because you're too stubborn for your own good. Marla settled back into her chair. What's next for the odd pair who slew a Reaver Queen? Bruna glanced at me, then back to Marla. I owe this lad my life. Can't just leave him to fend for himself up here, especially with... She gestured vaguely at my drow features. Planning to help him get settled, show him how things work on the surface. I appreciate that more than I can express, I told Bruna sincerely. Then I turned to Marla. I'd like to become an adventurer if possible, but first I need to learn more about this world. I've spent too long. I paused, choosing my words carefully. Isolated. Dawnmere seems like a good place to start. An adventurer, Marla repeated, studying me with those shrewd eyes. Well, with your combat skills and that reward money, you've got a better start than most. Guild's always looking for capable hands. Then we'll stay here a while, I said, feeling a sense of direction forming. I have much to learn before venturing further. There's something else you should know before getting too deep into adventuring, Marla said, settling back in her chair. We have a ranking system for both adventurers and monsters. I'd appreciate understanding it, I replied, genuinely eager to learn more about this world structure. Monsters are classified by threat level, she explained, tracing letters in the air. E-rank are minor nuisances, dire rats, small slimes, things even farmhands can handle with pitchforks. D-rank are genuine threats, lone wolves, lesser, undead, creatures requiring actual combat training. C-rank need experienced fighters, alpha predators, organized goblin packs, elemental manifestations. I nodded, committing each level to memory. B-rank monsters require veteran adventurers or small teams. Reavers fall here typically, along with lesser drakes, mature trolls. A-rank are regional threats, elder dragons, demon lieutenants, things that can destroy entire cities. S-rank. She paused. Those are the ones we pray never appear, creatures of legend that reshape landscapes. And adventurers follow similar rankings? I asked. Exactly. You start as E-rank, basic registration, simple contracts. Prove yourself, and you rise through the ranks. Each promotion means better contracts, higher pay, and greater respect. She tapped the table thoughtfully. Based on that Reaver Queen, you'd qualify for C rank immediately, possibly B with proper evaluation. What determines an adventurer's rank? Demonstrated ability, successful contracts, and guild testing. We track everything. Monsters defeated, missions completed, team leadership. Some rise quickly, others plateau. It's about proving yourself consistently. I considered what she'd explained, appreciating the meritocratic approach. Unlike Earth, where circumstances of birth often dictated one's possibilities, this system seemed to reward actual ability. One last question. Are there restrictions based on... I gestured to my violet skin. Marla's expression softened slightly. On paper? No. The guild evaluates skill, not race. In practice? She sighed. You'll face challenges others won't. People will doubt you, fear you. Some might refuse to work with you. But the guild ranks themselves are blind to such things. I understand, I said quietly. Thank you for your honesty. So, Marla concluded, interested in getting registered? Yes, I replied without hesitation. I'd like to begin immediately. Marla nodded and stood. Then let's get the paperwork started. Follow me to the counter. She led us across the main hall where dozens of eyes still tracked our movement. At the long wooden counter, she pulled out several parchment forms covered in neat script. Marla spread out a crisp parchment form in front of me, its surface covered with neat script and empty boxes. Adventurer's registration form, she announced, dipping a quill into nearby inkwell. I'll fill it out for you. Just answer my questions. I nodded, studying the form with interest. My heart beat faster. This small ritual would officially make me part of this world, an adventurer in a fantasy realm. Name? Raito. Family name? I hesitated. Just Raito. She nodded without judgment. Race, drow, age? Unknown, I replied. Place of birth or origin? Another hesitation. Unknown. Marla's quill paused, but she didn't press. Previous combat experience? Self-taught spear techniques, I answered carefully. She continued filling the form, asking about special abilities, which I answered vaguely, preferred mission types and existing affiliations. When finished, she sprinkled sand over the wet ink, shook it off, then pushed the form toward me. Sign at the bottom, she instructed. I took the quill, feeling its unfamiliar weight. My hand moved almost instinctively, like I wrote in this language my whole life. I don't even know what language I am writing in. Marla took the form, and from a drawer she produced a blank card made of stiff parchment backed with thin metal. She pressed it against a strange device that hummed with magical energy, and text appeared. On the card's surface, here's your official adventurer card, she said, handing it to me. Provisional C rank based on the Reaver Queen. Complete 3 C rank missions successfully, and we'll confirm your status. The card stores your information magically. Rank increases, notable achievements, all that. I accepted it reverently, running my thumb over the embossed guild emblem. It was real. I was an adventurer now. Thank you, I said, bowing my head. Bruna leaned over, examining my card. Look at that, now we're both guild adventurers. Though I'm D rank since I have been slacking. She pulled out her own card, worn around the edges from years of use. I glanced at her card, noticing her listed age, 19. My eyes widened in surprise. You're only 19? I asked, unable to hide my shock. I thought you were much older, the way you speak. Her copper eyebrows drew together sharply. Are ye making fun of me, long legs? No, not at all, I replied quickly, raising my hands in a placating gesture. You seem so knowledgeable and experienced. She crossed her arms, freckled cheeks flushing slightly. For a smooth-tongued elf, you've got a lot to learn about talking to ladies. I couldn't help but smile. My sincere apologies, Bruna. I meant it as a compliment to your wisdom, not a comment on your appearance. Marla chuckled. Dwarves live about 200 years, rookie. Makes aging tricky to spot for other races. Elves go even longer, up to 1,000 years for some. Drow too, I'd wager. I didn't know that, I admitted, genuinely surprised. Another fundamental difference from Earth. We mature differently, Bruna nodded, her annoyance fading. I'm young for my kind, but old enough to be a proper smith. Speaking of proper, Marla interjected, you'll need at least 2 more members to form an official party. Guild regulations, safety in numbers and all that. Bruna nodded thoughtfully. We should keep an eye out for compatible folk. No rush though, got to settle in first. Thank you for everything, Miss Redwin, I said, tucking my adventurer card carefully into my clothing. Your guidance has been invaluable. Just doing my job, she replied with a dismissive wave, though her expression had softened. Stop by anytime you need information or contracts. We will, Bruna promised. Feels good to be back. Marla reached across the counter to clasp Bruna's forearm. Good to see you made it back alive, Embervale. Then she turned to me, offering a brief but firm handshake. And nice meeting you, Raito. You're not what I expected. I'll take that as a compliment, I replied with a slight bow. As you should, she said with a hint of a smile. Now go get settled. Dawnmere's got plenty to explore, and you two look like you could use proper beds. We thanked her again and made our way back across the guild hall. The stairs followed us still, but somehow they felt less hostile, or perhaps I was simply too absorbed in my new identity as an adventurer to notice. As we stepped back into Dawnmere's afternoon light, I squinted my eyes from pain. My vision is still adapting to the surface light, a little at a time. We should secure lodging, I suggested, looking at the setting sun. Bruna nodded emphatically. A real bed sounds like heaven right now. I reached into my pocket, feeling the solid weight of the silver coins. I'll cover our accommodations, I said, pulling out one of the silver lunas. This should be more than enough for 2 comfortable rooms. Her eyes widened. Are ye daft? That's a silver luna. You don't spend that on simple rooms. Why not? We earned it together, I replied simply. After weeks in caves, don't we deserve comfort? But, she sputtered, that kind of coin could rent an entire floor for months. It's excessive. Consider it an investment in our well-being, I countered gently. Proper rest means better performance. She huffed, crossing her arms over her chest. Fine, but next time I'm paying. Can't have people thinking dwarves don't carry their weight. Deal. We made our way toward a large, impressive building Bruna identified as the Mountainfall Inn. It was partly built into the mountain face, with a grand entrance of polished wood and stone. Lanterns hung from iron hooks, casting warm light across the approach as dusk settled. Best beds in Dawnmere, Bruna promised as we reached the door. Inside, a spacious hearth hall welcomed visitors with a roaring fire and the aroma of cooking meat. Conversations quieted as we entered, heads turning toward us with the now familiar mix of curiosity and apprehension. The innkeeper, a portly man with a well-groomed beard, looked up from his ledger. His welcoming smile froze when he spotted me. "Evening," Bruna called cheerfully. "We need 2 rooms. Finest ye have." The innkeeper cleared his throat nervously. "I'm afraid we're fully booked." Bruna's eyes narrowed dangerously. "That's so. Funny, I count at least 5 empty key hooks behind you." "Special reservations," he muttered, not meeting her gaze. "Very important guests arriving later." "We can pay well," I offered, stepping forward and placing the silver luna on the counter. "Just for a few nights." The man's eyes widened at the coin, then flicked back to my face. "Money's not the issue," he said, pushing the coin back toward me. "It's just, our other guests might feel uncomfortable." "Uncomfortable?" Bruna's voice rose. "He saved my life in the Underdark. He's a registered adventurer. What more do ye?" I placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "It's all right, Bruna. I understand." "Well, I don't." She fumed. "This is nonsense. Let's try elsewhere," I suggested quietly. "There are other inns, right?" She glared at the innkeeper. "You're making a mistake. But fine, we'll take our silver luna elsewhere." Outside, Bruna kicked a loose stone, sending it clattering down the street. "Bloody fools. Did you see how he looked at that coin? Nearly drooled on it." "It doesn't bother me," I assured her. "People fear what they don't understand." "Well, it bothers me." We found the Silver Vein Lodge further down the street. A stout, 4-story stone building with fewer pretensions than the Mountainfall. The common room was simpler but clean, filled with miners and craftspeople rather than wealthy merchants. The innkeeper, an older woman with calloused hands, looked us over with a critical eye. "Is it 2 rooms, you say?" "Yes, please," I replied politely. "We can pay in advance." She studied me a moment longer. "I've rooms on the 4th floor, top level. Keep to yourselves, don't cause trouble, and it'll be yours for 2 months." "The 4th floor?" Bruna scowled. "So the other guests won't have to see him, is that it?" The innkeeper shrugged unapologetically. "Business is business. I've got miners who'd leave if they thought a drow was sleeping next door." "This is..." Bruna began hotly. "Perfect," I interrupted. "That sounds excellent. Thank you for accommodating us." The woman nodded briskly, taking my payment and handing over 2 iron keys. "Up those stairs, end of the hall. Breakfast is served every morning." As we climbed the wooden staircase, Bruna grumbled under her breath. I simply smiled, appreciating the warmth of the building and the prospect of a real bed. "You shouldn't let people treat you that way," she said as we reached the top floor. "Right now," I replied honestly, "I'm just grateful for a roof and walls. The rest will come with time." The wooden stairs creaked beneath our boots with each step. I could feel Bruna's frustration radiating like heat from a forge. "You know," I said quietly, "not long ago, you looked at me with those same eyes of fear." She stopped mid-step, her hand gripping the railing. When she turned, her gold-flecked eyes blazed with something between anger and shame. "I know." The words burst from her, echoing in the stairwell. "That's what's making me so bloody mad, lad. I was just as foolish as them, more foolish even. Ye saved my life, and I still looked at ye like a monster," I finished gently. Her shoulders sagged, the fight draining from her posture. "Aye, like a monster." She looked away, unable to meet my gaze. "How can ye stand it, being treated this way when you've done nothing wrong?" I resumed climbing, my footsteps measured and calm. "Because I understand where it comes from. Fear of the unknown is natural. It kept your ancestors alive when genuine threats prowled the darkness. The drow have earned their reputation through terrible deeds. I cannot erase centuries of suffering with a smile and polite words. So what then? You just accept it?" "No," I replied, reaching the 4th floor landing. "I changed their opinion gradually, through consistent action, one person at a time, one deed at a time. Eventually, the reality of who I am will outweigh the reputation of what I am." I thought back to Earth, to the subtle and not-so-subtle ways race had shaped every interaction. The way people crossed the street when they saw a dirty homeless boy who didn't look quite right. The The suspicious glares in shops, the assumptions about where I came from and what I wanted. But Earth had also shown me progress was possible, that understanding could grow between people who seemed impossibly different. Here, though, the divisions ran deeper than skin tone or cultural background. On Earth, we were all human underneath. The same biology, the same fundamental needs and desires. Prejudice existed, yes, cruel and persistent, but it was built on artificial distinctions, on learned hatred rather than genuine difference. This world offered no such comfort. Dwarves lived 2 centuries while humans barely reached 80. Elves witnessed empires rise and fall like seasons. Beastfolk followed instincts written into their very bones. The drow lurked in eternal darkness, their eyes burning crimson with genuine biological adaptation to a world without sun. We weren't just different cultures or colors, we were fundamentally, biologically, magically distinct species sharing the same realm. A dwarf's connection to stone ran deeper than metaphor. Bruna could literally hear the mountains speaking. And the drow had spent centuries proving themselves worthy of every terrible story whispered in the night. Slavers, torturers, monsters. Not through misunderstanding or cultural friction, but through deliberate, calculated cruelty. They had earned their reputation with blood and suffering. How could I blame surface dwellers for their fear when that fear was justified by history? When the last drow they'd encountered might have dragged their grandmothers screaming into the Underdark? Earth's prejudices were tragic because they were baseless. Here, they were tragic because they had basis. You really think one person at a time will work? Bruna asked, unlocking her door. It has to, I replied, fitting my key into the adjacent lock. Because the alternative is accepting that understanding is impossible, and I refuse to believe that. I pushed open my door to reveal a modest room, simple bed, wooden chest, small window overlooking the darkening town. After weeks in the Underdark, it looked like paradise. Besides, I added, turning to face her, it already worked once. You're proof of that. Her freckled cheeks flushed. Well, don't let it go to your head, Longlegs. But she smiled as she said it. The days in Dawnmere blended together, we settled into the mountain town. Each morning, I'd wake before dawn, perform martial forms in the training grounds while the stars still shimmered overhead, then return to my room as the first light crept over the eastern ridges. After a simple breakfast, Bruna and I would check the guild board for gathering quests. Simple tasks collecting herbs, mushrooms, or mineral samples from the edges of the Aurelia Greenwood. Each day, our financial situation improved by small increments. Bruna was right. A silver luna was truly a remarkable sum in this world. 2 silver lunas remained secured in my storage pouch, while our daily gathering quests brought in steady income 5 to 10 lunas per excursion depending on what we harvested. The stable income meant we didn't need to touch our reserves. Coin management is crucial, I explained to Bruna one evening as we tallied our earnings. We should maintain emergency funds while building working capital. She nodded, sorting through a collection of crystallized sap we'd harvested that morning. Smart thinking. A drow with good money management. Just when I thought I'd seen it all, the Silver Vein Lodge had become our home. The innkeeper, Madame Esther, as she preferred to be called, had warmed to us slightly after seeing how we kept to ourselves and paid promptly. Renting all the rooms on the 4th floor really came in handy. We'd transformed the extra space immediately. One room remained my private quarters, another served as Bruna's, but the third we converted into a workshop. The innkeeper had initially balked at the idea of smithing indoors, but Bruna's assurance that she only do clean work, assembly and engraving rather than actual forging, eventually won her over. Walking into that workshop always filled me with a sense of wonder. Bruna had arranged her tools with dwarven precision, awls, hammers, chisels, and arcane implements I couldn't name. Leather wraps protected the wooden floor from her work. Her rune weaver device occupied the center of a table by the window, where natural light caught the sapphire's gleam. Having space to work again feels like getting back part of my soul. She'd confessed one night, polishing a set of tiny runic burins. The 4th room we used as shared storage and planning space. Walls now covered, with maps of the local area that we'd slowly filled in during our excursions. Resource locations, monster sightings, safe paths. Our knowledge of Dawnmere's surroundings grew steadily. We're building something here, I realized one morning, watching sunlight creep across our carefully annotated maps. Not just wealth, but knowledge, routine, purpose. A foundation for whatever came next in this strange new world. My Eyes of a God ability proved invaluable for my adventuring. while other adventurers might struggle to distinguish between poisonous and safe plant varieties. I could identify them instantly. Mountain silverwort, medicinal herb, used in healing potions and fever reducers, rare due to specific growing conditions. Value: 5 lunas per bundle. These simple quests built our reputation steadily. When not on guild business, I hunted in the forest edges, bringing back game and occasional monster parts. Nothing impressive by adventurer standards, but enough to keep us comfortable and our purses from diminishing. By the end of the first month, something remarkable had happened. People stopped crossing the street when they saw me. The baker now held the door when I approached his shop. The blacksmith asked my opinion on a spear design. Children no longer hid behind their mother's skirts, though they still stared with wide-eyed fascination. Even the innkeeper had warmed, occasionally leaving fresh towels outside our doors with small nods of acknowledgement. One person at a time, just as I'd predicted. "They're finally getting some sense," Bruna remarked one evening as we worked in our makeshift workshop, the larger of our 2 rooms, which we'd converted into a crafting space. Took them long enough to see what I did. "What's that?" I asked, sketching designs on parchment while she tinkered with her rune weaver. "That you're more human than half the humans in this town," she said, not looking up from her work. Figure of speech, of course. No offense meant. I smiled. None taken. The rune weaver had become our unexpected source of income. The smooth stone disc with its spiral runes and silver inlay could transform raw materials into finished items instantly, but Bruna struggled with visualizing complex designs. She could create functional clothing and basic gear, but nothing that would stand out in a market stall. "It's like having a perfect hammer but no blueprint," she complained one day, frustrated, after producing yet another perfectly serviceable but utterly plain tunic. "I can make it, but I can't see it first." That's when I realized Bruna's rune weaver was essentially a 3D printer without files, capable of incredible creation but limited by its user's imagination. I had begun sketching designs from my previous life: sweatpants, hooded sweatshirts with hidden pockets, lightweight raincoats with proper waterproofing. Simple earth items that didn't exist in this medieval fantasy world but would be immensely practical. "Try this one next," I said, sliding a drawing across the table. It showed a kimono-inspired jacket with functional armor plates subtly integrated into the design. Bruna studied it with a craftsman's eye. "Those seams are clever, and these hidden gussets would allow better movement in combat." She glanced up. "Where do you keep getting these ideas?" "Dreams," I answered, with the half-truth I'd been using. "Maybe memories. They just come to me." She shrugged, accepting this as part of my mysterious background. "Well, keep dreaming then. We made 40 lunas last week just from those strange jean trousers you designed. The miners love them." Our partnership had evolved naturally. I provided designs, she brought them to life with masterful execution. Her customers had grown from a few curious locals to a steady stream of adventurers who appreciated clothing that could withstand wilderness expeditions while still looking distinctive. "Doesn't it bother you?" I asked suddenly. "Making clothes instead of weapons? That's your true craft, isn't it?" Bruna set down the rune weaver, her expression thoughtful as she tucked a loose copper braid behind her ear, her eyes drifting to my divine spear leaning against the wall. "I've held that weapon of yours, felt the power in it. Nothing I can forge now would come close. Not with common metals, not with my current skill." Her fingers traced the runes on her stone disc. "But someday, I'll find the right materials. Someday my hands and heart will be ready. And when that day comes," her gold-flecked eyes gleamed with determination, "I'll craft something worthy of standing beside your spear in battle." "I believe you will," I said sincerely. "Until then," she continued pragmatically, "I'm happy making us good money with clothes, learning about design, about how things fit together." She tapped my sketches. "These strange ideas of yours, they're teaching me to think differently. And that's worth more than gold to a smith." "I just like creating things," Bruna continued, her voice softening as she ran her hands across the unfinished fabric before her. "There's something sacred about taking raw materials and shaping them into something useful. Doesn't much matter if it's a sword or a shirt. The joy is in the making." Her words resonated deeply within me. In my previous life, I'd worked assembly lines in countless factories, my hands learning the secrets of how things fit together. Phones with their intricate circuit boards, car parts with precise tolerances, clothing with stitches so fine they disappeared into the fabric. Nothing as magnificent as forging magical weapons, perhaps, but there had been a quiet dignity in that work, in understanding how the modern world was built, piece by piece. Now those memories stirred like embers in my mind. What if I could bring some of that knowledge here? Simple plumbing would revolutionize sanitation. Indoor toilets with proper waste management could prevent disease. Showers with heated water would transform daily life. Even basic mechanical concepts, pulleys, gears, levers arranged in ways this world hadn't yet discovered, could ease labor and suffering. More complex ideas flickered through my thoughts. Printing presses to spread knowledge, simple steam engines, even rudimentary electricity seemed possible with the right materials and Bruna's skill. And weapons, firearms, explosives, machines of war that could shift the balance against demons and monsters. The thought both tempted and troubled me. Such power might save lives, or destroy this world's delicate balance. "What's got you looking serious, long legs?" Bruna asked, nudging my arm. I hesitated, uncertain how much to reveal. I was just thinking about other things we might create together. Things that could help people. Like what? Bruna asked, setting down her tools with genuine curiosity. What sort of things? I hesitated, organizing my thoughts. Well, I've been thinking about water. Water? She raised a copper eyebrow. Yes. Have you noticed how Dawnmere manages its water supply? They collect rainwater and snowmelt in barrels, haul it from wells, and heat small amounts over fires when needed. It's inefficient. I thought back to my first weeks here, the gradual realization that had dawned on me as I integrated into town life. The smell. Not just the occasional whiff when passing someone on a hot day, but a pervasive, underlying aroma that permeated every crowded space. Body odor, unwashed clothing, and poor sanitation had simply become background noise to the townspeople. Most bathed once a month at most, with quick wipe-downs between proper washes. The wealthy might afford weekly baths, heated by servants hauling bucket after bucket of warmed water. I'd never commented on it, of course. Who was I to judge another world's standards? Besides, I'd lived on the streets. I understood how precious clean water could be when survival took priority. Since arriving, I'd established my own ritual of visiting a small stream each morning. After dawn, washing in the frigid mountain water that left my skin numb but clean. The cold was bracing, shocking, but better than the alternative. I miss warm baths, I whispered to myself quietly. I think we could build something better for everyone. What do ye have in mind? Bruna leaned forward, intrigued. A bathhouse, I said, sketching quickly on a fresh parchment. We could use Dawnmere's natural advantage. It's built on a mountain with plentiful water beneath it. If we create a system of pipes to direct water flow, insulate them to maintain temperature. My hand moved swiftly across the paper, drawing simple diagrams of water collection, points, gravity-fed distribution networks, and heating mechanisms. I sketched a multi-room facility with separate bathing areas and a central heating system. This would give everyone access to clean, hot water without the labor of hauling and heating it individually, I explained. The mountain already provides everything needed. We just need to guide it where we want it to go. Her cheeks flushed slightly at the compliment. A proper hot bath, she said almost wistfully. Haven't had one since leaving home years ago. Been washing with cold water or paying for tiny tubs of barely warm water. She stared at my drawings with growing enthusiasm. And ye think we could build this? She asked, already running her fingers over sections of my design, mentally calculating materials and methods. Together, absolutely. Your knowledge of materials and runecraft, combined with these designs. I smiled. It would transform Dawnmere. A bathhouse, she repeated, her voice filled with determination now. Built by a dwarf and a drow. She laughed suddenly. So you're interested? Interested? Bruna stood up, snatching the drawings from the table with surprising speed. I'm already planning the piping system in my head. This is brilliant, long legs. Her enthusiasm was infectious, and I couldn't help but smile. This small step, bringing something as simple as hot running water to a fantasy town, felt like the perfect bridge between my past and present lives. This is just the beginning, I told Bruna, watching her enthusiasm grow as she studied the sketches more carefully. If it works, we could expand the concept throughout town. Aye, she agreed, already lost in calculations. The pipework would need reinforcement against freezing. I stood, adjusting my clothing. I'll go speak with Lord Garrick about it. A project this size will need his approval. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across Dawnmere as I made my way toward the town hall. The mountain air carried the scent of pine and cooking fires, crisp and clean compared to the underdark's stagnant atmosphere. "Evening, Raito," called Marin the baker from his shop doorway, waving a flour-dusted hand. "Good evening, Mr. Marin," I replied with a slight bow. "How is your daughter's arm healing?" "Much better, thanks to those herbs you gathered. The fever broke yesterday." I smiled, remembering the urgent request I'd fulfilled 3 weeks ago, searching the forest's edge for rare fever-reducing plants when his young daughter had fallen ill. The simple gathering quest had meant little to me, but everything to him. Further along the street, a group of miners nodded respectfully as I passed. "Dark elf," one called out. Borden, a gruff man with a thick beard. What once would have been a slur now sounded almost like a nickname. "Mr. Borden," I acknowledged. "Those reinforced trousers holding up in the tunnels." He grinned, slapping his thigh. "Best work clothes I've ever owned." Our designs had found unexpected popularity among Dawnmere's miners. The reinforced knees and hidden padding had proven perfect for long hours crawling through narrow tunnels. Near the town square, I spotted Eliza, a young adventurer I'd helped last week, when her party was ambushed by thistle sprite goblins in the Greenwood. I'd heard their distress calls while hunting and arrived just as the goblins were overwhelming them. "Raito," she called, hurrying over. "We're heading out tomorrow for another expedition. Any chance you could check our route?" She offered a crude map. "Of course," I replied, studying the parchment carefully before pointing out several danger zones. "Avoid this ravine. It's a nesting ground for those shadow wolves." She thanked me profusely before rejoining her companions. As I continued toward the town hall, I marveled at the transformation. The same streets that had emptied before me 2 months ago now hummed with casual greetings and respectful nods, not universal acceptance. Several shopkeepers still closed their shutters as I approached. And I noticed mothers pulling children closer, but progress nonetheless. One person at a time, just as I'd promised Bruna. Each small kindness, each problem solved, each skill shared had gradually shifted perceptions. Not erasing centuries of prejudice, but carving out a small exception. Raito is different from other drow. It wasn't perfect understanding, but it was a beginning. I climbed the stone steps of the town hall. I entered the town hall, greeted by the scent of parchment and polished wood. The interior was cooler than outside, stone walls keeping the early summer's heat at bay. Guards nodded respectfully, a stark change from the suspicious glares of months past. Lord Garrick's office door stood ajar. I knocked lightly against the frame. "Enter," came his booming voice. I found Dawnmere's lord hunched over a mountain of papers, quill in hand, and ink stains spattering his fingers. His sword and shield hung within arm's reach on the wall, never far from the warrior who wore them so naturally. He looked up, his weathered face brightening instantly. "Raito, perfect timing." He stood, pushing the papers aside with undisguised relief. I was just thinking a training session might clear my head. The guards assembled a new practice yard behind the barracks, better footing than the old one. I smiled knowingly. "Another escape attempt. Lord Stormvale? The paperwork appears quite urgent." "Urgent enough to still be here tomorrow," he grumbled, eyeing the documents with disdain. "Come on, one quick bout. Your spear against my sword. I've been working on countering that spinning technique of yours." The invitation was tempting. Our training sessions had become regular events over these past months, starting from that tense first meeting at the gates. What began as mutual assessment had evolved into something between competition and collaboration, each testing the other's limits. I'd faced monsters in the Underdark, yes, but fighting Garrick was different. A duel with a thinking opponent who adapted, who strategized, who remembered your patterns and forced you to evolve. Fighting monsters taught survival. Fighting Garrick taught mastery. "You nearly had me last time," I acknowledged, remembering our most recent bout 3 days ago. That match had lasted nearly an hour. My spear's reach against his shield's defense, my agility against his experienced footwork. I'd employed the wushu figure-8 spin to create distance, then transitioned to shorter Iklawa strikes when he closed in. He'd countered with shield bashes timed perfectly to disrupt my rhythm, followed by diagonal cuts that exploited the brief opening after my thrusts. We'd ended in stalemate, both breathing hard, both with symbolic killing blows scored. Though in truth, his experience had given him the edge, a fact I was still working to overcome. I thought back to our first real training session, how my eyes of a god had revealed what lay beneath Lord Garrick's unassuming exterior. Lord Garrick Stormvale, human warrior. Level 4. God blessed by Pan, god of wild peaks and mountain beasts. That revelation had explained much. The strange electricity that crackled between us when we fought. The way time seemed to slow during our exchanges. How our battles felt choreographed by something greater than ourselves. As though our gods were playing through us like musicians through instruments. Was this what happened when two god-blessed met in combat? Did Eris stir within me, responding to Pan's presence in Garrick? I'd felt her chaos during the Reaver battle, that divine fury flowing through my limbs, making me faster, deadlier than I had any right to be. But with Garrick it was different. Not rage, but resonance. Like two strings vibrating at harmonious frequencies. Sometimes during our most intense exchanges, I could swear I saw faint violet light trailing from my spear, met by earthy green wisps from his shield. As though Eris and Pan acknowledged each other through us, testing, measuring, perhaps even greeting one another in the language of combat. Did Garrick feel it too? He never mentioned any divine blessing, and I had kept Eris's name from him as well. Perhaps such things weren't discussed openly in this world. Or perhaps he simply accepted his power without questioning its source, as many warriors might. I blinked, returning to the present moment. Garrick was watching me curiously, one eyebrow raised at my hesitation. Much as I'd enjoy testing your shield work again, I said, I actually came with a proposal. I produced the bathhouse sketches from my sleeve. Something that might benefit Dawnmere. I'm afraid the training will have to wait, Lord Stormvale, I said, pulling myself back to the present. I came on business, actually. His eyebrows rose. Business? That sounds ominous coming from you. Please tell me it's not another giant troll sighting. Something much more pleasant, I hope. Bruna and I have been developing plans for a public bathhouse. A bathhouse? His interest was immediately piqued. I unrolled the sketches across his desk. Using the mountain's natural springs and runoff, properly channeled, we could provide hot water year-round for the entire town. Multiple bathing chambers, controlled temperatures, proper drainage systems. Garrick studied the designs with surprising intensity, tracing the water flow diagrams with his finger. Gods above, I've wanted something like this since I first visited the capital. He looked up, a boyish enthusiasm breaking through his lordly demeanor. The nobles there have these private bathing chambers, hot water poured through copper pipes, steam rising in clouds. After 2 weeks of that, coming back to Dawnmere's bucket baths was... He grimaced, an adjustment. Then you support the proposal? Support it, I'll champion it. This town reeks after mining shifts in... He laughed, then grew more serious. The miners especially would benefit. Mountain dust gets everywhere, causes lung sickness eventually. Regular washing might help prevent that. He rolled up the plans and handed them back to me. Do whatever you need. Use any resources available. This isn't just luxury, it's health and welfare for Dawnmere. I bowed slightly. Thank you, Lord Stormvale. Garrick, he corrected, as he had many times before. After all these training bouts, I think we've moved beyond titles. Righto, old habits, I admitted with a smile. Speaking of which, he glanced meaningfully toward his sword, then back at the paperwork with exaggerated disdain. Not today, I chuckled. Your responsibilities await. Cruel man, he muttered. At least give me a time for our next match. Tomorrow dawn? I meant it. I will definitely counter that spinning attack of yours. I'm sure you will. And I'm sure you're using me as an excuse to escape paperwork. I gestured toward the prominently displayed document on his desk. Garrick's face fell. You're getting too good at reading me, Drow. The eyes of a strategist, I replied, moving toward the door. Tomorrow at dawn. His voice stopped me once more. Wait, righto. Something's been bothering me. I paused at the doorway, sensing this shift in his tone. Yes? Garrick leaned against his desk, arms crossed. These designs. He gestured toward my bathhouse plans. They're remarkably sophisticated. His eyes narrowed slightly, not with suspicion, but genuine curiosity. How would a drow from the Underdark know such things? I've been to the great cities of the realm, and even they don't have systems this refined. I kept my expression neutral despite the inner alarm bells. I'd grown too comfortable, put too much earth knowledge into those designs. I wish I could tell you, I said softly. Sometimes knowledge simply appears in my mind. It wasn't entirely a lie. My memories of Earth did feel increasingly dreamlike, as though they belonged to someone else. Garrick studied me for a long moment. So that's how you are going to play it? I shrugged helplessly. Play what, Lord Garrick? He straightened, seeming to come to a decision. Well, I'll stop prying. It's not our custom to inspect a man's past too closely, especially when his present actions bring such benefit. His expression softened. Whatever brought you to Dawnmere, I'm glad of it. You're not worried I might be hiding something dangerous? I asked, genuinely curious about his trust. Oh, I'm certain you're hiding something, Garrick replied with a surprising smile. But I've fought beside you, trained with you. A man reveals his true nature in combat more clearly than in words. Whatever secrets you keep, Raito, I don't believe they threaten my people. Relief washed through me. Thank you for that trust. Don't make me regret it, he said, the warmth in his voice removing any sting from the words. Now go. Before I change my mind about Dawn and drag you to the training yard right now. I bowed slightly and left, grateful for his understanding. The morning air bit sharp and cold as Bruna and I stood before the chosen site, a flat expanse of rock, near Dawnmere's eastern edge, where the mountain's natural springs emerged from deep beneath the stone. Mist rose from cracks in the earth, visible proof of the water flowing just below our feet. Right then, Bruna said, rolling up her sleeves. Let's see what we're working with. I activated my eyes of a god, letting the divine sight wash over the landscape. Immediately, the world transformed into layers of information, geological strata glowing faintly through. The rock, water channels pulsing with soft blue light as they carved their ancient paths through stone. There, I pointed to a spot 15 feet from where we stood. 3 separate springs converge approximately 12 feet down. The flow rate is consistent, enough to supply the entire bathhouse without depleting the source. She nodded. Aye, you're right. I can hear the water singing through the stone. 3 voices, all strong and clear. She looked at me with newfound respect. How did you see that so quickly? Practice, I replied, the half-truth flowing easily now. Shall we begin excavation? She grinned, producing several pieces of chalk from her utility belt. Watch and learn, long legs. This is dwarf work. Kneeling on the stone, Bruna began drawing an intricate runic circle directly onto the rock surface. Her movements were precise, each line flowing into the next with practiced certainty. The runes themselves seemed to pulse faintly as she completed them, geometric patterns that hurt my eyes if I stared too long. This is basic rune magic, she explained while working. Tells the stone to move itself aside without shattering. Gentle-like, so we don't collapse anything important below. I watched carefully, my divine sight analyzing each stroke. The runes formed a language I was beginning to recognize, not through reading, but through seeing their function. This symbol meant separation. That one suggested controlled movement. Another indicated preservation of structural integrity. When she finished, Bruna placed both hands on the circle's center. The chalk glowed brilliant white. The stone beneath responded with a low, grinding rumble that I felt through my boots. Then, impossibly, the solid rock began to flow like thick honey, pushing itself outward in concentric rings. A depression formed, deepening steadily as stone relocated itself to the excavation's edges, building up natural walls as it went. Within minutes, we had a 12-foot deep pit with smooth walls and a perfectly level floor. At the bottom, 3 small springs bubbled up, their combined flow creating a shallow pool that drained through natural fissures. Incredible, I breathed, jumping down to inspect the work. The walls were seamless, as though carved by master craftsmen over months rather than minutes. Bruna dropped beside me, clearly pleased with herself. Now comes the tricky part, the pipework. Over the next 3 days, we worked in careful tandem. Bruna used smaller rune circles to shape channels directly into the stone walls, creating a network of passages that would carry water throughout the bathhouse. I used my divine sight to ensure optimal angles. Gravity would do most of the work, but the flow needed precise gradients to maintain pressure and prevent stagnation. A bit lower on the left I'd call out, and she'd adjust the chalk pattern accordingly. This junction needs to be wider, she'd counter, and I'd verify with my sight before nodding agreement. But the real challenge came when we reached the heating system. Traditional rune heaters are mana hogs, Bruna explained, showing me examples from her notes. A standard warming stone consumes enough power to drain a mage in minutes. For a bathhouse this size, we'd need constant mana feeding, impractical and expensive. She drew a basic heating rune on parchment. This is the simplest version. See how it pulls mana from the user or environment and converts it directly to heat? I studied it with my divine sight, watching how the theoretical mana would flow through the pattern. Almost immediately, I spotted the inefficiency. The conversion process leaked. Energy at every junction, like water spilling from a cracked bucket. There, I pointed. The energy dissipates here, here, and here. Most of it escapes before becoming useful heat. Bruna blinked. Ye can see that? Only recently, I admitted. I've been watching you work for a while now. The patterns are starting to make sense. She leaned closer, excitement building. Where exactly? Show me. I traced the problematic sections with my finger. These connection points, they're creating resistance. The mana has to force its way through instead of flowing naturally. And this outer ring, it's supposed to contain the heat, but it's too rigid. The energy rebounds and cancels itself out. Bruna stared at the rune, then at me, then back at the rune. By the mountain's beard, you're right. I never noticed because that's how it's always been drawn. She grabbed fresh parchment. What if we restructured the flow, made these junctions smoother, more circular instead of angular? We spent hours experimenting, Bruna drawing variations while I analyzed them with my divine sight. Each iteration improved slightly, but something still felt wrong. The fundamental design was flawed. Then inspiration struck. What if we don't convert the ambient mana at all? I suggested. What if we just guide it? Guide it where? Into the water itself. I sketched quickly. The rune doesn't generate heat. It concentrates existing thermal energy, pulls warmth from the surrounding stone, the air, even sunlight during the day, and focuses it into the water passing through. Bruna's eyes widened. A collection instead of conversion. We worked through the night, combining our knowledge. Bruna contributed the structural stability and proper runic grammar. I identified where the energy flows smooth or turbulent, suggesting adjustments based on what my divine sight revealed. By dawn we had it. A circular pattern that drew ambient thermal energy from a 30-foot radius and concentrated it into a small heating chamber. The water would flow through this chamber, warming gradually and efficiently without consuming significant mana. Bruna carved the final version into a flat stone panel, her hands steady despite exhaustion. When she activated it with a touch, the rune glowed softly, not the harsh white of power-hungry magic, but a gentle amber warmth. I held my hand above it, feeling heat radiating steadily. Perfect temperature, and the mana draw is negligible, Bruna finished, checking with her own senses. It's pulling just enough to sustain itself, like a candle flame instead of a bonfire. She looked at me with wonder. Within an hour, the first warm water flowed through our prototype system, proof that our impossible collaboration had created something neither of us could have achieved alone. The prototype worked perfectly, but now came the challenge of building the actual structure around our plumbing system. I stood before the excavation site, memories from my old life stirring, not grand architectural knowledge, but something simpler. Hours spent in that prefab housing plant, watching how walls connected, how supports distributed. Wait, how simple panels could create sturdy buildings when properly assembled. Bruna, I said, sketching on fresh parchment, what if we didn't build this like a traditional stone building? She looked up from organizing materials. What do you mean? We create identical wall panels, stone slabs with your runes for structural integrity. Then we assemble them on site like puzzle pieces fitting together. I drew quickly, showing how each panel would have standardized connection points. Your rune weaver can't shape stone, but you could create the connecting brackets from leather and metal. We carve the panels to exact specifications, number them, then raise them in sequence. She grinned. Long legs, you just keep surprising me. Bruna and I developed a workflow that made even the most experienced builders in Dawnmere pause to watch. We'd design a panel, measure it precisely, then mark the stone for cutting. Bruna would draw her structural runes along the designated lines, and with a whispered word, sections of rock would separate cleanly from the mountain face. I'd then use my spear's edge to carve the connection points with inhuman precision, my divine sight ensuring each groove and notch matched perfectly with its counterpart. What might have taken a mason weeks required mere hours. By the fourth day, we had 20 identical wall panels lined up like dominoes, ready for assembly. We'll need help raising these, I said, placing a hand against one of the panels. Each stood 8 feet tall and weighed several hundred pounds, manageable for Bruna. His dwarven strength or my enhanced abilities, but awkward to position precisely. Lord Garrick provided 10 guardsmen for the task, men who'd once eyed me with suspicion, now working alongside me without hesitation. Under our direction, they erected the outer walls in a single day, each panel slotting into place with satisfying clicks as the connection points locked together. The heating system proved even more impressive once integrated. Water flowed from the mountain springs through our carved channels, passing through the rune-heated chambers before emerging in what would become the bathing pools. Steam rose in gentle clouds, filling the structure with warm moisture that made the workers smile in anticipation. "It's working better than I expected," Bruna whispered as we watched the first full test. "The water temperature is perfect, but something's still missing," I replied, studying the bare stone walls and utilitarian design. The functionality was there, but the space felt cold, institutional, nothing like the elegant bathhouses I remembered from Earth. "I have another idea," I said, sketching quickly on a scrap of parchment, "something to make this place feel more welcoming." Bruna peered over my shoulder as lines took shape, wooden partitions with sliding panels, low benches surrounding the bathing pools, and hanging lanterns that would cast soft light across the steaming water. We spent the next 2 days adding these final touches. Bruna's rune weaver transformed raw lumber into smooth cedar planks that resisted moisture, while local carpenters, intrigued by our unusual designs, helped construct the sliding partitions I'd drawn. "These go here," I explained, positioning a wooden screen between bathing sections. Privacy without complete separation. The steam flows freely, but modesty is preserved. For the pools themselves, I suggested a tiered design, each slightly cooler than the one above it as water cascaded gently downward. "Hot to mild," I explained. "People can move between them as they please." The finishing touch came unexpectedly from the forest. During an early morning hunt, I discovered a grove of bamboo-like reeds, growing along a stream, not identical to Earth's bamboo but close enough. I harvested several dozen stalks. "What are those for?" Bruna asked as I carried them to the bathhouse. "Water music," I replied with a smile. I constructed a simple fountain at the highest point of our water system, a series of hollow reeds, arranged so that water would fill them gradually before tipping to empty into the pool below. Each would strike another reed as it fell back into place, creating a gentle rhythmic sound. When completed, the bathhouse was transformed. Smooth stone walls embraced wooden elements that softened the space. Steam rose between partition screens painted with mountain landscapes. The bamboo fountain played its quiet melody above the gentle splash of flowing water. "It's beautiful," Bruna whispered when we stood in the finished space. Lantern light danced across the surface of the pools, casting golden reflections against the walls. "A place for peace," I nodded. "Not just cleanliness." 3 days later, when Dawnmere citizens first experienced the bathhouse, their reactions confirmed our success. Weary miners emerged refreshed, children laughed as they splashed in the cooler pools, and even the most skeptical admitted the foreign design offered something their town had desperately needed. A small piece of Earth, reimagined in this fantasy world. The bathhouse's success inspired me to refine it further. Using my eyes of a god, I ventured into the Aurelia greenwood, scanning the undergrowth for herbs that appeared in my divine sight with medicinal or cleansing properties. Mountain lavender, aromatic herb with calming properties. Cleanses skin and soothes minor wounds, safe for all races. Silverleaf mint, purification plant, natural antiseptic, leaves a cooling sensation when dissolved in water. I gathered armfuls, carefully distinguishing between similar-looking plants that my sight revealed as toxic. Back at the bathhouse, I presented my findings to Bruna. "These could enhance the bathing experience," I explained. "Not just for scent, but for actual healing properties." Bruna's eyes lit up. I could design purification runes to infuse these properties directly into the water flow. For days, she worked on circular rune patterns that would extract the herb's essence and distribute it evenly through the bathwater. I watched the energy flows through her designs, suggesting adjustments where the patterns created resistance. "This connection here," I pointed. "If we curve it instead of creating a sharp angle, the essence will flow more smoothly." We installed the finished runes at key junctions in the water system. When activated, they glowed with a soft blue-green light, imbuing the water with a subtle healing energy that eased muscle aches and accelerated minor wound healing. The townspeople's reaction was immediate and enthusiastic. Miners reported faster recovery from strains. Children's scrapes healed overnight after a soak. The subtle, clean fragrance clung to skin and clothes, replacing the town's former earthy odors. The Drow's bathhouse cured my back pain. I overheard one elderly woman tell her friend, "Been bothering me for 20 years, and now I can stand straight again." While I appreciated their growing acceptance, I couldn't help but smile at my private thought. Dawnmere finally smelled better. After months of adjusting to this world's more robust aromas, the change was a personal blessing. Soon, merchants traveling through Dawnmere carried tales of the miraculous bathhouse to distant towns. Adventurers began arriving not just for quests, but specifically to experience the healing waters. I heard about this place in Highcrest, a newly arrived warrior told me, while soaking in the middle pool. Traveled all the way here just to try it myself. Worth every step. The bathhouse had become more than a building. It had become a breath of fresh air to Dawnmere. The training yard rang with the clash of metal on metal as Garrick's sword met my spear mid-thrust. I pivoted, letting the deflection guide my weapon into a spinning arc that forced him back a step. Getting faster, he grunted, shield raised. I didn't reply, too focused on the strange sensation building in my mind. It had been happening more frequently during our bouts, a peculiar awareness that transcended normal combat instinct, like standing at the edge of a river and feeling the current's pull before stepping in. Garrick lunged, shield leading. I saw the attack coming, not just read his body language, but saw it. A ghostly image of his movement played out in my mind's eye, perhaps 2 seconds before it happened. My body responded automatically, spear sweeping low to catch his leading foot, but he wasn't there. His boot landed 6 inches to the left of where I'd anticipated, and his sword came down in a diagonal slash that would have opened my shoulder if I hadn't rolled aside at the last instant. He'd fainted. Shown me a false future. Almost had you, I said, circling warily. Almost isn't enough. His eyes gleamed with something beyond simple competitive spirit. He felt it too, this strange dance of precognition. I relaxed my breathing, letting my conscious mind drift backward while my body moved forward. The flow state beckoned like warm water, and I slipped into it gradually. The world sharpened. Details crystallized. And the ghostly images in my mind extended further. 3 seconds now, maybe 4. Garrick would step right, raise his shield, then thrust low under my guard. I prepared the counter, already shifting my weight. He stepped left. The thrust came high. My spear barely deflected it, the impact rattling through my arms. He'd shown me another lie, a phantom future designed to pull me off balance. This wasn't just combat anymore. We were fighting in 2 realities simultaneously, the physical present and the precognitive near future. Each of us reading seconds ahead, each throwing false images to confuse the other's sight. I deepened my breathing, surrendering more control to instinct. The flow state opened wider, and now I could see 5-6 seconds forward. Multiple possible futures branched like tree limbs in my awareness. Garrick's shield bash in one path, his sword sweep in another, his defensive retreat in a third. But which was real? I feinted left, projecting confidence in that direction, making my body believe the lie so thoroughly that even precognition would show it. Then I struck right, spear extending in a lightning thrust toward his exposed flank. Garrick's shield was already there, catching my spear point with perfect timing. "Good try," he said, breathing harder now. We circled each other slowly, both of us deep in that strange current of foresight. I could see him seeing me seeing him, layers of prediction stacked like reflections. In opposing mirrors, each trying to peer deeper than the other. Was this what it meant to be God-blessed? Not just enhanced strength or speed, but this ability to touch the edges of time itself? I thought of Eris, goddess of chaos and unpredictability. How ironic that her blessing granted glimpses of the future, unless that was the point, to see all possibilities and choose the most chaotic path. And Garrick, blessed by Pan. Did his foresight flow from reading the land itself, sensing threats the way mountains felt coming storms? Whatever the source, we were evenly matched in this invisible war. Every attack I launched, he'd already countered in the future. Every defense I prepared, he'd already circumvented seconds before striking. The real battle wasn't happening in our bodies. It was happening in the space between heartbeats, in the realm of what might be. I collapsed onto one knee, breathing hard as Garrick's shield pressed against my chest, his sword hovering inches from my throat. The training yard had gone silent. Even the birds seemed to hold their breath. "Yield?" he asked, sweat glistening on his brow despite the morning chill. "I yield," I admitted, lowering my spear to the dirt. He stepped back, extending his hand to help me up. "You almost had me with that spinning strike. Another inch to the left and I'd be the one yielding." I accepted his assistance, rising to my feet with muscles that protested every movement. "You saw it coming." "Not exactly," he said with a wide grin. We parted ways shortly after, Garrick to his duties and I to my aching body. The bout had pushed me further than usual, revealing both progress and limitations. My spear work was improving, but against an experienced shield user like Garrick, I remained vulnerable to certain counterattacks. Back at the Silver Vein Lodge, I found Bruna at our makeshift workshop table, tinkering with a new rune design. "Ye look like ye lost a fight with a mountain troll," she observed without looking up. "Close enough." I set my spear against the wall and collapsed into a chair. "Bruna, do you think you could make me a shield?" I asked, studying the bruises forming along my forearm where Garrick's last blow had connected. She looked up from her work, copper eyebrows raised in surprise. "A shield? Thought you were all about that fancy spear dancing." "I am," I admitted, "but Garrick's shield gives him a significant advantage. I need to adapt." I grabbed a piece of parchment and began sketching what I'd seen in museum displays from my previous life. Something like this. A round shield, but not too large. About 2 feet in diameter, with a center grip and a forearm strap. "A hoplon," Bruna murmured, examining my drawing with interest. "You know it?" She snorted. "Course I do. I'm a smith, aren't I? This is an old human design, used to be popular in the southern kingdoms before tower shields took over. Good for mobility, decent protection, won't slow you down much. Exactly what I need." I continued sketching, adding details. "Ideally lightweight, with a slight curve to deflect blows rather than absorb them directly." "For training only?" she asked, already calculating materials in her head. "For now. I just need to learn the movements, develop the muscle memory. Could have it done by tomorrow then. Got some scrap bronze that'll serve fine. Not battle-worthy, mind you, but perfect for practice. Thank you, Bruna." She shrugged, but her cheeks flushed slightly at my gratitude. Just doing what any decent smith would. True to her word, Bruna presented me with the shield the next afternoon. It was beautiful despite being made from scrap, the bronze polished to a warm glow, the edge reinforced. With a thin iron rim, the interior fitted with leather straps that adjusted perfectly to my arm. "This is excellent work," I said, testing its weight and balance. "It'll dent if you hit it too hard," she warned. "But it'll move like you want it to." The shield transformed my training regimen. Each dawn, I practiced transitioning between combat forms, starting with the shield on my back and the wushu spear in hand, then switching to the ikawa grip when imaginary enemies drew close, then bringing the shield forward for defense while maintaining the shorter spear position. The movements were awkward at first. The shield caught on my clothing, threw off my balance, disrupted the fluid rhythm I'd cultivated with the spear alone. But gradually, day by day, the motion smoothed. My muscles learned new patterns, new weight distributions, new timings. I joined several hunting parties venturing into the Greenwood, a group tracking shadow wolves that had been stealing livestock, a merchant caravan needing escort through goblin territory, 2 young adventurers pursuing rumors of valuable herbs growing near a troll's den. During these expeditions, I practiced my enhancement magic subtly. Small boosts of my speed when pursuing prey, brief strengthening of my arms when climbing difficult terrain, quick bursts of stamina when the group needed to press forward without rest. I noticed something curious. Each application became more efficient than the last. Where once a speed enhancement might last 30 seconds before fading, now I could maintain it for nearly 2 minutes with the same mana expenditure. My control had improved too. I could direct the enhancement to specific muscle groups rather than my entire body, conserving energy. "Long legs, you're getting faster," Bruna commented after one expedition where I'd outpaced the entire hunting party to intercept a fleeing goblin scout. Just learning the terrain, I deflected, though I knew it was more. By the 4th week with my training shield, the transformation was complete. I could now shift seamlessly between all 4 combat styles: wushu spear at range, ikawa spear in close quarters, shield with wushu for mobile defense, shield with ikawa for aggressive protection. Each transition flowed like water, my body responding instantly to mental commands without hesitation or wasted movement. Late summer heat settled over the training grounds, turning the morning air thick and heavy. Sweat beaded on my forehead as I faced Garrick, my new shield secured comfortably to my left arm. Unlike the practice bronze version, this one had substance. Bruna had crafted it from tempered steel, with reinforced rim, sturdy enough for real combat while still maintaining the lightness I needed. "Finally ready to show me what you've been working on?" Garrick grinned, settling into his familiar stance. I nodded, feeling the comfortable weight of both weapons, divine spear in my right hand, shield balanced perfectly on my left arm. Let's find out if it was worth the effort. He moved first, lunging forward with the explosive power I'd come to respect. His sword arced toward my shoulder, a testing strike meant to gauge my reaction. Instead of dodging as I normally would, I caught the blow on my shield. The impact rang through the metal but didn't throw me off balance. I'd spent weeks conditioning my arm for precisely this moment, building the strength to absorb such hits without compromising position. Garrick's eyebrows rose slightly. In the heartbeat that followed his attack, I transitioned smoothly from wushu to ikla. Grip, shortened my stance, and thrust the spear forward beneath the rim of my shield. The point stopped inches from his ribs as he barely twisted away. "Impressive," he muttered, creating distance between us. I pressed forward, no longer bound to the defensive style I'd relied on for months. The shield wasn't just protection, it was a second weapon, a balanced counterweight to my spear that opened new attack angles. I drove Garrick back with a coordinated assault, shield edge threatening his sword arm while my spear probed for openings. He adapted quickly, as I knew he would, turning his defense into rapid counters that tested the limits of my new technique. His sword hammered against my shield, seeking to tire my arm or knock me off rhythm. But weeks of training had prepared me. Each impact was met with perfect positioning, my shield angled to deflect, rather than absorb, conserving energy while redirecting his force. When his blade slid off the curved surface, I exploited the moment with quick ikawa thrusts that forced him to give ground. The dance escalated, our movements accelerating as muscle memory took over. I found myself flowing between forms without conscious thought, shield forward with spear thrusting from behind, then spinning to extend my reach with wushu form, then back to the shield wall as his counter came. I caught his downward strike on the shield's edge, twisted my wrist to trap his blade momentarily, then stepped inside his guard. My spear shaft hooked behind his ankle while my shield pressed against his sword arm, immobilizing it. A simple shift of weight, and Garrick found himself falling backward, his balance compromised. Before he hit the ground, my spear point hovered at his throat. "I yield," he said, eyes wide with surprise. I stepped back, offering my hand. "Seems the shield was a good addition." He grasped my forearm, pulling himself up with a laugh. "Good? It's transformed your fighting style completely. Where did you learn that trap move?" I shrugged, unable to explain that I'd combined techniques from multiple earth, martial arts, Chinese spear, Greek hoplite tactics, and Zulu shield work. Just experimentation. Well, it caught me completely off guard. He retrieved his sword, eyes gleaming with renewed challenge. "Again. I want to see if that was luck or skill." Again, I agreed, settling back into stance. We trained for hours, sweat soaking through our clothes as the sun climbed high. With each bout, Garrick adapted to my new style, forcing me to push further, to combine techniques in ways I hadn't planned. And with each counter he developed, I found new applications for the shield and spear combination. By mid-afternoon, we had drawn a small crowd of off-duty guards and curious townspeople. They watched in appreciative silence as two God-blessed warriors pushed each other to new heights, neither willing to concede final victory. "The king?" I repeated, lowering my shield as Garrick's words registered through my combat focus. He nodded, wiping sweat from his brow with a cloth. "King Aldrin himself. His courier arrived this morning while you were hunting." "Why would the king come to Dawnmere?" I asked, genuinely puzzled. From what I'd learned, the monarch rarely left Highcrest except for matters of grave importance. Garrick gestured toward the town spread below us. "Because of this," his arm swept in a wide arc, encompassing not just the bathhouse but all of Dawnmere. "Word has reached the capital of our innovations." "The bathhouse?" I ventured. "That, yes. But also the food." He grinned suddenly. The royal steward specifically mentioned reports of extraordinary culinary developments that have piqued His Majesty's interest. I couldn't help but laugh. Of all the things to draw royal attention, I hadn't expected it would be my quest for better-tasting meals. It had begun simply enough. After weeks of bland fare, I'd started gathering herbs during my hunts. My eyes of a god ability made it easy to identify safe, flavorful plants among the dangerous flora. Rosemary-like sprigs that grew on south-facing slopes, wild garlic clusters hidden in shaded valleys, peppery leaves that resembled thyme but carried hints of citrus. The innkeeper at the Silver Vein Lodge had been skeptical when I first offered these herbs for the kitchen. "You sure these won't poison my customers?" she'd asked, eyeing the fragrant bundle suspiciously. "I've been using them in my own meals for weeks," I'd assured her. "They're perfectly safe." Reluctantly, she'd allowed me to season a single pot of stew. The reaction had been immediate and dramatic. Miners accustomed to bland meat and salt suddenly found themselves savoring complex flavors that danced across their tongues. Word spread quickly, and the Silver Veins common room filled with curious diners eager to taste the drow's herbs. Soon, every cook in Dawnmere was seeking me out. I found myself leading impromptu expeditions into the forest edges, teaching bakers and tavern owners which plants were safe, how to dry and store them, how different combinations created distinct flavor profiles. This one, I'd explain, holding up a fuzzy-leaved plant, works best with fish and lighter meats. This one enhances heartier dishes. These berries can be dried and ground into a spice. What I couldn't tell them was that I was essentially recreating Earth's culinary heritage, approximating basil, oregano, paprika, and dozens of other spices using local equivalents. I'd relied on my eyes of a god to find plants with similar properties then. Experimented until I found combinations that mirrored familiar flavors. Within weeks, Dawnmere's food had transformed. The once bland tavern fare now burst with character. Traveling merchants began requesting special meals to take on their journeys. So first you gave us clean water, then you gave us good food, Garrick said, interrupting my thoughts. No wonder the king is curious. I shrugged, uncomfortable with the attention. I just wanted a decent meal. Well, your decent meal has attracted royal interest. The king arrives in 3 weeks. Garrick clapped my shoulder. You've changed this town, Raito. More than you know. I gazed out over Dawnmere, realizing with sudden clarity how different it looked from when I'd first arrived. Not just the bathhouse or the improved food, but the people themselves. Healthier, more energetic, prouder of their mountain home. The changes I'd introduced for my own comfort had rippled outward, transforming an entire community. I hope His Majesty enjoys the food, I said quietly, wondering what other Earth knowledge might benefit this world, and what consequences might follow when a king took notice. Any other improvements you have in mind? Garrick asked, wiping sweat from his brow as we finished our final bout. The sun hung low on the horizon, painting Dawnmere's rooftops in hues of amber and gold. I'd like to truly impress His Majesty when he arrives. I paused, considering whether to share my latest idea. Actually, there is something that would complement the bathhouse perfectly. Oh. His interest was immediately piqued. A more effective waste management system. Private facilities that... Enough training for today, Garrick announced suddenly, sheathing his sword with a decisive motion. I blinked in surprise. You want to stop? We usually go until full dark. He laughed, rolling his shoulder where my spear had landed a particularly solid hit. I've been losing to your new style all day, Raito. My pride can only take so much. His eyes crinkled with good humor. Besides, I need time to think of countermeasures if I'm to have any hope later. Fair enough, I conceded, securing my shield to my back. We'll discuss your improvement idea tomorrow when I'm not quite so thoroughly beaten, he added with a wry smile. As I made my way back through town, I considered how to approach my next project. The bathhouse had dramatically improved cleanliness, but without proper waste management, Dawnmere would still face disease and contamination risks. On Earth, plumbing and sewage systems had saved more lives than medicine in many ways. I found Bruna in our workshop space, surrounded by piles of fabric and half-finished garments. Her rune weaver sat in the center of the table, glowing faintly as she activated it over a length of wool. Busy? I asked, setting my weapons aside. You have no idea, she sighed, pushing copper braids from her face. Ever since your bathhouse, everyone wants fresh clothes. Seems people notice how they smell when they're finally clean. She gestured to the stacks around her. Got orders from half the town now. I surveyed the workshop. What had once been our shared space for innovation was now essentially a clothing factory. Those designs you gave me? She continued. The strange cotton shirts with buttons and those jeans with reinforced stitching? Can't make them fast enough. She activated the rune weaver again, transforming another piece of fabric. Even the miners' wives are asking for special ones now. I'm sorry I've overwhelmed you, I said, genuinely concerned. She waved dismissively. Don't be daft. I'm making more lunar in a week than I used to see in months. Just wish I had more hands. I pulled up a stool beside her and grabbed a blank parchment. I have another idea, but I'll need your help again. Her eyes narrowed suspiciously. Is this going to be as popular as the bathhouse? Possibly more so, I admitted, beginning to sketch. We need to create private waste facilities. Indoor toilets. Bruna's hands stilled. Toilets? I quickly sketched the basic design, a simple seated arrangement with water flow to carry waste away. connected to a central system that filters and purifies everything before returning clean water to the environment. Her eyes widened as she grasped the implications. So people wouldn't need to use those smelly outhouses or chamber pots anymore? The waste would just disappear? Exactly. And with your purification runes, we could ensure everything is sanitized properly. She studied my blueprint, her craftsman's mind already working on the implementation. We'd need to design special pipes that wouldn't clog, and some kind of water reservoir to create pressure. What about this? I sketched a simple tank mechanism. Water held above the bowl, released all at once to create a powerful flush. Bruna nodded slowly, adding her own notes. And here, we could incorporate those extraction runes we developed for the herb-infused bathwater, but modify them to purify instead. We worked late into the night, refining the design. Bruna's knowledge of materials and rune configurations complemented my earth-inspired concepts perfectly. We addressed potential problems: freezing in winter, maintenance access, prevention of backflow. This could work, Bruna said finally, stretching her back as midnight approached. It's brilliant, actually, just like the bathhouse, but, she yawned, possibly even more important. The king will certainly be impressed, I murmured, thinking of Garrick's request. Forget the king, Bruna replied with a sleepy smile. The whole town will worship ye if ye give them indoor toilets. Now let me sleep. We've got work to do tomorrow. As I rolled up our blueprints, I couldn't help but smile. Earth's most basic technologies, reimagined through magic, were slowly transforming this fantasy world, one flush at a time. Sleep eluded me despite the day's exertions. My muscles ached pleasantly from training, but my mind remained active, circling around toilet designs and the upcoming royal visit. After an hour of staring at the ceiling, I gave up and dressed quietly, gathering towels and clean clothes. The bathhouse would be empty at this hour. Most of Dawnmere slept soundly, leaving the steaming pools to myself. I developed a habit of these late-night visits, relishing the solitude. The way steam curled through moonlight streaming from the skylights. The streets were dark and quiet as I made my way across town. Only a few lanterns still burned, casting amber circles on cobblestones. I rounded the final corner and stopped. Marla Redwyn stood before the bathhouse entrance, her silver-gray hair loose around her shoulders instead of in its usual severe braid. She wore a simple robe that somehow looked less simple on her frame, and when she spotted me, her weathered face lit with genuine pleasure. "Oh well," she called out, her voice carrying that teasing lilt I'd learned to recognize. "Late-night bathing, rookie? Great minds think alike, it seems." "Miss Marla," I replied with a respectful bow, already sensing where this conversation might lead. "I didn't expect to see anyone at this hour." She stepped closer, close enough that I could smell herbs on her skin, lavender perhaps from the bathhouse's infused waters. "That's the best time, isn't it? When you can have the place to yourself, or—" Her eyes gleamed. "Almost to yourself. The waters are certainly more peaceful late at night," I agreed carefully, moving toward the entrance. Her hand caught my arm lightly, fingers warm through my sleeve. "You know, my quarters aren't far from here, much more comfortable than these public pools. Private, too." She smiled, no shame whatsoever in her directness. "A young man like you must get tired of sleeping alone in that lodge." Heat crept up my neck that had nothing to do with the steam drifting from inside. "Miss Marla, I'm honored, truly. But you're going to politely decline again," she finished, releasing my arm with a theatrical sigh. "Can't blame a woman for trying, though I maintain you don't know what you're missing." "I'm certain I don't," I replied diplomatically, holding the door for her. She laughed, a rich sound that echoed in the bathhouse's entrance hall. "At least you're honest about it. Well then, shall we?" We separated at the changing rooms, men's to the left, women's to the right, a solid wooden partition between the bathing areas ensuring proper modesty. I changed quickly, wrapped a towel around my waist, and slipped into the middle pool with a grateful sigh. The hot water embraced me, easing knots I hadn't realized existed. Steam rose in lazy spirals, and I closed my eyes, letting tension drain away. "Much better than those cold streams you used to bathe in, I'd wager." Marla's voice drifted over the partition. I opened one eye. "You heard about that?" "Rookie, everyone heard about the dark elf washing in freezing water every morning like some kind of ascetic monk." Water splashed on her side. She must have entered her pool, though I suppose it makes sense now, with this lovely alternative available. "The cold water built character," I replied, settling deeper until the water reached my shoulders. And other things too, I imagine." Her tone carried unmistakable suggestion. All that muscle development from spear training, combined with daily ice baths, you must be quite the sight without your clothes. Miss Marla, oh, relax. I'm just appreciating the mental image. She laughed again. An old woman's allowed her fantasies, isn't she? Despite my best efforts, my imagination conjured images unbidden. Marla on the other side of that wooden barrier, steam curling around her shoulders, silver hair darkening with moisture. She was older, yes, but maintained a fitness that spoke of her adventuring past, and her voice, low and playful. I shook my head firmly, focusing on the bamboo fountain's gentle rhythm instead. You've gone quiet over there, she observed. Thinking improper thoughts about your elder, are you? Not thinking anything of the sort, Miss Marla, I replied, though my voice lacked conviction even to my own ears. Her laugh echoed off the tiled walls. Such a terrible liar. I settled deeper into the water, contemplating her persistence. In my previous life, I'd noticed how older women carried themselves differently, more direct, more comfortable in their skin. Whether it came from knowing exactly what they wanted or simply caring less about judgment, I'd never quite determined. Perhaps both. The attraction wasn't difficult to understand, at least in theory. Experience came with age, not just in physical intimacy, but in conversation, in understanding life's complexities, in having stories worth hearing. A woman like Marla had seen the world, fought monsters, survived adventures that would kill most people. She could discuss strategy, philosophy, the weight of choices made under pressure. That depth appealed to something in me that youthful enthusiasm never could. But knowing why I found her attractive and acting on it were entirely different matters. You've gone quiet again, Marla observed, her teasing tone softening. I'll behave myself. Promise. Water sloshed as she shifted position. When she spoke again, the playfulness had vanished entirely, replaced by something more genuine. I've been thinking about what you've done here, Raito. For Dawnmere, a pause. I've lived in this town for 30 years, watched it grow from a mining camp to something resembling civilization, seen lords come and go, adventurers by the thousands pass through those gates. Steam curled over the partition between us. In all that time, she continued quietly, I've never seen anyone bring the kind of change you have. Not just the bathhouse or the food, though gods know both have improved life here immeasurably. But you've given people hope. Shown them their world can be better than they imagined. Her words struck deeper than I expected. I'd been so focused on personal comfort, hot baths, decent meals, that I hadn't fully grasped the broader impact. The miners sleep better now, Marla said. Heal faster. The children grow healthier. Even the oldest residents move with less pain after soaking in your healing waters. You've added years to lives that were wearing down too quickly. I just wanted a warm bath, I admitted softly. I know. That's what makes it remarkable. She laughed, though it sounded suspicious. You weren't trying to save anyone. You just did. Silence stretched between us, comfortable despite her earlier suggestions. Thank you, Raito. Truly, from everyone in this town who's too proud or too stupid to say it themselves, thank you. I opened my mouth to respond, but she cut me off with sudden brightness returning to her voice. Now then, since you've made me all emotional and vulnerable, surely you'll reconsider my offer? Take pity on a grateful woman who'd very much like to show her appreciation in more physical ways? There it was, the whiplash from sincerity back to seduction. Miss Marla, I remain deeply honored and equally committed to declining, I replied, unable to suppress a smile. Worth another try, she sighed dramatically. Can't blame me for testing those defenses when they're still warm and relaxed from hot water. I certainly cannot. Next time, then. There won't be a next time. We'll see. Dawn broke over Dawnmere with golden fingers of light that painted the mountain's face. Bruna and I stood before an empty plot beside the bathhouse, surrounded by stacks of materials. Stone slabs, wooden beams, metal fixtures, and various tools lay organized in neat piles according to our carefully mapped plan. Ready to make history again, Longlegs? Bruna asked, rolling up her sleeves as she surveyed our supplies. History might be a strong word for toilets, I replied, though I couldn't help smiling at her enthusiasm. Shows what ye know. Mark my words, people will remember this day long after they've forgotten some king's coronation. She wasn't wrong. In my previous life, I'd read how indoor plumbing had revolutionized public health, saving countless lives through disease prevention alone. What seemed mundane now had once been as miraculous as magic. We began much as we had with the bathhouse, Bruna's chalk runes carefully inscribed. On the earth, commanding stone to shift and reshape according to our design. Within hours, the foundation took form, complete with channels for waste pipes and water flow. As I directed the excavation of the main drain lines, my mind kept returning to the public facilities I'd used in my previous life. Airport bathrooms, stadium restrooms, mall facilities, all designed for maximum efficiency and cleanliness in high-traffic areas. We should create separate spaces, I suggested, sketching in the dirt with a stick. Women's facilities there, men's here. Each with their own entrance. Makes sense. Bruna nodded, examining my rough drawing. What else? I drew a large circle in the center of each space. Washing stations here, circular, with multiple basins so several people can clean their hands simultaneously. Like the fountain in the town square, but smaller and more practical, she observed. We could run the same herb-infused water through there for cleanliness. Exactly. And for the women's side, we'll need more private stalls. Perhaps 30 would be sufficient for Dawnmere's population. Each one should have a door with a secure latch. Bruna raised an eyebrow. 30? That's ambitious. Better too many than too few. For the men's side, fewer stalls but add standing facilities. Standing facilities? I paused, realizing I needed to explain urinals to someone who'd never seen one. Vertical fixtures that men can use while standing. They require less space and less water than full stalls. Efficient, she nodded, already sketching room configurations that might create the ceramic fixtures I described. Do all men in your, is that common where you're from? Ugh, no. It just came to me. By midday, the basic structure had risen from the earth, stone wall-shaped. By Bruna's runes, interior spaces divided according to my specifications. The final pieces of our sanitation project fell into place by the third day. Bruna's enhanced purification runes glowed with soft blue light along the water channels, while her craftsmanship transformed simple clay into gleaming ceramic fixtures. My designs guided the overall layout, ensuring proper drainage, ventilation, and ease of use. That should do it, Bruna announced, activating the last water flow rune with a satisfied tap. Water rushed through the system, carrying test debris cleanly away. To the filtration chambers we'd constructed beneath the structure. Perfect circulation, no backflow. We stood back, admiring what we'd created. It looked nothing like the crude outhouses that dotted Dawnmere's edges. Instead, clean stone walls housed rows of private stalls, washing stations with running water, and proper drainage throughout. The air smelled faintly of lavender and mint from the herb-infused water flowing through the system. Garrick arrived just as we were making final adjustments. His eyes widened as he took in the facility, moving from feature to feature with increasing amazement. Wow, he breathed, watching water swirl through one of the flushing mechanisms. This is extraordinary. Bruna beamed with pride. Wait till you see the filtration system below. The waste goes through 3 purification chambers before returning to the soil as clean water. No smell, no disease risks, no contamination of groundwater, I explained. And the entire system is self-sustaining. The water flow creates enough pressure to keep everything moving without manual intervention. Garrick tested one of the flushing mechanisms, his expression shifting from curiosity to delight. The king will be absolutely stunned to think, with his arrival only 2 weeks away, we've completely transformed the town. He clasped my shoulder firmly. You've outdone yourself, Raito, truly. Word spread quickly once we opened the facilities to the public. Within days, I couldn't walk through town without receiving expressions of gratitude. The morning mist clung to the mountain slopes, shrouding Dawnmere's lower terraces as I made my way toward the main gates. 2 weeks had passed in a flurry of final preparations, buildings freshly painted, streets swept clean, flowers planted in window boxes that had previously held only dust. The town hummed with nervous energy, children dressed in their finest clothes, and merchants arranging their best wares in hopes of royal notice. From the eastern road I could already see Garrick and his honor guard assembled, 100 soldiers, in polished armor, standing at attention with Dawnmere's banner rippling in the mountain breeze. Sunlight glinted off helmet and spear tips as they formed 2 perfect lines. Lord Garrick, I called, approaching with a respectful bow. Everything looks ready. He turned, the morning light catching the silver streaks in his dark hair. Formal armor replaced his usual training gear, an ornate breastplate, bearing Dawnmere's mountain crest, a ceremonial sword at his hip. Raito, there you are. His voice carried unusual tension despite his smile. I was beginning to think you'd missed the welcome ceremony. I hesitated, studying the assembled honor guard. Actually, I was wondering if I should remain less visible during His Majesty's visit. My presence might complicate matters. Garrick's eyebrows rose. Hide away. Quite the opposite, my friend. The king specifically mentioned you in his last correspondence. My heart stuttered. Me? By name? Indeed. Apparently, reports of the innovative Drow of Dawnmere have reached his ears multiple times. Garrick's expression grew serious. King Aldrin is not a man to ignore unusual developments in his realm, especially those that improve his people's lives. I see. I tried to keep my expression neutral despite growing unease. There, one of the guards called, pointing eastward. Along the winding mountain road, a procession appeared. First mounted outriders in, royal blue and gold, then a gleaming carriage followed by a column of knights. Sunlight caught on polished armor and royal standards, the king's personal banner snapping in the mountain wind. It seems His Majesty has arrived, Garrick said quietly. Best straighten that collar, Raito. You're about to meet the king. The drumbeat of approaching hooves grew louder as I watched the royal procession wind its way toward Dawnmere. Suddenly, a familiar voice broke through my anxious thoughts. There ye are. Bruna hurried toward us, her copper braids bouncing with each step. She'd traded her usual work clothes for what I assumed was traditional. Dwarven finery, a deep emerald tunic embroidered with geometric patterns, in gold thread, leather breeches reinforced with metal plates at the knees, and a ceremonial belt from which hung small tools of her craft. Bruna, Garrick nodded. You're just in time. Barely made it, she huffed, adjusting her collar. She glanced at me and frowned. Why do you look like you're about to face the demon lord? It's just a king. Just a king, I repeated faintly. The ruler of this entire country. Garrick chuckled. You face monsters that would make seasoned warriors flee, Raito. Surely you can handle meeting one man, crown or no crown. Monsters are straightforward. Politics. I trailed off, watching the procession draw nearer. Perhaps we should find a less prominent position. Bruna nodded vigorously. I agreed. No need to stand out front like prize livestock at auction. She tugged at my sleeve. Come on, Longlegs. Let's get into formation near the back. We can observe everything from there. We slipped through the crowd, finding space at the rear of the gathering where we could see without being immediately noticeable. I surveyed the spectacle unfolding before us with a mixture of awe and apprehension. The king's advance guard arrived first, stern-faced men and women in gleaming armor bearing the royal crest. They formed a protective corridor, their disciplined movements speaking of years of training. Behind them came knights of various orders, banners snapping in the mountain breeze, followed by what appeared to be court officials and diplomats. Finally, the royal carriage itself pulled into Dawnmere's main square, an impressive conveyance of polished wood and gold leaf, pulled by 4 white horses whose tack jingled with small golden bells. Garrick stepped forward, bowing deeply as the carriage door opened. From my position, I caught only glimpses, a flash of blue and gold fabric, the glint of a crown, the measured movements of a man accustomed to power. The crowd fell to one knee as King Aldrin Valerius Aurildon III fully emerged from his carriage. His presence commanded respect, not through intimidation, but through the quiet dignity he carried. Iron-gray hair crowned a face weathered by years of rule, yet his steel blue eyes remained sharp, taking in everything with the ruler's practiced assessment. Rise, good people of Dawnmere, the king called, his voice carrying easily across the square. Garrick stepped forward, executing a perfect warrior's bow. Your Majesty, Dawnmere welcomes you. We are honored by your presence. Lord Stormvale, the king replied warmly, clasping Garrick's arm in greeting. It's been too long since I visited your mountain. The trip here always reminds me why we fight for this land. Behind the king stood his personal guard, an impressive collection of warriors, whose bearing suggested capabilities far beyond ordinary soldiers. The king's gaze swept over the assembled crowd, his eyes lingering on the clean, ordered streets of Dawnmere. I watched from our position at the back as he inhaled deeply, nodding with apparent approval. Behind him stood a tight formation of what must have been elite royal guards. One man in particular stood slightly apart, tall and imposing in polished plate armor with a blue and gold cloak. His rigid posture and narrowed eyes suggested authority, and perhaps something less pleasant. Sir Aldrich, the king addressed him without turning. You must admit the reports were not exaggerated. There's not a trace of the usual frontier aroma one expects. Indeed, your Majesty, the man, Sir Aldrich, replied with a clipped tone. His gaze scanned the crowd critically, as though searching for flaws in the presentation. My attention shifted to 2 towering figures standing slightly behind the royal retinue, A young man and woman, both with dark hair like Garrick's, but standing at least a head taller than anyone else present. The woman's height was particularly striking, her powerful frame balanced by a surprisingly gentle expression as she watched Garrick with unmistakable pride. "Captain Thalen," the king said, addressing an older blond man with a diagonal scar across his eye. "Ensure the perimeter is secure. I'd like to inspect these famous facilities I've heard so much about." "At once, Your Majesty," the captain replied, motioning to several guards who immediately dispersed. The giant twins shifted anxiously, clearly eager to approach Garrick but maintaining protocol by waiting. I noticed the resemblance then, the same storm gray eyes, the same determined set of the jaw. They were undeniably Garrick's children, though I'd never heard him mention their existence in all our time training together. "Bell, Morn, come forward," the king commanded with unexpected gentleness, gesturing the giant twins toward Garrick. They moved with surprising grace despite their size, maintaining formal postures as they approached. The young woman, Belle, executed a perfect knight's bow while her brother followed suit. Their discipline was impressive, but I noticed the slight tremor in Belle, his hands, the way Morn's eyes kept darting to his father's face. "Father," they said in unison, their voices carefully measured. "My children," Garrick replied, his usual booming voice softening with unmistakable pride. "You both look well. The academy training suits you." "Thank you, Lord Father," Belle responded formally, though I caught the tiny smile she couldn't quite suppress. Her enormous frame seemed to contain two completely different people, the disciplined knight, standing at attention, and the daughter desperately wanting to embrace her parent. "We've maintained the training regimen you established," Morn added, his deeper voice steady despite the emotion visible in his eyes. I watched Belle carefully, noticing how she shifted her weight slightly forward whenever Garrick spoke, as if physically drawn to her father's words. For someone of her impressive stature, she must have stood at least 6'5". There was something endearingly childlike about her barely concealed eagerness for her father's attention. "We received your letters," Garrick said, placing a hand briefly on Belle's armored shoulder. Her face lit up at the contact before she quickly composed herself again. "Your progress reports have made me very proud." "Thank you, Father," she murmured, a blush creeping across her freckled face. I couldn't help but smile at the contrast. This towering warrior woman with muscles that could probably bend iron bars, blushing like a schoolgirl at her father's praise. It was cute, unexpectedly so. Morn maintained his stoic expression, but I noticed how he straightened slightly, standing taller when Garrick mentioned their progress. The king cleared his throat, reminding everyone of the formality required. "We'll have time for family reunions later." Belle's eyes lingered on her father as she stepped back into formation. Definitely a daddy's girl, I thought with amusement, even in a warrior's body. "Where are these two I've heard about? The dwarf smith and the drow? I understand they're responsible for these changes," King Aldrin asked. My enhanced hearing caught every word despite our distance from the conversation. Beside me, Bruna looked confused, unable to hear what was happening. "What did ye hear?" she whispered. I nodded, suddenly nervous. "He's asking for us by name." "Righto, Bruna." Garrick's voice rang clear across the square. "Come forward. His Majesty wishes to speak with you." My throat tightened. All eyes turned in our direction as the crowd parted, creating a pathway directly to the king. Bruna straightened her tunic, her freckled face a mixture of pride and apprehension. "This is it, long legs," she whispered. "Don't trip." We walked forward together, acutely aware of the hundreds of eyes tracking our progress. The contrast between us couldn't have been more striking. A violet-skinned drow towering over a copper-haired dwarf, the most unlikely pair in Dawnmere, suddenly thrust into royal attention. When we reached the king, I bowed deeply, keeping my eyes lowered in respect. Bruna followed suit, executing a formal dwarven salute that involved touching her heart, then her forehead. "Your Majesty," I said, maintaining the bow. "We are honored beyond words." "Rise," King Aldrin commanded, his voice neither cold nor particularly warm, simply accustomed to being obeyed. As I straightened, I noticed Sir Aldrich's expression harden. His eyes narrowed when they met mine, lips thinning into a barely concealed grimace of distaste. The contempt in his gaze was unmistakable, but I maintained my composure, returning my attention to the king. "So you are the famous innovators of Dawnmere," King Aldrin said, studying us carefully. Though he addressed us both, his gaze lingered on me with particular interest. "A most unexpected partnership. Bruna Embervale, of Clan Embervale, Your Majesty, Bruna announced proudly. I am Raito, Your Majesty, I added simply, offering another slight bow. The king nodded, seeming to assess each word and gesture. I've received multiple reports about your contributions to this town. Remarkable achievements from unexpected individuals. Talent knows no race, Your Majesty, I replied carefully. The corner of his mouth twitched, perhaps approval, perhaps amusement. Indeed, he agreed. I wish to see these improvements myself. The bathhouse, the sanitation systems, even these new culinary developments I've heard so much about. He gestured to us. And I want you two to guide me personally. I prefer explanations from creators rather than interpreters. Sir Aldrich stepped forward slightly. Your Majesty, perhaps Lord Stormvale would be better suited to... The king raised his hand slightly, silencing the knight without even looking in his direction. I wish to hear from those who built these wonders. We would be honored, Your Majesty, I replied, bowing again. Aye, Bruna agreed. No one knows the systems better than us. Excellent. The king nodded with finality. However, it has been a long journey from High Crest. We will conduct our tour later this afternoon, after I've had time to refresh myself. Garrick stepped forward smoothly. Of course, Your Majesty. We've prepared accommodations at the town hall. If you'll follow me, I'll show you to your quarters. Very good. The king turned to us once more. I shall expect you both at the third bell past noon. With that, Garrick led the king and his retinue toward the town hall. The royal guards fell into formation around them, with Sir Aldrich taking position directly behind the king, his suspicious gaze lingering on me until they rounded the corner. That went well, Bruna muttered as the crowd began to disperse. The afternoon sun cast elongated shadows as Bruna and I approached the town hall. The king's personal guard had established a perimeter, standing at rigid attention with perfect military precision. You think he'll like everything? Bruna whispered, nervously adjusting her emerald tunic. I hope so, I replied, my own anxiety building as we reached the entrance. Two guards stepped forward, scrutinizing us thoroughly before allowing us to wait in the antechamber. Sir Aldrich stood near the door to the king's temporary quarters, his narrowed gaze following me like a predator tracking prey. The contempt in his eyes had hardened since the morning ceremony. He approached with measured steps, standing uncomfortably close. Understand this, drow, he said, voice low enough that only Bruna and I could hear. His Majesty's interest in your contraptions doesn't elevate your status. You remain what you've always been, a creature from the darkness, a monster. I maintained a neutral expression. I understand completely, Sir Aldrich. I'm merely honored to share our work with His Majesty. His jaw tightened at my calm response. These humans may have forgotten what your kind truly is, but I have not. When your usefulness ends, so will this charade. Beside me, Bruna tensed visibly. Her freckled face flushed with anger, and I could sense her preparing a scathing retort. I gave her a subtle warning glance, grateful when she swallowed whatever words had been building. Your diligence in protecting His Majesty is commendable, I offered instead, bowing slightly. The door swung open before Sir Aldrich could respond. King Aldrin emerged, looking refreshed in a less formal but still regal blue tunic. We dropped immediately into deep bows. Rise, he commanded, his steel blue eyes darting between us and Sir Aldrich. Something in his expression suggested he'd caught the tail end of our exchange. I trust you weren't harassing our guides, Sir Aldrich? Merely establishing proper protocols, Your Majesty, Sir Aldrich replied smoothly. The king's eyebrow raised slightly, but he made no comment. Instead, he turned to us with surprising directness. Now then, I'm eager to see these innovations firsthand. Let us begin with the bathing house I've heard such praise about. Of course, Your Majesty, I replied. If you'll follow us, it's just a short walk from here. We stepped back into Dawnmere's afternoon light, the king between us as we headed toward the bathhouse. Behind us, Sir Aldrich followed with thinly veiled displeasure, but I focused only on the tour ahead and the opportunity to share what we had built. The tour proceeded smoothly as I guided King Aldrin through the bathhouse. He moved with calculated interest, examining each feature with methodical attention. The water circulation, explain how it maintains temperature consistency, he requested, trailing his fingers through the steaming middle pool. The rune configuration draws ambient thermal energy from the surrounding stone, I explained. Rather than converting mana directly to heat, which would be inefficient, we designed it to concentrate existing warmth. His steel blue eyes revealed nothing as he nodded. And these purification channels? Beside me, Bruna shifted slightly. Though she'd maintained perfect composure before the king all afternoon, I noticed the subtle tells of her nervousness. How her fingers traced the edge of her tunic, the way she leaned forward whenever he examined her rune work. "That's a modified extraction pattern," she explained, her voice steady despite the tension I could sense beneath it. "It filters the water through 3 consecutive rune circles, each removing different impurities while infusing medicinal herbs." The king studied her work silently, offering neither criticism nor praise. Bruna's shoulders tensed almost imperceptibly. The pattern continued as we moved to the public toilets. King Aldrin asked detailed questions about water pressure, waste management, and maintenance requirements. He tested several mechanisms himself, noting the smooth operation and absence of odors. "The filtration system below ground," he said. "How long before it requires servicing?" "Based on our calculations, approximately 6 months, Your Majesty," I answered. Bruna designed the purification runes to be self-sustaining until the natural materials need replacement. Again, that careful nod without revealing his thoughts. Throughout the tour, I watched Bruna with growing curiosity, the dwarf who had fearlessly faced underground monsters, who had stood before the king this morning. With proud confidence, now seemed genuinely concerned about his assessment of her craftsmanship. She didn't fear the man himself, but she cared deeply about his judgment of her work. It struck me then, Bruna had never worried what anyone thought of her personally, her appearance, her mannerisms, her social standing. But her creations were different. They were extensions of herself, manifestations of her skill and intelligence. Each rune, each mechanism contained a piece of her. The realization made me appreciate her partnership even more. While I contributed ideas from my previous life, she invested her very identity into making them real. As the orange glow of sunset painted Dawnmere's stone buildings, the king finally spoke more than questions. "I believe it's time for the evening meal," he announced as we completed our circuit back to the town hall. "Of course, Your Majesty," I bowed. "Enjoy your dinner, and it was an honor to be your guide." "Actually," King Aldrin said, turning to face me directly, "I'd prefer if you prepared my dinner personally." I blinked in surprise. "Me, Your Majesty?" "Indeed. I had lunch after arriving and before our tour. The cooks credited you with transforming their kitchen. Their cooking rivaled my royal chef's work." His expression remained neutral, but there was a glint of curiosity in his eyes. I wished to taste from the source. Sir Aldrich's face tightened with disapproval behind the king, but he remained silent. "It would be my honor," I managed, bowing deeply to hide my shock. "Though I should mention I am not formally trained. Sometimes innovation arises from unconventional paths," King Aldrin replied. "Just as with your other creations." Bruna gave me an encouraging nod as the king's guards formed around us, escorting our strange procession back toward the town hall. My mind raced through potential dishes I could prepare with local ingredients, ways to recreate flavors from my former world that might impress even a king. The town hall kitchen bustled with activity as cooks prepared the royal banquet in the main dining room. When I entered with the king, they froze mid-motion, eyes wide with shock. "Leave us," King Aldrin commanded. "This man will prepare my meal personally." The staff bowed hurriedly and departed, casting curious glances over their shoulders. Bruna lingered at the doorway. The king turned to her with a subtle dismissal in his eyes. "Your craftsmanship was quite astonishing, Bruna Embervale. However, I wish to discuss certain matters with Rito privately. You are dismissed for the evening." Bruna bowed, her copper braids swinging forward. "Of course, Your Majesty." She shot me an encouraging look before departing. Alone with the king, I surveyed the kitchen's modest provisions. Though stocked for a royal visit, Dawnmere's pantry revealed the limitations of a frontier town. Fresh meat from recent hunts, root vegetables from cold storage, and grain. No exotic spices, no imported delicacies, nothing that would impress a palate accustomed to the capital's finest cuisine. As the king departed to rejoin his retinue in the banquet hall, I found myself alone with the kitchen's modest provisions. I needed to create something remarkable from these simple ingredients, something that would showcase Earth's culinary traditions without seeming too alien. My gaze settled on a sack of flour. An idea formed instantly. "Perfect," I murmured, reaching for a mixing bowl. I set to work making a basic dough of flour, water, and a touch of salt, the foundation. For tortillas, one of my favorite practical inventions since arriving, I'd begun making them weeks ago, as a way to create portable food for hunts in the greenwood. The flat, flexible bread served perfectly as a wrap for meats and vegetables, allowing me to carry complete meals without the mess or bulk of traditional provisions. As the dough rested, I prepared 3 distinct fillings. I chopped venison into small cubes, searing them with onions in a cast-iron pan. In another pot, I stewed beans with herbs I'd carefully harvested from the forest's edge. The spices were my secret weapon. During recent expeditions, I discovered several varieties of peppers growing in sheltered valleys, not identical to Earth's chilies, but remarkably similar. Some carried mild, earthy warmth, while others packed surprising heat. I dried and ground them into powders of varying intensity. I divided the meat and beans into 3 portions, seasoning each differently, one mild and aromatic, another with moderate spice, and a third with enough heat to challenge even adventurous palates. Would a king appreciate such variety or find it presumptuous? As I pressed and cooked the tortillas on a hot stone, doubt crept in. The king would have to eat with his hands, hardly the formal dining experience expected for royalty. But I recalled how universally beloved such foods were in my previous life. From street vendors to high-end restaurants, everyone enjoyed the simple pleasure of a well-crafted wrap. I assembled multiple burritos of each spice level, arranging them carefully on serving platters. Enough for the king, Lord Garrick, and his towering children. I added fresh greens and herb garnishes for color and flavor. When I carried the finished meal into the banquet hall, conversation halted. All eyes turned to the unfamiliar food. Cylinders wrapped in thin bread, arranged in neat rows. "What manner of dish is this?" Sir Aldrich asked, suspicion evident in his tone. "I've had Raito's cooking several times," Garrick interjected before I could respond. "Different as it may appear, it's always exceptional." He nodded encouragingly. "The man has a gift for flavor." Belle's eyes widened with interest as she leaned forward, her imposing frame somehow managing to look childishly eager. "It smells amazing." Morn simply watched, his expression calm but curious as I placed the platters before the royal party. "These are called burritos," I explained, gesturing to the 3 distinct platters. Each contains similar ingredients, but with different levels of spice. This platter, I indicated the first, has mild seasoning, aromatic but gentle. The middle platter carries moderate heat that builds gradually, and this one, I gestured to the final arrangement, contains the strongest spice, quite intense for those unaccustomed to it. I hesitated before adding, "Traditionally, these are eaten with the hands, though utensils work perfectly well if preferred." Sir Aldrich's face reddened instantly. "With hands? You expect His Majesty to eat like a common?" The king silenced him with a single raised finger. The subtle gesture carried more authority than a shouted command, and Sir Aldrich fell immediately quiet, though his disapproval radiated from every tense muscle. "I believe I'll start with the mildest option," King Aldrin announced, reaching deliberately for the first platter. He lifted a burrito with careful precision, examining its construction before taking a measured bite. Garrick followed suit, while Morn selected one from the same platter with quiet deliberation. The rest of the royal party hesitated only briefly before following their king's example. Only Belle deviated from the pattern. The towering woman reached tentatively toward the third platter, the spiciest option. Her enormous hand somehow appearing delicate as she selected one of the wrapped burritos. Despite her imposing size, there was something unexpectedly shy in how she glanced around, as if expecting to be corrected for her bold choice. "Oh my," King Aldrin murmured after swallowing, "this is remarkable." He examined the remaining portion in his hand with newfound respect. "The flavors are distinct yet harmonious." Belle took her first bite of the spiciest burrito, and I watched her eyes widen immediately. A flush spread across her freckled cheeks, and she reached quickly for her water goblet. Yet after drinking deeply, she continued eating with determined enthusiasm. "This flavor, I've never tasted anything like them," Garrick commented, already reaching for a second, this time from the medium-heat platter. The king followed his example, progressing to the middle option while the table filled with appreciative murmurs. Belle finished her first spicy burrito, her face now considerably redder. Small beads of sweat had formed along her hairline, yet she grabbed another from the same platter. "Are you certain?" I asked gently. "Perhaps you'd like to try the milder version?" "No, thank you," she replied, her voice surprisingly soft for someone of her stature. "I quite enjoy this one." Despite the obvious discomfort the spice caused her, she seemed determined to continue. Eventually, King Aldrin reached for one of the spiciest burritos, the last at the table to attempt this challenge. He took a single deliberate bite. His eyes met mine as he chewed and swallowed, then something unreadable crossed his expression. "Raito," he said abruptly, setting down the remainder. "You are dismissed. Thank you for the tour and this interesting meal." I felt my stomach drop. Had I offended him? Was the spice too intense for royal sensibilities? "Of course, Your Majesty." I bowed deeply, masking my confusion. It was my honor to serve. I backed away from the table, catching Belle's eye briefly as she reached for yet another spicy burrito, despite her now watering eyes. She offered a tiny smile, which I returned before departing the hall. Outside in the cool night air, I replayed the king's dismissal in my mind. His tone hadn't seemed angry, yet the abruptness concerned me. Perhaps the spice had simply been too much, a culinary miscalculation that crossed some invisible line of propriety. With nothing to do but wait until morning, I made my way back to the Silver Vein Lodge, wondering if I'd damaged the impression we'd worked so hard to create. Morning sunlight streamed through my window. After last night's abrupt dismissal, I'd slept poorly. A firm knock interrupted my brooding. Opening the door revealed Lord Garrick, his expression uncharacteristically solemn. "Garrick, is everything all right?" He stepped inside, closing the door behind him. "This afternoon at the second bell, you'll spar against Sir Aldrich. The king has requested it personally." The words landed like stones. Against the vice-commander of the Royal Guard, why would His Majesty request such a thing? Garrick's voice lowered. "This isn't a request I can refuse on your behalf, Raito. Royal requests are commands in gentler clothing." I recognized the tension in Garrick's shoulders. This wasn't his choice either. "I understand," I said finally. "I'll be there." "Good luck," he said, clasping my shoulder before departing. The training ground buzzed with anticipation when I arrived that afternoon. King Aldrin sat beneath a hastily constructed canopy, flanked by Captain Thalon and the Royal Guards. Belle and Morn stood nearby, their towering frames impossible to miss. Belle's eyes widened slightly when she noticed me. Sir Aldrich already waited in the center, his polished armor gleaming in the sunlight. Unlike my simple practice gear, he wore full royal regalia, a statement that this was no friendly bout. I approached the king first, bowing deeply. "Your Majesty, I am honored by your interest in my humble skills." The king inclined his head slightly. "Show us what you can do." Turning to face Sir Aldrich, I felt the weight of all eyes upon us. His expression carried thinly veiled contempt as I activated my eyes of a god, the world. Shifting briefly as his true nature revealed itself, Sir Aldrich Vaunt, human knight, level 5, vice commander of the Royal Guard, elite sword and shield fighter with exceptional battlefield experience. I suppressed a grimace. He outleveled me significantly, and his equipment far outclassed my training gear. As we took our positions, I knew with certainty this would be the hardest fight I'd faced since arriving in this world. Sir Aldrich struck first, his longsword arcing toward my shoulder with blinding speed. I caught the blow with my shield, angling the surface to deflect the impact. The force still rattled through my arm. His strength was considerable. "Is that all, Drow?" he taunted as we circled each other. I didn't respond, focused entirely on the battle. My divine sight tracked his movements, catching subtle weight shifts and muscle tensions that telegraphed his intentions. When his shield edged forward slightly, I was already moving. I feinted high with my spear in wushu form, drawing his shield up, then suddenly collapsed, the move into a shorter ikla grip, stabbing beneath his guard toward his knee. He barely twisted away, surprise flashing across his face. "Lucky move, creature," he spat, recovering quickly. His counterattack came fast, faster than I'd anticipated. His level advantage translated to superior speed and power. 3 consecutive strikes hammered against my defenses, each harder than the last. I weathered them, maintaining distance with circular footwork borrowed from my martial arts training. When he lunged again, I surprised him by stepping into the attack rather than away. His momentum carried his shield past me as I spun inside his guard, my spear transitioning smoothly to ikla form. The shortened grip allowed me to strike his exposed side before dancing away. "First blood to the Drow," someone murmured in the crowd. Aldrich's eyes narrowed with genuine anger. "Fighting like a savage won't save you," he snarled, launching into a textbook-perfect combination of shield bash and sword thrust. I met his advance with unconventional defense, my shield angled oddly, my spear held in reverse grip. The unorthodox stance disrupted his timing, his attacks hitting nothing but air as I slipped around his guard again. For several minutes, I controlled the pace. My style, a fusion of earth martial arts and this world's techniques, kept him off balance. His frustration mounted with each failed combination, his insults growing more venomous. "Stand and fight properly, you underdark vermin." I focused only on the battle language, the subtle tells in his footwork, the microsecond hesitations in his attacks. I was managing him, not dominating, but clearly in control. Then something changed. His expression shifted from frustration to calculation. His next series of attacks came differently, more patient, more observant. He was learning, adapting to my patterns. When I attempted the spear transition that had worked twice before, his shield was waiting exactly where it needed to be. The impact caught me off guard, sending me stumbling backward as he pressed his advantage with renewed confidence. "I see through your tricks now, Drow," he said, a dangerous smile spreading across his face. "Let's see how you fare against a real knight." I had to respect Aldrich's adaptability. Despite his prejudice, he was the vice commander of the Royal Guard for good reason. A fighter doesn't reach that position through politics alone. It requires genuine skill and intelligence. Within minutes of engagement, he'd analyzed my unorthodox style and formulated effective counters. Now I found myself entirely defensive, my earlier control evaporating like morning dew. His attacks came with clinical precision, each strike flowing into the next with textbook perfection yet unpredictable timing. Shield bash to sword thrust, feint to low sweep, overhead chop to side slash. No wasted movement, no telegraphed intentions. I pushed my divine sight deeper, stretching my awareness beyond the normal limits. The world slowed fractionally as multiple potential futures bloomed before me, ghostly images of attacks that might come, paths Aldrich might choose. I saw a diagonal cut coming from my left shoulder, a shield edge aimed at my knee, a thrust targeting my abdomen. But which would materialize? All seemed equally likely, all perfectly balanced in probability. The diagonal cut manifested first. I barely twisted away, the blade slicing through my tunic and drawing a thin line of blood across my ribs. My body struggled to match what my enhanced sight revealed. I could see his movements before they happened, but my reflexes couldn't always respond quickly enough. His level advantage translated to physical capabilities that outmatched mine, not by much, but enough to matter in a fight this close. Another slash caught my forearm as I raised my shield too slowly. Blood dripped onto the packed earth of the training ground. "Bleeding already, creature?" Aldrich taunted, pressing his advantage with ruthless efficiency. The ferocity of his attacks made me wonder, was this meant to be a fight to the death? His sword struck with lethal intent, aiming for vital points rather than merely disabling targets. Each thrust sought my throat, each slash my major arteries. If I hadn't had divine foresight, I would already be dead several times over. I shook off the thought. Focus on the now. Survive this moment, then the next. As I retreated from another flurry of strikes, I channeled mana through my body, directing it with precise control toward my wounded arm. The bleeding slowed, then stopped as tissue knit itself together. I'd been practicing this healing technique for weeks, just another application of my magic manipulation ability. Aldrich's eyes narrowed when he noticed my healed arm. Using magic, Drow. How appropriate for your kind to rely on trickery. I didn't waste breath responding. Instead, I focused on redirecting more mana to the wound across my ribs, feeling the familiar warming sensation as it closed. The process wasn't instantaneous. Minor injuries like these took between 10 and 30 seconds to heal completely, but it kept me in the fight. His sword found my shoulder next, opening a deeper gash that immediately began healing as I channeled mana toward it. My manipulation had grown remarkably efficient through constant practice. I could now direct healing energy to specific areas without wasting power. But healing consumed concentration, creating momentary lapses in my defense. Aldrich exploited each one mercilessly. A shield bash caught me squarely in the chest, driving the air from my lungs. As I gasped for breath, his sword pommel struck my temple, sending stars across my vision. I stumbled backward, barely raising my shield in time to deflect a thrust aimed at my throat. My foot caught on uneven ground, and for a critical second, my balance faltered. Aldrich saw his opening. His shield crashed into mine with the full weight of his charge behind it. The impact lifted me off my feet completely, sending me flying backward through the air. I crashed to the ground 10 feet away, my shield torn from my grip, my spear barely held in my other hand. Pain shot through my back and shoulder from the hard landing. My head throbbed where his pommel had connected. Slowly, I pushed myself up on one knee, then to my feet. My body protested with sharp pangs from a dozen different points. I could heal the damage, but it would take time. Aldrich slowly advanced toward me with a triumphant swagger, his shield lowered slightly as confidence radiated from him like heat from a forge. The gathered crowd had been silent, watching what they surely believed were the final moments of my defeat. "I've been waiting for this," Aldrich called, his voice carrying clearly across the training ground. "Do you know how many of your kind I've put down, Drow? Like the vermin they are." I remained on one knee, spear braced against the ground, my breathing deliberately labored, my free hand pressed against my side as if nursing a grave wound while, in truth, I was channeling mana into a concentrated healing effort. Let him think me more wounded than I was. "The first was during a border patrol near the eastern mountains," he continued, circling me like a predator savoring its prey's final moments. "A drow raiding party that had taken human captives. I killed 3 myself." His smile turned cruel. "I gave them a quick death, more than he deserved." I focused inward, redirecting my mana flow from healing to enhancement. Instead of knitting tissue, I began saturating my muscles with power, preparing them for what would come next. "Then there was that female drow near the western garrison," Aldrich continued, now only 15 feet away. "She fought better than you, lasted almost twice as long before I opened her throat." The king and his retinue watched silently. You see, Aldrich's pace slowed as he approached, savoring his moment. Non-humans will always remain lesser creatures. The beast folk are animals playing at civilization. Dwarves are stunted diggers who belong under mountains. Elves are arrogant relics who should have faded centuries ago. 10 feet now. My muscles hummed with gathered power, ready to explode into motion. "But your kind?" he sneered. "Drow are abominations that crawled from darkness. At least I enjoy putting you back where you—" I moved. One heartbeat I was kneeling, wounded, defeated. The next I was a blur of violet and silver. My magic manipulation skill, refined through weeks of careful practice, now fueled every fiber of my body with precisely directed power. No more. Aldrich's eyes widened in shock as I closed the distance between us instantly, my spear already mid-thrust in wushu form. The speed caught him completely unprepared, his shield still half lowered from his overconfidence. My spear tip slid past his guard, scoring a line across his cheek before he could react. "Impossible," he gasped, stumbling backward. But I pressed forward relentlessly. My body now matched what my eyes of a god revealed, every potential movement, every opening, every weakness in his stance suddenly exploitable. Time seemed to slow as I entered a perfect flow state, my consciousness expanding beyond normal limits. I transitioned from wushu to iklwa in a single fluid motion, shortening my grip as I slipped inside his guard. My shield crashed against his sword arm, numbing it momentarily while my spear shaft hooked behind his ankle. A twist of my body, and he stumbled sideways, his perfect stance shattered. As he fought to regain balance, I shifted forms again, back to wushu for reach, spinning the spear, in a blurring figure-8 pattern that forced his shield into an awkward high position. The moment it rose, I dropped to one knee, thrusting the spear toward his exposed shin. He barely twisted away, but the movement cost him his footing on the uneven ground. His recovery came too late as my shield, now gripped by its rim rather than its handle, spun through the air, striking his sword hand with calculated precision. His weapon clattered to the ground. With Aldrich's sword knocked away, I pressed my advantage, my body flowing with enhanced speed. I reversed my grip on the spear, driving its blunt end into his armored shoulder with enough force to dent the metal. Before he could recover, I spun the shaft horizontally, catching him across the chest. "This is impossible," he snarled, struggling to regain his stance. I answered with action, not words. The middle of my spear smashed into his side, then swept his legs. Each strike precisely calculated, hard enough to demonstrate dominance, controlled enough to avoid lasting damage. My body moved with a dancer's grace, every motion flowing into the next as though choreographed. With a swift move, I tossed my spear high into the air. Aldrich's eyes followed it instinctively, a fatal error. My fists and open palms striking in rapid succession. Right palm to his sternum, left fist to his ribs, right elbow to his shoulder joint, left knee to his thigh. Each blow landed with pinpoint accuracy, targeting pressure points rather than armor plates. The crowd gasped as my attacks blurred together, too fast for untrained eyes to follow. Wing Chun techniques I'd learned in my previous life, enhanced by divine blessing and magical manipulation. For the finale, I planted my foot squarely against Aldrich's chest and pushed off with explosive force. The impact sent him flying backward as I somersaulted in the opposite direction. He crashed to the ground, his armor clanging against stone as I landed perfectly on my feet, arm extended upward. My spear fell into my waiting hand. In one fluid motion, I hurled it toward Aldrich's prone form. His eyes widened in terror as death flew toward him, then shock as the divine spear embedded itself in the dirt, mere inches from his ear. Enough. King Aldrin's voice rang across the training ground. The duel is concluded. I turned and bowed deeply to the king, my breathing controlled despite the exertion. Well fought, Raito, he said, his expression unreadable. Come to the town hall tonight at the 9th bell. We have matters to discuss. Yes, your majesty, I replied, maintaining my bow. You are dismissed. I straightened, retrieved my spear with a smooth motion, and departed the training ground without looking back at Aldrich. The 9th bell approached as I made my way through Dawnmere's quiet streets. Torches cast long shadows across cobblestones, the mountain air crisp with night chill. I'd spent hours meditating after the fight, processing what had happened. A tall figure stood sentinel before the entrance, the blonde warrior with the distinctive scar across his eye. Captain Thalon, commander of the Royal Guard. His posture suggested readiness despite his casual stance, a lifetime of combat awareness evident in how his gaze tracked my approach. You're early, he observed as I reached the steps. Good habit for a fighter. I bowed respectfully. I didn't want to keep His Majesty waiting. Raito, isn't it? He extended his arm in a warrior's greeting. Captain Thalon Zeinkov, Royal Guard. That was impressive work today. His grip was firm, but not challenging, as I clasped his forearm. Thank you, Captain. A hint of amusement flickered across his scarred face. That final sequence was more than defense. I've fought across the realm for 30 years and haven't seen techniques like yours. He studied me with professional assessment. Your transitions between forms are unusual. Effective, though. I've had to adapt my style to survive, I answered carefully. He nodded, seeming to accept this. The king is inside. Follow me. The town hall's interior was quiet, most staff dismissed for the evening. Our footsteps echoed down the corridor until we reached a sturdy oak door with royal guards posted outside. They stepped aside at Thalon's approach. Inside, King Aldrin sat at a round table with Garrick beside him. No servants, no scribes, just two men studying a map spread across the polished surface. Both looked up as we entered. I dropped immediately to one knee, bowing deeply. Your Majesty. Rise, Raito, the king commanded. His steel-blue eyes held none of the contempt I'd seen in Aldrich's, but something far more dangerous. Calculation. Take a seat. I settled into the indicated chair, acutely aware of being caught in currents far beyond my understanding. Whatever this meeting held, I sensed it would change everything. King Aldrin steepled his fingers, eyes fixed on me with sharp intensity. I'm going to tell it to you straight, Raito, he said, his voice carrying. None of the ceremonial formality I'd heard during public appearances. Captain Thalon moved silently to stand behind the king's chair, his presence a reminder of the gravity of this conversation. Valoria faces its greatest threat in generations, the king continued. The Demon Lord's invasion from the west isn't just a border skirmish or territorial dispute. It's extinction pressing against our doorstep. Garrick nodded grimly. No prisoners, no negotiations, just slaughter. We've sent 5 separate armies westward. King Aldrin's voice hardened. 5 times we've mustered our finest warriors, our most accomplished mages, our most brilliant strategists. 5 times they've returned broken, those fortunate enough to return at all. He traced a line across the map with his finger. The High Kingdom's forces can't maintain a foothold beyond this point. We push forward, establish temporary garrisons, and within weeks they're overrun. Do you know why? I studied the map, recognizing the geography from my studies at the Guild. The Central Territories, they belong to the Beastfolk tribes and independent settlements. Precisely. The king's eyes flashed with approval. We have no established bases, no supply lines, no safe harbors in the Middle Territories. And why? Because for centuries, humans, demi-humans, and beastfolk have maintained rigid separation, mutual distrust, and in many cases open hostility. Garrick leaned forward. The Demon Lord doesn't discriminate in its slaughter. Human, dwarf, elf, beastfolk, all die the same. Yet we cannot mount a unified defense because we're too busy eyeing each other with suspicion. The land falls piece by piece, King Aldrin said, his voice low but intense. While councils debate, while lords pontificate about racial superiority, while ancient grudges fester, the demons advance. Inexorable, unstoppable, under our current approach, I absorbed this information silently, recognizing the terrible logic. In Earth's history, similar divisions had often proven fatal when facing existential threats. You should understand, the king continued, that my position is not widely shared, especially among royalty. The other human nations are far less accommodating toward demi-humans and beastfolk. In Osteria to the north, dwarves cannot own property. In Caldaria to the east, elves are restricted to designated forests. And in Ralandor, his expression darkened. Open enslavement of beastfolk continues despite multiple diplomatic protests. Captain Thalan spoke for the first time. His Majesty has advocated for equality since his academy days. It's earned him few friends among neighboring monarchs. The king smiled wistfully, his serious demeanor softening as he exchanged a glance with Garrick. We were different men back then, weren't we, old friend? Garrick's weathered face broke into a rare grin. Different indeed, your Majesty. Or should I say, Aldrin the Terrible Dancer, as you were known at the academy. For a moment I witnessed something remarkable. The King of Valoria laughing openly, his royal bearing giving way to genuine mirth. Captain Thalan's expression remained stoic, but I caught the faintest twitch at the corner of his mouth. The academy days, the king sighed. Back then, birth and standing mattered less than friendship and capability. Our party was quite the spectacle, Garrick reminisced, leaning back in his chair. A human prince, a want-to-be knight, 2 dwarven twins, a foxfolk tracker, and that catfolk girl who could outshoot us all blindfolded. King Aldrin nodded. Forgotten now by most, but many noble houses took demi-human and beastfolk concubines in those days. The children were sent to the academy, hidden from court politics, but trained nonetheless. We never cared about any of that, Garrick continued. We fought together, trained together, survived together. Race meant nothing compared to who had your back when goblin raiders struck our training camp. The king's eyes grew distant. Those were the best days of my life, before crowns and responsibilities, when friends were simply friends. Speaking of friends, Garrick's eyes twinkled mischievously. Shall I tell Raito about your infatuation with Miara? The way you stumbled over your words whenever that cat girl so much as looked in your direction? King Aldrin's cheeks actually flushed. Garrick Stormvale, I could still have you thrown in a dungeon, you know. Forgive me, your most magnificent majesty, Garrick replied with exaggerated deference, bowing his head while his shoulders shook with suppressed laughter. The king turned to me, shaking his head. 30 years of friendship gives this man liberties no one else would dare. In public, Lord Stormvale must show proper deference to his king, politics demands it. But here, he gestured to our small circle. Here we remember who we truly are. I watched this exchange with fascination. These powerful men momentarily transformed into academy boys. Again, sharing memories of a time when differences that divided the world meant nothing to them. Those days taught us something precious, the king said, his expression growing serious once more. That unity across races isn't just possible, it's powerful. And now, with demons at our doorstep, we need that power more than ever. The king's smile faded quickly. I don't care about politics anymore, Raito. I don't care about ancient grievances or royal protocols or maintaining appearances. I care about stopping the demon lord before there's nothing left to rule, nothing left to save. Something changed in his voice, a ragged edge of emotion breaking through the royal composure. My eldest son died leading our 3rd Western campaign. Jonathan was 26, brilliant and brave. We received his signet ring and soared back with the survivors. Nothing else. The pain in those words struck me deeply. Not just a king losing a prince, but a father losing his child. The hollow grief in his eyes transcended status and species. I need someone who can change the balance, King Aldrin continued, his gaze fixed on me with newfound intensity. Valoria has been tasked with leading the 6th campaign westward against the Demon Lord. The words hung in the air between us, heavy with implication. With all due respect, Your Majesty, I ventured carefully. Surely, there are more experienced commanders. I want you to lead it. The statement struck like lightning. My mind reeled, struggling to process what I just heard. Me? Your Majesty, You heard correctly, he said, raising a hand to forestall my objection. I want you, Raito, to lead Valoria's forces westward. Captain Thalan shifted slightly behind the king, his expression unreadable. Garrick, however, nodded slowly, as though this confirmed something he'd already suspected. But I'm not a military commander, I protested. I have no experience leading armies. What this continent needs most isn't another military mind. King Aldrin leaned forward, his voice dropping to almost a whisper. What we need is change. Dramatic, fundamental change in how our races interact. He gestured toward the window, toward Dawnmere beyond. Look what you accomplished here in mere months. A drow and a dwarf working together created innovations that have transformed a frontier town. You've won over a population that initially feared you through consistency and contribution. You fight with techniques no one in my kingdom has ever seen. His eyes locked onto mine. Whether you know it or not, you are an agent of change, Raito. For good or ill remains to be seen, but change follows in your wake. Agent of change. The phrase echoed in my mind, triggering a deeper realization. Was this why Eris had chosen me? The goddess of chaos would naturally favor someone who disrupted established patterns. Was my true purpose here not just survival, not just adaptation, but to fundamentally alter the world around me? It made a terrible kind of sense. My Earth knowledge, applied to this fantasy realm, had already begun reshaping how people live their daily lives. My presence, a drow who defied every stereotype, challenged deep-seated prejudices. Even my fighting style blended techniques from multiple worlds, creating something entirely new. You will have the full backing of the Valorian crown, the king continued, unaware of my internal revelation. Resources, troops, diplomatic authority, whatever you require. But your mission extends beyond military objectives. He traced a path across the map, through territories marked with unfamiliar symbols. You must travel westward and establish relations with the beastfolk tribes and demi-human settlements. Forge alliances, build trust, create a unified front against the demon lord. A tall order for anyone, Garrick added softly, let alone a drow. But that's precisely why it might work. I studied the map, tracing the territories with my finger. Beastfolk tribes, wolfkin, bear clan, hawk-winged folk, and others I'd only read about. Demi-human settlements scattered through forests and mountains. A fragmented landscape of potential allies who had spent generations distrusting each other. Could I really unite them? Should I even try? The weight of responsibility pressed down upon me. This wasn't just about bathhouses and better food anymore. The king was asking me to reshape the political landscape of an entire continent, to overcome centuries of division in time to face an existential threat. Part of me wanted to refuse, to explain that I was just an ordinary person, thrust into extraordinary circumstances, not a leader of nations. I studied the map again, tracing the vast territories with renewed focus. The king's proposal was overwhelming, yet somehow, despite every logical objection, I felt a strange pull toward accepting it. Your Majesty, I said finally, looking up from the map, I'm willing to undertake this mission, but I must insist on doing it my way. The king's eyebrows raised slightly. Explain. If I arrive at beastfolk territories or demi-human settlements with a Valorian army at my back, the message will be clear. Human domination, not partnership. I traced a path across the central territories. These people have centuries of reasons to distrust human intentions. An army would simply reinforce those fears. What do you propose instead? He asked, leaning forward with interest. A small team, diverse, skilled individuals representing different races and backgrounds. We travel light, move quickly, and approach as equals rather than conquerors. I met his gaze directly. Quality over quantity. Trust over intimidation. Captain Thalon shifted behind the king. A small group would be vulnerable. The Western territories grow more dangerous by the day. True, I acknowledged. But a smaller group can also navigate dangers that would stop an army. We can adapt, hide when necessary, and engage only on favorable terms. King Aldrin stroked his beard thoughtfully. An unconventional approach, but then again, conventional approaches have failed 5 times already. His eyes held mine for a long moment. Very well. You may assemble your team as you see fit. Garrick cleared his throat. Speaking of team members, Your Majesty, my children would be valuable additions to Raito's mission. Belle and Morn? The king looked surprised. They're still cadets, Garrick. They won't complete their academy training until spring. Yes, but... Garrick leaned forward earnestly. Consider the timeline. It will take months to prepare properly for this expedition. Gathering information, securing supplies, identifying potential allies. By the time Raito is ready to depart, they will have graduated. The king's expression remained skeptical. They're young, inexperienced. They're storm veils, Garrick interrupted, his voice carrying quiet pride. And they're quarter giant. Belle is the finest offensive vanguard in her class, and Morn's defensive capabilities are unmatched among the cadets. His eyes softened. I watched this exchange with interest, recalling the towering twins from earlier. King Aldrin sighed, glancing between Garrick and me. Raito, Your thoughts, they would be your responsibility. If they're half the warrior their father is, they would be valuable assets, I replied honestly. The king nodded slowly. Very well. When spring comes, I will arrange for a gathering of exceptional candidates in Dawnmere. Warriors, scouts, scholars, diplomats, talented individuals from across the realm. Righto. You will evaluate them and select those who will accompany you westward, including my children, Garrick added, his relief evident. Including your children, the king confirmed, provided they complete their training successfully. They will, Garrick assured him with absolute confidence. I bowed my head in acceptance. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will prepare accordingly. The king leaned back in his chair, a hint of amusement crossing his face. You know, I originally planned to bring you to Highcrest when this visit concluded. Had grand visions of transforming the capital with your bathhouses and public facilities. He chuckled softly. Demon Lord invasions have a way of rearranging priorities. Perhaps after we defeat the demons, Your Majesty, I suggested with a small smile. Yes, he agreed, his expression turning solemn once more. After the demons. If there is an after, he stood, signaling the end of our meeting. I rose and bowed deeply. I am honored by your trust, Your Majesty. As I straightened, I caught the king studying me with that same calculating gaze, as though still trying to determine exactly what I was. Don't make me regret it, he said softly. I left the town hall with my mind reeling. The king himself had entrusted me with a mission that could determine the fate of this entire continent. Me. A displaced soul from another world, masquerading as a drow with amnesia. The irony wasn't lost on me. The Silver Vein Lodge stood quiet under the night sky as I climbed the stairs to our fourth-floor sanctuary. I found Bruna in our shared workshop, her copper braids gleaming in the lamplight as she bent over her rune weaver just like she usually is. There ye are. She looked up, eyes bright with curiosity. Been waiting to hear what happened. Did the king lecture ye about beating his fancy knight? I sank into a chair across from her. Not exactly. I took a deep breath and recounted the king's proposal, the mission westward, the gathering of allies, the desperate gambit against the demon lord's advance. Bruna's freckled face grew increasingly serious as I spoke, her hands growing still on her tools. When I finished, silence hung between us for a long moment. So, I finally said, straightening my posture, Bruna Embervale of Clan Embervale, would you do me the honor of accompanying me on this mission? Her expression transformed instantly from serious to incredulous, then burst into laughter so hard she nearly fell from her stool. Would I? She wiped tears from her eyes. By the mountain's heart, long legs, are ye actually asking me that? I blinked, confused by her reaction. Yes? As if there was any chance I'd let ye wander west without me. She slapped the table, still chuckling. After everything we've been through, ye think I'd just wave goodbye and stay here making clothes while you save the world? Relief washed over me. So that's a yes? That's a, you're an idiot for even asking, which means yes. Her gold-flecked eyes sparkled. Besides, if we're heading west, her voice softened slightly. We'll be passing near my homeland. Haven't seen it in almost 5 years. Then we'll make sure to visit, I promised. I'd like to see where you come from. Her face brightened. Oh, you'll love it. The great forges of Bandol, the rune libraries carved into living stone, the grand halls where my ancestors crafted wonders. She leapt up, grabbing a map from our wall. Here, let me show ye. We spent hours hunched over maps, plotting routes and discussing possibilities, our excitement building with each passing minute. For the first time since arriving in this world, I felt something beyond mere survival. I felt purpose. Epilogue. I watched Raito through the rippling viewing portal, lounging across my obsidian throne as his silver image danced before me. The mortal and his dwarf companion hunched over maps like generals, plotting conquest. How adorably ambitious they looked from up here. Planning to save the world, are we? I purred to the unhearing image. So predictable. And yet, you continue to surprise me. The portal shimmered as I traced one finger through it, magnifying Raito's face. Those crimson eyes, the slight furrow of concentration between his brows, the determination set in his jaw. My little lost soul from another realm, wearing drow skin like borrowed finery. From the moment his soul caught my attention, I knew he would be different. Most God blessed are tediously devoted to their patrons, mindlessly fulfilling divine will like well-trained pets. But, Raito, he questioned, he challenged, he surprised. When offered combat skills, he'd asked to see my true form. When possessed by my rage, he'd shaped it and survived. When granted divine sight, he'd used it to make plumbing of all things. I dissolved the viewing portal with a lazy flick, rising from my throne. My private chambers, a vast expanse of impossible architecture where staircases led to, nowhere and doorways opened to different places each time, felt suddenly confining. I needed to walk. Let the others see what their perfect champions accomplish, I whispered, as shadows coiled around my feet like living silk. While mine quietly upends their precious order, I stepped through the threshold of my realm into the convergence, that grand, public space where gods might mingle, scheme, and pretend at civility. Columns of midnight stone rose to support a ceiling of swirling cosmos. Divine light poured from everywhere and nowhere. The lesser gods scattered like startled birds as I passed, averting their eyes. A few nodded respectfully, recognizing primordial power when they saw it. I smiled sweetly in return, tasting their fear like honey. Lady Eris called the goddess of valor, her golden armor gleaming. Have you heard? My champion Aldranith slew the great Drake of Southmont yesterday. How lovely, I replied, examining my nails. Though I believe it was already dying of old age, was it not? Her smile faltered. It was still fearsome. Of course, I interrupted with a dismissive wave. Impressive for your, what is he again? 9th champion this century? I moved on before she could respond, savoring the flush of embarrassment coloring her aura. Soon enough, Raito would cross paths with her pompous Aldranith. I'd so enjoy watching her face when her golden boy found himself outmatched by my beautiful child. The god of arcane knowledge drifted by, his form a collection of floating tomes and shifting equations. My blessed has discovered a new form of elemental binding, he announced without preamble. Fascinating, I replied, feigning interest while mentally noting to nudge Raito toward this self-important fool's pet mage. The look on Knowledge's face when his precious spellweaver's theories were dismantled would be exquisite. Through the divine gathering, I drifted, collecting whispers and boasts alike. Each god so proud of their chosen ones, each certain their champion represented the pinnacle of achievement, each unaware that my wildcard was positioned to upend their careful plans. Eris, called a familiar voice, warm and rough as mountain stone. Plotting mischief, I see. Pan lounged against a pillar, his form shifting between man and beast. Beard, merging with mane, fingers elongating to claws before shrinking back again. The god of wild peaks watched me with knowing eyes that sparkled with golden mischief. Simply enjoying the view, I replied, sauntering closer. Your Garrick seems to be getting along well with my Raito. Pan's laugh rumbled like an avalanche. The Lord of Dawnmere has developed quite the respect for your drow. Speaks highly of his combat style, though of course my Garrick still has the advantage of experience. Experience, I echoed with a smile. Such a polite way of saying age. Careful, Pan chuckled, tusks gleaming. Some would call that an insult to my champion. Never, I purred. I admire adaptability in aging creatures. Pan roared with genuine laughter. And I admire unpredictability in ancient beings. Your Raito has my Garrick questioning assumptions, good for an old war dog. They make an interesting pair, I admitted, though I suspect mine will outshine yours before long. We shall see, Pan rumbled, eyes twinkling. The hunt is long, the mountain high, and chaos waits at every turn, I finished with a wink before taking my leave. I moved with purpose now, toward the eastern edge of the convergence where reality grew less stable, more primal. The entrance to Echidna's domain gaped before me, a massive maw of stone and bone, eternally devouring itself. The mother of monsters keeps interesting company these days, I murmured to myself. I wonder what she'll think of my proposal. The Bone Gate Guardian, a twisted amalgamation of serpent and sentinel, hissed as I approached. Lady Echidna, I called through the threshold. Your old friend requests entrance. The maw shuddered, widening slightly. Permission granted. I stepped into her realm of birthing pools and creation chambers, where new horrors took shape in bubbling vats of divine essence. The air hummed with potential, the raw stuff of nightmares waiting to be shaped. Echidna rose from her throne of interlocked skeletons, her upper body beautiful. And terrible, her lower half a writhing mass of serpents and tentacles. Her eyes, countless across her form, fixed on me with ancient recognition. Eris, she greeted, voice melodious despite her form. I smiled, shadows dancing at my feet. I need a favor, old friend. Something special for my champion. Eris, she greeted, voice melodious despite her form. I smiled, shadows dancing at my feet. I need a favor, old friend. Something special for my champion.